Right.
Okay, I know this is a little bit late, but are we live? Just checking the chat to see if we're live.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're live now. I'm seeing it.
Okay, yep. Hey everyone, yeah, sorry this is starting a bit late, but I thought that because this is gonna be likely the first time that I'm gonna be, like, seriously going to Tartarus with Mitsuru, I brought a guest on with me. I've brought an IRL Mitsuru Superfan.
Oh, hi, that's me.
Yeah, so, if you've seen the podcast that I did for Persona 3 Reload, you might have also seen Bubbletea's stuff. He does a lot of video content on Persona games. But, yeah, I'm going to be heading to Tartarus tonight, but before that, I think I'm going to need to see... Am I allowed to get back in the dorm without... I think I heard that you are allowed to go back in the dorm without changing it to nighttime again.
That is only on Sundays. Oh, it is a Sunday. Never mind.
It's a Sunday. Yeah, I'm just so glad that you can do Hermit without using up the entire afternoon now. Like, I just think that's a really, like, cool change. It probably should have been like that from the beginning. I don't know if they did that in Portable. Okay, apparently people say that
I don't think they did.
your audio's too loud compared to mine.
Oh, my audio's too loud? Alright.
Yeah, apparently.
Hold on. Where's my mic volume? Alright, let me try turning it down to, like... Should I turn it down on my end, or should you turn it down on your end? Because I don't know if it'll be too quiet for you.
Yeah, I've got the audio capture from the... Yeah, that over it pretty high, so if I put mine down on my end... Okay, now try talking.
Okay. How do I sound now, viewers?
To me, it still sounds pretty loud. I'm gonna turn mine down a little bit more. Oh, apparently you're fine, I'm too low.
Oh, okay.
So I'm just gonna raise mine a little bit.
You.
So,
what would our ideal personas be if you had one? Shoot, man, I don't know. There are too many. It's like trying to ask what my favorite Pokemon is. Well, okay, that would be a lot easier, but like with personas, it'd be a lot more difficult because it's like it could literally be anything. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not
Bubbletea
sure.
ASMR moment. I'm not even that close to the mic. That's just like that's just what it sounds like at 85% for me.
Yeah, I'm not even sure. I've never really put much thought into what my persona would be, but, like, favorite Pokemon's either Charizard or Lucario. I've kind of gone into that in the last one. But, I just need to pause for a second because I have to do this on the next episode of Phoenix Ranger Featherman R, episode 17, The Priestess's Revival. Oh no, we're gonna get killed by that boss again. It's a bad time when the Fiend returns. And on to the issues. I just have to do Featherman every time it's on, because, yeah, I missed Featherman once and the chat never forgave me for it. Oh, actually, Beowulf would be really cool.
Does drink bubble tea? The heck kind of question is that, bro? Of course I do.
But, yeah, what I was saying was, Beowulf would be a really cool persona. On Meraki, my...
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, Hades was already in Persona 2 and was Death Arcana, I think. I still love how they actually made a portrait for Maya this time. I also love how they're doing, like, the fanfiction spelling of time. Let's go outside in-game, duh. I don't actually. The funny thing about this reference is I don't even think Triesto is in Persona 3.
Yeah. I think it is, yeah. Triesto was in Persona 3.
Yeah, I guess. It's just kind of, some of them I kind of forget. I don't know if the Knights of the Round Table are in any Persona games.
That is a good question.
For an apocalypse, the air sure is nice out here. I mean, a lot of areas in Nocturne actually look pretty nice. I've always liked the way that all of Nocturne, like, its world looks, the dungeons and all of that. Like, it's kind of a world design you don't really see much in JRPGs. Even in other SMT games, it looks pretty unique. Oh, don't worry, Mr. E just got executed by Mitsuru, we're good. I think I remember this being the correct response. I don't know why, I remember a lot. I'm winging it for the social link responses, but I think a lot of Maya's I remember, because they're pretty distinctive.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, like, I forgot to mention, like, I don't have your game audio.
Oh, you don't have my game audio on. Okay, I don't know how I fixed that. That's kind of interesting. So I've got that. Okay, that's going to be a little tricky to fix. Oh, wow, it's been so long since I heard the term gold farmer. That was a real thing back in the day. People would get gold and they would sell it on MMOs for actual real-life cash. I'll see if I can fix this after the social link.
Oh, wait a second. For some reason, when I go to sound, it says my default device is set to my headset, but my headset mic isn't even plugged in. I'm using my the mic on my desk.
Well,
although I think Discord is set to the correct mic, but like my computer's default device isn't pulled up.
No, that's happened to me.
I should be fine.
That's happened to me a lot in the past, especially with when you plug in a PS4 controller and it somehow is like, oh, you want to default to the microphone cable on the PS4 controller.
Okay, it should be good now. It shouldn't sound any different, but like at least my computer will default to it. Hopefully.
And so we've become the dumping ground for yet another person's personal problems, which is basically Persona protagonists in a nutshell. Yeah, I know a lot of economies were basically RuneScape gold farmers. Yeah, come to think of it, I don't think there is a Dracula would be a cool Persona as well. Sign back. I love how her avatar disappears and reappears. Oh, don't worry, we all know that Ekoda is an SOB. That's fine. Like, that's a public secret. We are allowed to diss him as much as we want now.
He tried to hide that a student went missing.
Yeah. Oh, I forgot. Sun Wukong is a Persona. It's Seiten Taisei, and it's Ryuji's ultimate, but also in other games. Well, we are going to be going to Tartarus tonight. At least I'm pretty sure, unless there's a party event. Nope, there doesn't seem to be. I'm just obsessively pressing the square button all the time because I've heard that, like, it's easy to miss those. Yeah, I don't know if Fuka really does have some kind of medical condition. I don't know if that's kind of implied. Oh,
I think that was kind of a lie.
Oh, yeah. Oh, the thing about Junpei saying he almost got in trouble with the police, but it was a false alarm, that might imply that his recording is available in the dorm now. So I probably should check the consoles, but I sort of want to do Tartarus first. Yeah, the thing about Fuka is, like this whole focus on technology, I feel like it's an aspect of her that never really got a whole ton of attention in the original. Oh, okay, Wind Flower. I know that Mitsuru's name means beautiful crane. Oh, is that... I seem to remember Yeah, you have to talk to Fuka to go to Tartarus now.
Yes.
Yeah, I think I have been spoiled that Susanoo is still in this game. By the way, Bubbletea has finished this game, so that's just something to note, but, where I'll just say, we're kind of, minor spoilers are okay, but, like, just try not to spoil anything, like, huge. Like, by that I mean, I don't know, it's just, oh, we can increase the stats.
Yeah.
Oh, so these work kind of like
yeah.
the stat boosting cards in Persona 4's shuffle time. That's cool. Okay.
Good day.
Oh, I need to give you the sword that I got from Mitsuru. Oh, I've unlocked the Elizabeth dates now. Okay, apparently these are tied to request progression in this version. And apparently you have to do like about 90 of her requests in order to get all of her dates. Yeah, as you complete more requests. Okay, so I've unlocked the Elizabeth dates now. That's interesting. If I remember right, these don't use up time. But I could be wrong about that. Oh yeah, no, it says it right here. Going out with Elizabeth will take no time at all. So you don't have to worry about planning your day around her. Elizabeth exists beyond time and space.
Are you accepting a request? Wonderful. If I may say so. I have a request.
I think I remember... I don't know if I remember this, but like... I'm sure for Elizabeth, it would just be no reason in particular. Of course she doesn't know. Elizabeth is still my favorite Velvet Attendant by far. Oh, this one. Yeah, no, that's Akihiko. But... Alright, all of these other ones that I need to... Forget what the fashionable item is.
Very well.
That might be... I forget if it's like Fuka or something. But anyway... Oh, and for some reason I'm only down to just Yukari in the party. But obviously... Yeah, we can still get people to join at the entrance to Tartarus. This was just kind of a force of habit. I think she's got a practically full Theurgy meter. Where are we at with our, not personas, with our party? 18, 20, Akihiko's higher, so I'll take Junpei. Wait, that is the save button. Sometimes I get the save, because the save and menu buttons are flipped in Persona 5 Strikers compared to this game.
So we have backup, or anyone who could come to our aid in the event of an emergency.
Oh, and this is fully voiced now, okay.
And don't forget what happened during the last full
Oh
moon.
yeah, I still don't have
You
game
can't
audio.
leave Yamagishi
Oh, right,
alone.
okay. Let's see, because I know I've got... I'm just trying to think how I fix this. So stream quality. Got input device and microphone. Sorry about this. How do you not have game audio? Oh, if I... capture devices, screen, no, that wouldn't do it. Just, yeah, hold on a second. Stream channel. Oh, okay. Those are all microphones. Because I'm definitely, the way that I've got that is, I've got the audio set up, like that, but, Discord. So I've streamed things on Discord before, and the audio's been fine. So, not really sure how this is. Oh, although I haven't done a video capture card stream before there.
Yeah.
Yeah. And like, if I do this, like, this is awkward in terms of like how it appears, but can you hear the game audio if I do this?
Yes.
You can.
Honestly, it's fine. It's
Okay.
fine.
Okay. Is that yeah? If that's
I'm
fine,
not,
yeah.
I'm not,
I know it's a little awkward, but that it's lets you hear the game audio at least.
I'll leave it up to you to decide on the party members. I know you can handle it.
I'll do everything I can to help. Let's give it our best.
Okay, you can decide who to take at locations where you can change, such as the entrance of Tartarus. Okay, so I think there might be some other places where you can change the party too.
Leader.
Okay, Theurgy. Yes, I know that there's a meter for it. It was after enough power.
Did you already see the Theurgy demonstration?
Yes, that was the end of the last stream. I do like the idea that different.
They forced you to.
Yeah.
They forced you to visit Tartarus.
Yeah.
Just to show you that one scene of them like walking
Yeah.
in their new fucking Seas gear, and
Yeah.
I'm gonna tell you right now, that's the only time you hear meaning of armbands.
Oh, that
They made it specifically for that scene only.
And the trailers. Yeah, acting according to the party member's personality. Fuka also has a Theurgy gauge, okay. The gauge will stop increasing when you inflict the stats and will drop by half. Oh, that's interesting, okay. I kind of like systems like this, like Trails does this. In Trails, if a character gets KO'd, they lose all of their CP, which is used for, like, supers and stuff, so...
It's time to
Yeah,
get to
I sort of
work.
like those things, like there's an incentive to stop party members from going down. Now, I
Are
think...
you watching your health and stamina? Remember not to push yourself too hard.
We just started.
Yeah, that's what I
Fuka.
was about to say. Oh no, it looks like you're tired already!
Uh-huh.
And this should, like, one thing I will say is I've liked this remake a lot. I do personally prefer how the barriers looked in the original, although that's cool. That almost organic rope ladder, that is actually pretty cool. But, like, originally, the barriers had, like, school desks all over the place and blood on the floor, and, like, they were pretty weird looking.
Yeah, and then they also got like a window, so the like outside, looking outside Tartarus.
Yeah.
At least for this block, I recall.
Yeah. Fuka being overly cautious. Yep.
You. Oh, there's a treasure chest.
I remember how helpless I felt alone against those, like, level 1 cowardly Mayas. I don't know why the enemies are so weak in Fuka's rescue mission. It's just like, I don't know. I guess it's because they wanted to overcompensate for you being alone, but yeah.
You can do it.
Yeah.
Okay, Vicious Raven. My guess is ice. Yep, I was right. They looked very fire, so yeah. Also, we just got Mitsuru.
Now, it's time for a full assault.
Hey, let's go.
Yep, it's Mitsuru time. And then, yeah, everyone does get mentally exhausted by entering Tartarus, but still, we had, like, full health and stamina, also nice. And shuffle time is interrupting the Mitsuru, I don't need lovers, but yeah, I'll take the Empress card. And there we go.
Coordination.
Don't know what that trophy was for, but, yeah. We got the Mitsuru Simp fan service, or attack finisher, and that's what matters.
I have to be hard on myself so people won't think I've lost my edge.
Speaking of Mitsuru simping, I heard that sentence that she just said in a weird way at first. But, okay. Life stones,
You don't see that kind
Oh, Elizabeth just gave me a whole bunch of Twilight fragments for doing social links. Let's grab this. I love these chests. Oh, bulletproof vest, okay. Let's see who needs that the most. Well, I mean, let's see. You've got pixel vest.
Does
Oh,
it
actually,
actually resist pierce?
yeah, it does resist pierce. That's pretty cool.
Yo.
Oh wow, Yukari still had her default armor. That's hilarious. And Junpei needs better armor, definitely. But yeah, I don't like it's kind of a thing with me in Persona games. I often find myself like not spending money on getting armor, or like I just feel like I usually find better stuff in Tartarus.
Hey, it's the stairs.
But yeah, also there is the fact that this area of I still am not brave enough to fight one of those dire shadows.
One teleporter sighted. It'll take us back to the entrance, but I'm down to keep going.
That this
Did you
area.
know there's an observation deck somewhere out there that's also on the 45th floor?
Oh, which observation deck?
And then the conversation ends. Is that like a reference to Tokyo Tower or Skytree, maybe? But anyway, like this area of Tartarus looks the same as the previous one, because I think from now on, like every theme of Tartarus has like 2, I think sometimes even 3 blocks to it.
Running around like a clown.
Because like I remember, I think I remember the next Tartarus theme is okay, that's cool. Please don't tell me this isn't, oops, all gold. No, it's not, okay. But, like, the next theme, I think, doesn't happen until Aigis joins. And that's the kind of minor spoiler that I'm okay with. Like party members. Because we all know, like, who the party members are at this point. But, like, I'm pretty sure that the next theme doesn't happen until Tartarus, yep, that's totally new. Okay, so I have to try everything now. And sometimes it's physical elements, so I'm going to try that.
I think this one might be Strike.
Strike, okay.
Maybe? Or was that the first block?
I know the last one was light. No, it seems like this is oh well, it missed, so maybe it is Strike. Can't tell. Oh, and I haven't checked how everyone's Theurgy's charge, but anyway.
Wait. One turn has passed, so you can scan them.
Oh, I can scan. Oh, I forgot scan works on them. Also, Theurgy, after summoning a persona, power within gradually enhances, and I have access to Cadenza already, so yeah. So from what I've heard, you just need to have the personas in your compendium for the protagonist Theurgys, not like on you, which makes Orpheus a lot less useful, but yeah, because Cadenza was really good even in the original game.
The strong one. Be on your guard.
Oh, it's dark. Okay,
dark.
well, that's fine. I'm pretty sure I have that somewhere. Yep. I don't know if it's just me, but I feel like it's easier to get, like, a lot of elements on one persona now, because I got, like, it took me a while to get a quad element persona in the original, but I got some pretty, like, large numbers of elements on personas in this game pretty quickly. So you are, yeah, ailments. So you do that with, like, you charge a Theurgy with ailments, which is kind of funny, but I don't know if it's even possible to inflict an ailment while it has Dizzy. Well, that's cool.
Beautiful strike, Kirito-senpai.
Yep, she used Step on Me attack.
Good job, everyone.
I mean, I'm fine with the protagonist's Theurgys being the fusion spells. I honestly feel like it's a better way to handle them. And it's better than Portable, where it's like, oh yeah, let's make fusion skills items for some reason.
Yeah. That just seemed kind of silly.
Like, from what I heard, it was actually really hard to get Armageddon fusion spell cards, but, like, even still, it's just, like, it's just weird. Like,
You only really need it for, like, one boss.
Yeah. But, like, or, you know, fighting the Reaper for fun, or using it on Takaya, because that's always fun. Hello, Dice. Okay. Oh, I can see the skills on them now, because of Fuka. That's cool. So they have Mudo. And they have Bufala. Okay, then. That's actually cool. I like it when you can see the skills on enemies, because I feel like a lot of the newer games don't really do, or at least everything really significant, they don't show skills. Okay, you guys are weak to Alette. I knew that Dice tended to be weak to Zeo, but, like, the boss ones weren't. I still love how whenever Dice get knocked down, they land on the skull face. Yeah, I kind of wish fusion spells were in later Persona games. I think they were in Persona, like, 2?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Although in Persona 2, they were more like combo skills.
Yeah, I think like you had to use them,
Yeah.
like different party members had to use a different part of the skill, like Digital Devil Saga.
Same thing for our next fight.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly like that.
Yeah, Digital Devil Saga was kind of cool because like some of its combo skills were like actual normal skills, but like you could get access to them a lot sooner than you normally would by using them as like a combo skill. I remember that the Digital Devil Saga 2 speedrun makes a lot of use of the Tentarafu fusion spell because Tentarafu is actually really, really strong in Digital Devil Saga because it does damage as well as inflicts panic.
Yeah.
Boss already. That's cool.
Please be careful.
Yeah. Don't spoil the bosses
What
for
else
me,
about
please.
DDS2? Oh, I was gonna say something about
Oh.
DDS2.
Yeah, go ahead.
Fucking, I forgot. Shit. Oh yeah. In DDS, like, DDS is also pretty good with like humans don't really have like many combo skills, but their combo skills are typically just like stronger elemental attacks that can actually be pretty good early game and sometimes even better than your normal elemental spells.
I know that
Because I've seen the low level run.
Yeah.
Or several low-level runs take advantage of
I know
it.
that the optimal strat for the first DDS1 boss is to use like Surf's Ice Shot with the combo with Human Surf and then someone else with an Ice skill.
I think it goes Human Surf and then another character with a barrier
Yeah,
skill.
barrier
So,
skill,
like
yeah.
Void,
Yeah.
Drain, Repel.
Prepare for battle.
I think Void gives you like the first tier, Drain gives you second tier.
The strong one. Be on your guard.
Yeah.
I'm still setting up. It'll take a little more time.
Servant's Tower and enslaved Cupids, but where is the master? Let's see. I have Mabufu and something. Cupids tend to be weak to ice, so I'm going to try this. This might be wrong, considering that there was no... Oh, okay, they're not weak to that. Tarukaja, okay.
Shall I move to strike?
I found out the hard way that most bosses are just, oh, you get Rakunda, that's really cool. But that most bosses are, like, resistant to status ailments, which is kind of a shame. One thing I like, even though ailments are broken in Persona Q, I did like the fact that a lot of ailment skills worked on bosses and like, other enemies. Now you resist winds. I'll get the scan in, so after this whole first round of... Okay, just for absolute safety. Oh yeah, SMT5 Vengeance does seem like it's going to have fusion spells. Makorga. Well, I doubt anyone here is weak to... That does hurt a lot, though. Oh no.
Oh, great, awesome. This confusion in this game is not just violence like in the original. It's essentially fucking nocturne confusion where it's like, oh, yeah, you can throw your money away.
Okay.
It worked like that in Persona 5 as well.
Should I scan on this enemy?
Oh, you're Zio, okay. Well, my only Zio user is confused. I can just go ahead and use a... Oh, okay, I can use an Eiga gem. I doubt insta-kill actually works, but I'm just doing this for the knockdown and the potential... I'm just gonna use this to revive.
I'm not sure if insta-kill works on these,
Yeah.
I'm not sure if insta-kill works on these, gatekeepers, but I do know that some... I do not... Or this one in particular, but I do know some sub-bosses. Not like the main guy, but like sometimes the minions might be susceptible to instant death.
Yeah, that would make sense. Do I have a... Oh, I do have a Confused Coup, yeah. I like how... I don't know if any other Persona or SMT games have done this, how the items that are useful, like, to you right now, like, for example, this, when someone's confused, they appear at the top of your item list.
Oh yeah, that is something I noticed.
Yeah. The other... Are you serious?
Are you kidding?
Okay, thankfully missed, but yeah, it's always funny when they do that. It's like Pokemon Gen 1 all over again, where it's like, you woke up! Oh nope, they use Hypnosis again! Because in Pokemon Gen 1, you don't get to act the turn you wake up, so they can just put you to sleep again. But they changed that in every other generation, because obviously... Yeah, I do like that some status ailments work on, like, bosses in Trails. The annoying thing about that is... Well, annoying thing about this situation is that I can't switch to my Zero persona now. But the thing is, like, what I like about Trails is that, like, some of the bosses have, like, they have, like, 10% resistance to things, but, like, some attacks have a 200% ailment infliction rate, so, like, it works out to a 20% chance on enemies that 10% resist them. So, like, some of the super moves in Trails have, like, 200% chance of burn. It's just kind of interesting how that plays out. And I believe I have a full Theurgy. Severe ice damage to one foe ignores resistances. That's pretty much true of a lot of Theurgies, but I'm going to go for this. Here we go! Unfortunately, this one was not leaked. Now, it's been a while since I played Arena, but is that her... It reminds me of her insta-kill in Arena.
I don't remember. I haven't... I've only played a little bit of Arena Ultimate. I did like a couple of the P4 stories.
Okay.
Not even for Ultimates, but like the original Arena stories. Just a couple of the P4 characters.
In my opinion, for Ultimax, the P3 route is better. Like, it's a lot better in my mind. Oh, Swift Strike, that is...
Yeah, I've heard that from a lot of people.
Yeah, the P3 route is a lot... It's interesting. It actually weirdly involves the Persona 4 party a lot more than even the Persona 4 route does. The Persona 4 route is pretty much almost entirely focused on you, from what I remember. Thank God I blocked that. But yeah, I'm pretty sure it's like almost entirely focused on Yu Narukami from what I remember. And like Shadow Lapras only shows up on the P3 route. In fact, I seem to remember that Adachi does more on the P3 route than he does on the P4 route, which is kind of surprising given all the Adachi love that was happening at the time. Okay, so the kick in Mitsuru's crit is from Arena Ultimax. That makes sense. Now I remember, I'm thinking about it now, and I think I remember that in Ultimax, actually Mitsuru, her insta-kill was a bit different. She makes a whole bunch of icicles appear on the opponent and then shatters it with her rapier, from what I remember. Oh right, your attack was buffed. Okay, well, I mean, you're weak to Zeo anyway.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, well, those guys are easy.
Yeah, I've never actually seen a boss do this before, but, yeah. This is the first time I've kind of, I should be able to get an all-out attack going here, too, if I go for the... I mean, it's probably gonna die before I can knock it down. Also, Yukari's max, but I'll save hers for a bit. And sucks to be you, one random Cupid. Yeah, it's always funny when an end game, when like a late game boss in Trails dies to burn damage, because burn does a lot of damage in the Trails games. It's like very percentage based, and yeah, freeze too. Assault dive. I can have all 3 physical elements, I guess. I have Rakukaja on Junpei.
Good. This will make me more effective in battle.
Okay, now we have Buffalo. Eerie Sound. That might actually be synergistic with Junpei because he likes to crit things, and I'm pretty sure that Distress makes critical more likely.
Oh yeah. So here's the thing, I regret passing on Eerie Sound because in retrospect, it really is kind of like better if you're like trying to fish for crits. Like Mitsuru pairs very well with physical party members.
Yeah.
And it gets even more insane later on, but I won't say too much about that.
Yes, we would find it offensive if we were to take it easy. Someone in the chat is saying, yeah, they did nerf ailments in Cold Steel 2 onwards, but not delay. Yeah, delay is kind of ridiculous in Cold Steel. Yeah, I kind of wonder what the Persona 3 protagonist would be like in Arena Ultimax, and like if they had an insta. I mean, I feel like their insta kill would probably either involve Thanatos and Messiah, or it would be Armageddon, because that would be funny.
I'm picking up some signals of stronger shadows. I'll let you know when I pinpoint their location.
I don't know if defense gives a defense. No, defense gives a defense reduction. No, if distress gives a defense reduction, I'd assume maybe it does.
I think it did in the. I think it does, and it also did in the original. Like distress. So the thing about the original Persona 3 is that like pretty much all ailments increased crit susceptibility, except for like rage, but rage also increased your damage taken. But in this game, I'm pretty sure it's only distress that increases crit susceptibility. At least for now.
Yeah, that would make sense. Also, yeah, this is an Akihiko exclusive piece of equipment. That's kind of cool. And it also makes him dodge his weakness.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like how
that's one thing. That's one thing I really like about this game's equipment is that they do kind of like give characters a lot of stuff to sort of mitigate their weakness a bit.
Yeah, you could do that in the original as well, but you kind of need to get lucky with the police station, because I'm pretty sure the gear in the police station has random bonuses on it.
Yeah. You'd have to have a good amount of patience. If you're playing on like actual PS2, you'd have to like save and then reload your file like every time you bought something.
Yeah.
And if it's a weekday, that means you have to reload to the previous night, go to sleep again, and then probably sit through another school lecture, and then go back to the police station.
Let's keep up the pace.
Yeah. Wait, someone said Junpei's bad in Ultimax. Junpei's like my main in Ultimax because, yeah,
Careful.
he's my favorite Persona character. But also, right, yeah, so people are kind of conflicted. Oh, hey, the Hulk Hogan shadows are back! People were wondering if they were. But, yeah, so people have wondered whether or not, because I know that Shock definitely doesn't guarantee crits anymore. But Freeze apparently does. Like, I'm kind of glad they did that, because I remember Freeze being not that good in the original, and Shock was way too overpowered.
Yeah, Freeze is guaranteed crit, and Shock is, like, just increased crit rate.
Well, I guess this guy looks like he wants a Marin Karin! Oh! How dare you not be interested in
That's
Mitsuru?
unfortunate.
Okay, so, okay, here we go. No, I was gonna say this, I have this one-liner for this. Pierce the street date, leak arrow! Because when I first saw this, I was like, oh, okay, that's the attack that leaked, right. Except for some reason, still scanning. For some reason, Yukari had Herawad's bow in that leaked version, though. Must have just been
actually,
a placeholder.
Nah, I don't think that. I'm pretty sure that is the C's bow that she has here.
Okay.
I think they just look very similar.
Okay, people just, you know.
Or, I don't know. I wasn't paying attention. Do you have the C's bow equipped on?
Yes,
there?
I do. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. I'm pretty sure they just look very similar for whatever reason.
But
they look similar because maybe they just decided to reuse the asset.
Maybe.
Okay, more cool. Yeah, that's good.
More experience is always good. It's like either get more experience now or more experience for the remainder of the entire Tartarus session. I know which one I'm taking. But yeah, so someone's saying that Freeze also makes them neutral to like all physical affinities, like it does in P5. I actually think
it's like in Nocturne.
Yeah, and DDS. I love Freeze in DDS.
And DDS.
Freeze is hilarious in DDS.
Dude, do you remember? I'm sure you do remember the King Frost mantra. Yeah.
Yes,
the mantra you get
yes,
for beating
that
King
is
Frost
exactly why. Yeah.
It comes with the fucking I don't know how you pronounce it. Some people pronounce it cocytus, and then like in my English class, we pronounced it cocytus. But it's the friggin' skill with a really high freeze rate.
Yeah, cocytus is
That
hilarious.
shit's broken.
Yeah, I love. Yeah, cocytus is insane. It's like that combined with like putting everything into magic on Surf. It's just like you get a lot of hits of really high ice damage, very high chance of freeze, and that means you just crit things. The only downside of freeze is that like hunting skills, which is I find this hilarious. Hunting skills
They don't work.
They don't not work, but they do way less damage. Because it's like they're trying to eat something frozen, which is funny. But yeah, they do way less damage basically. But yeah, because like hunt skills are interesting. I believe they do get buffed by power charge. But I love how the Gigas just points at you and then you take damage. But yeah, they're physical, but they're not considered like physical in terms of the physical like element. They don't get boosted by like the fizz boosting skills, and they ignore like physical affinities, but they have their own things like enemies that are afraid take more damage from them and also die easily to the insta kill hunt skills, which are really fun on Matamas. But yeah, they're interesting from what I remember. It's kind of like self-destruct in Nocturne.
Let's get back to work.
Someone's asking me if I would consider Tokyo Mirage sessions. Maybe at some point. Like, there was a time when I didn't want to do it because the fan base was just like, oh, they censored like 3 outfits. It's the worst game of all time. And people were just getting really pissy about that, and I wanted to avoid that drama. But it's a good game. It's like, don't take its story too seriously. Like, its story barely even exists, but some of its characters are okay. Some of them even got into Fire Emblem Heroes recently, with actual English voice acting, which is funny.
Oh, there's a treasure chest.
Yeah, I used to think that Tartarus had like 255 floors because that was like the cap for like integers in some computers, but I think it's a little more.
Fuka's power is so sick. Do you think it could help me find a book I lost in my room?
I'm sure you can find it yourself if you look hard enough.
Fuka shade, wow. But yeah, I feel like, yeah, that... I wonder if, yeah, Fuka does have, like, mundane uses for a power like that. Okay, no, it's main character who has the Theurgy. I'm not used to him not going first. For some reason, Mitsuru is really fast. I need to check her stats, actually. Also, yeah,
In the original Persona 3, the protagonist always went first, and that's likely because of the tactic system.
Yeah.
You know, just so that the player can like input their commands before commencing the battle.
I mean, I suppose I should just show this.
Something I do miss. That is something I do miss about the original. Like, just sort of that plus being able to see the entire turn cycle. It's very, because like, the game was very much made with the tactics in mind.
Yeah, I like being able to see the whole turn cycle. I believe you could do that even in 4.
No, not in 4.
Oh, really? Okay, I thought, yeah, okay.
That's not a thing in 4.
Apparently on the Fire Emblem subreddit, now people are whining about Tokyo Mirage sessions and not getting banners. How times change.
Good work out there.
Tsubasa from TMS has the same voice actor as Natsuki in Reload. I mean, Natsuki in Reload's voice is very good. Okay, splitting up.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, yeah, let's try. We're going to have Mitsuru leave us. Oh, she'll be fine on her own, hopefully. Hopefully. I still, like, I've had some great memories of... I don't often split up in the original game, but I've had some funny things happen. Especially when, like, you get into a fight and you have to call the others for backup. Probably should give somebody that Growth 1 skill card now, because I'll be getting an immediate benefit. Like, the earlier I use it, the more experience I'll gain from it in total. It's like, wait, what's Book of
Is there anyone you really, really want to level up right now?
Honestly, not a whole ton, but I guess I can take that on Rakshasa. Oh, you got 21 strength, which is pretty good for this point. Also, yeah, Mitsuru is,
Oh yeah, one night, like, I know in the original, like, when you split up your party and, like, they find money, Mitsuru, when she finds a chest full of money, she's like, what's this? Oh, it's just money.
And, like, money chests in Tartarus, like, I remember in the original, you get a lot out of money chests. Like, you get, like, 50,000 or something.
Yeah, dude. It's honestly, like, just farming for chests is probably a better source of money grinding than just, like,
You've probably
wasting your time with
already
shuffle
noticed
time. Because
it,
shuffle
but
time,
Shadows
like,
wandering
you get, like, a 10, you get, like, a 10 coin card, and then it gives you, like, 16,000, but then you open a chest, it gives you, like, 50,000.
What's an HP? I was wondering who wants the Mega Luck Band. I wonder if Mitsuru, although she has Evade Fire on now. Because I think, does luck affect ailment rate in this game? I mean,
It
Yukari
might.
has an
I know
ailment.
it definitely affects crits.
Oh, it affects
It
crits?
definitely affects crits.
Okay, well, Junpei.
I'm pretty sure luck has always affected crits, in this game, as far as I'm aware.
Yeah, I wish more games were more open about exactly what luck does, because I think, like, in Persona Q is one of the few games where I really, like, know exactly what luck does, because I know that it affects ailment and insta-kill rate in that game. But, like, yeah...
Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
That's why Naoto's so busted.
Yeah. And why the luck reverse item is so good. It's like one of the few ways to make Teddy good is to give him the luck reverse. Oh, no, that's but like you give Yosuke like a reverse on like one of his things and put it on luck, and then he becomes really fast and also gets gets access to ailments, because like Yosuke has like completely just no luck, because it makes sense because he's Yosuke. Like that's always been his thing. Like even in the original Persona 4, when his other stats were all quite good, he had terrible luck.
It's very in character.
Yeah. See, and that's the thing. Like I forget if Futaba's luck in Persona 5 ever does anything.
Okay, let's keep on exploring.
Yeah, luck is the stat developers add when they want another stat, but they're not sure, like, what to add. Yeah. Okay, we have Oracle now. I guess I can try Oracle. So apparently Oracle can't do bad things anymore. Okay, everything buffed. That's good. It's not, like, I was kind of hoping for an SP restore, but, I'll take everything buffed.
I usually save Fuka's, thing for the gatekeeper fights.
Yeah, that would make sense.
In fact, oh yeah, I also played, the game with, the tactics, and I noticed that, the AI will only use their theurgies on what they consider to be strong enemies. So like gatekeepers.
Okay.
And I think also red shadows.
I mean, that sort of makes sense, but it is interesting. Like, have you found any particular, like any, I don't know if there's any evidence that I mean, there is a tactics menu in this game. I was just wondering if there's anything in this game like, Morgana's AI in Persona 5. If you put him on AI, he actually does prioritize healing Arn over anyone else, which I find really funny.
I haven't heard anything about that. I don't know about any, like, weird specific quirks like that, but I know how it generally works in this game.
Oh, apparently Oracle heals SP if you're below 50% SP, so it actually depends on how much you have. If the entire... Oh, so there isn't a pattern to Fuka's, apparently. Like, if the entire party already has buff, it tends to do charge and concentrate instead. Yeah, I mean, giving the party charge and concentrate is sort of a thing with Navigators at this point, so I'm not surprised that Fuka has it. But I do like the fact that you have to, like, actively build it up and actually choose to use it, rather than it being totally random, like Futaba and Rise.
Oh, there's a treasure chest.
Because Futaba and Rise were pretty overpowered, but, like, they also were random. Crying table, huh? Well, you're gonna be crying now, because, yep, obviously ice, because they look very fire.
Yo, Yo, do you remember the line in Persona Q? I know that characters have like specific battle lines depending on what type of shadow you're up against. And if you're up against a table, Mitsuru's just like, table shouldn't move, that's bad manners.
Yeah, my personal favorite is, I guess, would destroying the table not count as property damage?
Oh god.
Yeah. There's a lot of really good ones. Kanji has a few pretty good ones. Akihiko has some pretty good ones as well.
And that's a wrap.
Just trying to remember what, like... I know I remember the table one specifically. Oh, I also remember that Junpei, when you first fight one of the giant beetle ones, he's like, how is this a normal shadow?
Enemies, be careful.
This will do the trick.
Do it.
Okay,
So, the way, you know how Mitsuru's theurgy fills up faster with when you inflict the elements?
Yeah.
I'm wondering if that also includes freeze.
probably does.
Yeah, because I do know, I think she does learn freeze boost, and even if you like get rid of that on her, I think there is a weapon that has freeze boost. But maybe not the best attack power. I don't know.
Oh god, please tell me it's not. Oh no, it's fine. Okay, just hiccup for a second, it's fine. Yeah, yeah, someone said they were gone for a bit. I tried Marin Karen once, it did not work. The Gigasses apparently apparently are not into that, which is a shame.
I mean, it was a miss, not a block. Because like because like any enemy that's like immune to ailments will just straight up tell you that like it doesn't work.
Yeah. I like the sound the balance makes when you hit it though. It's just like that kind of metal clang. Yeah, Persona Q2 without sub-personas would be kind of interesting. I just feel like there's a bit too many party members in that game. Some of them just didn't really, yes, Junpei was too... Oh, Swift Strike is kind of decent, actually. Take that. In this game, Swift Strike is actually Strike. Oh, Mitsuru gets ailment boost in the... That's pretty cool.
Just what we hoped
I
for.
assume ailment boost works on freeze, too?
I think? Like, I tried asking Faz, and he didn't really have a straight answer either. He just assumed that, oh, well, like, presumably. And I was just kind of like, okay, that's kind of what I thought. Also the Discord stream is paused for me. I don't know if maybe it's because the window isn't focused or what.
That might have been due to what just happened. So let's put that back up.
Also, sorry to break your guys' immersion. Yeah, he is streaming this to your Discord. I'm not actually at his house right now, as much as some of you might like to believe it.
Yeah,
Okay,
well,
I can see it.
I mean, yeah. I'd like to actually get a chance to hang out with people, but it's really hard when you're in Australia and it takes like 20 hours to fly anywhere. Anywhere significant, at least. I mean, Japan's kind of close to me, though. I can get to Japan in like 8 hours or so, but like... Yeah, I'm not more than 8 probably. I'm just not good at estimating, but I know that it takes me like 20 to get to like... Went to London at one point. Yeah, I know Mitsuru. Oh, Mitsuru's Theater also raises fast with debuffs as well as ailments. That's kind of cool. I'll have to bring Akihiko back in and use his Theurgy. Also, Junpei will get his chance eventually, but I don't want to use my Theurgy on just this thing. That just reminds me though, SMT 4 Apocalypse, where like your party will always use their team attack if you build the meter up to full, so often they just unleash their fury on like a random encounter that was already going to die anyway. Also, clocks are just randomly around Tartarus, that's cool, but I'm not going to spend that many Twilight Fragments. Don't think I need healing right now. No, sadly, Bubbletea does not have teleporting powers and went to Australia. I've had I have literally one YouTuber has actually come to Australia that I know of, and that was Maryland back in 2017. That was a good time, though. D-Sphere. I don't know why that sounds so funny to me. Oh, it looks like there's a... If there's like a red shadow here, maybe I could try using Junpei's Theurgy on it. I haven't, like, risked red shadows yet. But I guess...
Okay, so the thing about red shadows... The thing about red shadows is that you have a higher chance of getting major arcana from shuffle time.
That would make
with them.
sense. Well, if there's any time to use Marin Karen... Okay, good. That actually worked.
I have to do this.
But...
Hey. I see the, what enemy is this? Mechanical wheel lion thing. I see, it's a mana culture.
Yes. Okay, good. That did not get rid of its charm. Do I have, like, anything better with wind? I don't know. Yeah, for some reason I remember, like, these wheels are often weak to wind, usually. Unless they're, like, wind-aligned themselves. But usually they're weak to wind. I remember there's one in Persona Q that you need to kill with wind to get its like, rare drop. That was a cool... I think it's actually an Etrian Odyssey mechanic. But I did like the idea of having those, like, item drops that you get by you killing enemies with specific elements. That did not do as much as I hoped it would. Are you gonna
Must be a beefy boy. He
rebellion?
used rebellion.
Yeah. He's like, I sense a rebel soul in you. Use it to destroy me. I mean, I would have preferred that on Junpei, but still. But yeah, Australia is pretty isolated. Like, that's why we have such interesting wildlife here, because it's sort of, I forget how long we've been isolated. It was a while. Australia broke off from, like, a mega continent of millions of years ago, but it's been isolated for a while. Oh, hey, you've maxed Theurgy. Let's just unload. Does not look like these are skippable. I mean, not sure that, like, I'd really want to at this point, but, like, I often do like it when super moves are skippable in JRPGs. Because that's one thing about Tokyo...
That's something...
Yeah.
That's something... Like, I'm pretty sure you could skip, the, like, super attacks in Royal. I'm hoping that they add a skip for that.
Yeah, you can do that in Royal, definitely. Cause like one of the things that I like about, like, Tokyo Mirage sessions is that, like, say what you will about it, but like, it let you skip, like, sessions, and all of the other, like, super attacks. Like, everything in that game was skippable, animation-wise. Oh, 3 protection sutras. Probably need to use those at some point.
Pretty damn good.
In boss fights. That's like Marakukage, isn't it?
Protection, yeah, Marakukage.
And more personas, great.
Pretty well.
Yeah, in an earlier stream, I was asking the chat whether they prefer, having the persona, head... Actually, no, it wasn't a stream, it was another video. Having, like the number of personas you can hold, whether you prefer it being dictated by plot or by level. Which do you prefer?
I think I kind of prefer...
Look at it. Running around.
I think I might kind of prefer level because, at least in Nocturne, it was a little bit annoying, having that stuff, just sort of locked behind game progress.
Yeah. Oh yeah, because in Nocturne, you met characters who gave you stuff. It's like, oh, hey, I am Gorzu Tenno, I will give you the power to have more demons. So, like, yeah, that was, like, plot-based there.
Yeah. I think, who was it? Aradia also did that.
Yeah. Whereas and then in this, it's, like, level-based, which is kind of interesting, but, like, yeah, it sort of depends. Like, in Persona 5, it was, I forget how it worked in 4. Did you even... Was it level-based? I forget it.
In 4, it's tied to, like, to the app system. Like, you spend app points to expand your demon.
Oh no, I meant Persona 4, not
Oh, Persona
SMT4.
4, Persona 4.
Yeah.
I think it's also level.
Yeah, it must be. I can't really even remember if the Persona stock was ever a problem with me in 4, that's why. But yeah, I know in like SMT4 there was a lot tied to the app system. Yeah, a lot of people like level, but some people also think that it encourages grinding, so it depends.
I don't know how they would. I don't know how or if they would do something like this in Persona, but I kind of like the way SMT4 does it, because like SMT4 with the app system, gives you a lot of freedom to sort of like pick and choose. Like you have a limited amount of app points, but you also have a lot of options available to you, so it kind of lets the player choose like where their priorities lie.
Yeah. Yeah, I like that too. It reminds me a little bit of like...
One thing I don't really like... Say that, go ahead.
The skill tree system in Persona 5 Tactica, where you spend points on like learning certain skills and like you can kind of choose how to distribute them, but there you can freely redistribute them whenever you want, which I think might be different from 4. SMT4, I mean.
Yeah. Because like in SMT4, you definitely cannot get those points back.
Yeah.
But one thing that I'm not really a big fan of in Apocalypse is how certain expansions are locked behind, I don't know if it's goal or game progression. Like, the ones for skill slots. I think those might be locked behind something. Because, like, they're not as... You can't... Because, like, in SMT4, you just need to spend the app points to get all of them. But in Apocalypse, it's like, skill slots you get, like, maybe once every... like once every fucking 4 hours of game progress, and it's just like, and I'm just they're not as frequent, and I don't know if it was just a balancing measure, but I kind of disagree with it, because it's like the whole point of the app system is that, hey, if you want to put all your eggs in one basket and put them all towards like skill slots, you can do that, but you're using up app points that you could be using on something else. Or if you wanna try to like cleverly spread your eggs out a bit more, that is also an option. And I feel like Apocalypse, the way it handles the apps, like there are apps that are just like better than the original, but like the way, I don't know, I kind of just preferred the original's sort of like the amount of freedom you got that.
Yeah. So you're talking skill slots for the protagonist, right? Like not for your demons,
Yeah,
just protagonists.
Well, I think it's both.
Okay.
I think both demons and protagonist skill slots are more restrictive in Apocalypse.
Okay. I like the way that the miracle system worked in 5, but I haven't played 4, and I'm wondering if miracles are basically just the app system.
What's the plan here?
Kind of, I think. Yeah. I haven't played 5.
Oh, you haven't played 5 at all?
Vengeance. Although with Vengeance coming out.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess it's probably better. It's probably good that I waited. Then.
Yeah, it's a good, in my opinion, it's a good game. It's just like the story like barely exists, but it's a really like, in terms of like pure regular like SMT gameplay, it's probably my favorite, and I also think it's the most accessible at the same time. But I also haven't played 4 or Apocalypse, and people say 4 Apocalypse is really good for gameplay.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh, protagonist and demon skills are separate slots, or separate apps. Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Perfect coordination.
Yeah, it is always like kind of weird when you have limited like skill slots on demons, but I think it worked like that in 5 too, because I seem to remember you needed to buy like miracles to increase your demon skill slots. I do like that like not post-game, one of the late game miracles where it lets you overwrite demons' default skills in Fusion. I think that was the Chaos route bonus. The Law route let you fuse demons above your level, which is also pretty good. And I don't think Neutral got you anything.
Yep.
Okay,
okay. Wait, you don't want boss spoilers.
No
not
boss
that
spoilers.
I even remember.
Yeah.
I not that I even remember these ones in particular. This game's still pretty new, so I don't know it nearly as well as the original.
Okay, let me check if Akihiko... Okay, Akihiko is a little behind. Oh, Yukari died in a boss, that's why she's behind. Put Akihiko back in. And, I mean, Mitsuru's technically over level, but we just got her, so might as well... I don't know if I should, should okay, someone's saying like I haven't played any of the SMT games that aren't Persona since I've heard they're hard. It depends. I honestly feel like if you can handle like Persona 3, you can probably handle the average SMT game. Like, that's just my opinion, but like I think, like, for the most part, like, I don't recommend starting with Nocturne. If you are, like, worried about getting into SMT gameplay, though, I always recommend starting with Digital Devil Saga, because that game is like SMT's press turn system, but, like, with less of the other complicated elements of SMT. So I've always recommended, like, and it has a really good story as well. So, like, it's basically, like, the closest thing to SMT gameplay, but in a more normal JRPG setting.
Yeah, like, DDS is probably one of the more beginner-friendly SMT games because, like, the thing about SMT games, and hell, even, like, Persona, to an extent, is that, you're going to... The difficulty curve is, like, very inconsistent. It'll spike and dip at, like, sporadic points throughout the entire game until, like, towards the very end of the game where you're just, like, too powerful and unstoppable. DDS is kind of, like, one of the few SMT games that feels like it has a normal-ish difficulty.
Yeah.
Where things will actually, like, sort of gradually get more challenging over the course of the game. Unless you like master all the best mantras and have all the best shit. Then it's more like SMT where you just, like, you're unstoppable.
Yeah, that was one slight issue I had with DDS, is that, like, it does take a lot of grinding to master the really good mantras, especially if you're going for the super boss. But overall, yeah, it's... Also, if you get the King Frost mantra, though, it is pretty overpowered. Like, it does break everything. Oh, wow, you null, like, everything that's not physical. Okay, so I guess you're meant to crit that. And you don't have enough SP to scan the Gigus's, okay. But I'm guessing they're, like magic. You're supposed to use magic on them and supposed to use physical on the Empress one in the middle. That would kind of make sense to me. That doesn't look good because... Okay, right. I thought him being closer to the camera meant he was critting, but doesn't look like it. Okay, so that...
I wonder...
Yeah.
Appreciate it.
I mean, I don't think a good story is necessary to have a good game experience either. Oh, of course, you charmed the healer. Because why wouldn't you? Let me just... That was not a crit. I was kind of hoping it would be a crit. Oh, Distress is nice, though. Yukari's going next, so I need to get rid of that. Otherwise, she's going to heal things. It's not as bad as when they have full heal, though. I've seen so many, I've seen so many videos of SMT Rage of, like, someone getting charmed, they have Medea Rahan, and it's just like... Yep, enjoy fully healing the enemy. But yeah, I do think, like, the difficulty of... Oh, nice, freeze, that's cool.
Freeze!
The difficulty of, like, SMT games, and even Persona, kind of swings around quite a lot, in the sense... No, I don't think I'm going to Theurgy. I think I need to heal you. But like, yeah, because I often find that once you get to the point where your fusions really start snowballing... Really? It's his turn next, isn't it? It is. I mean, at least he didn't crit Yukari, but still. Let's see. Where's my really good physical persona? There you are. Low chance of fear, but it's fine. But yeah, like, oftentimes, like, later on, your fusions just kind of start snowballing, and then everything just gets, everything gets a lot easier. There we go, crit, good.
Oh, let's go.
There's not a lot of damage, but still. Okay, and now you're gonna Theurgy, I think, the last one. Yeah, I do kind of agree with the notion that good gameplay can save a bad story, but bad gameplay can't, like, a good story can't save bad gameplay. I feel like that's usually true. Oh, and they were weak to win the whole time, okay. Yeah, I've heard that Yukari's Theurgy is good for fishing for crits because of, you know, it's unresistible. Well, I mean, that's true of every elemental Theurgy. And he's still charmed, however, now that I know you're weak to winds, yep, I can... Well, I mean, you null that, but that's fine. It's not like this is SMT where I'll lose press turns for it. Like, I'm still okay with the one more system, personally. Like, there's a lot of people who don't like the one more system, and they think that it's just doesn't really have those consequences of losing press turns, but I also feel like in Nocturne, I've always felt that, at least because you told me about hard type and how it makes things a little better in that regard, but like agility buffs are actually broken in base Nocturne. Like really, really broken.
Yeah.
Like I feel like when you go into any, like boss fight that you don't like really know what the boss does, a safe bet is always to just go like Tsukasha and Fog Breath. Because that usually, because like if they miss, they lose turns, and then basically, yeah, you just kind of keep them in a cycle like that, and you lost Distress. Okay.
Oh yeah, Distress goes away after one hit.
Yeah, that makes sense. So it's kind of a gamble. You kind of either got to get that crit on, or you lose it. Speaking of Distress, okay, I seem to remember that Distress, like, lowers your damage.
Thankfully, Distress doesn't, like, stop your characters from being able to actually do things. Like a lot of other ailments do. Like, you can still fully control them.
Well, I'll be able to heal with Yukari soon. Yeah, like, I've seen some people
Does she have Maid Patra, or...
No, she just has regular Patra. I'm gonna do this just in case he gets crit. Because I really don't want, obviously really don't want him to get crit right now. And now you use a different ailment. Oh. Sometimes it feels like the AI just knows. It's just like, oh yeah, I knew you were gonna recover, so I'm gonna use another ailment on you. But like, I've seen some people here saying that they, Yep, there goes my money again. No, that's not that much. But I've seen some people here saying they started with the SMT4, which I think is an okay starting point. I mean, people do say that, like, the first dungeon in SMT4 is pretty brutal. Like, the early parts before you get to Tokyo, apparently. And Minotaur is kind of a scary boss. Actually, I've never actually asked you, Bubbletea, do you have a favorite SMT game? Like, mainline SMT game?
Let's see. The mainline games that I've played are 1, 3, 4, and I've played like maybe half of Apocalypse. I'd say as of right now, Nocturne or 4, I don't know, cause like Nocturne is probably 4, I don't know, 4 has a lot of, like, interesting mechanics that I like the app system and all that, and I do like the tweaks to the press turn system that it makes, like, swapping demons only takes, like, half a press turn. That stuff's all really good, but I kind of prefer Nocturne, I kind of prefer Nocturne for, I don't know, maybe just like the atmosphere and the boss fights, and also like SMT4 is a little bit like overwhelming with like the massive number of quests there are.
Oh yeah.
I know you don't have to do I know you don't have to do most of them, but also it's just kind of like, I don't know, like if it's not possible to do every single quest in a single playthrough, which I'm pretty sure it's not because of some quests are alignment locked, it's kind of like, well, what's the point?
I think you need to do
There are
most...
some pretty good like there are pretty good side quests in SMT4 that sort of like expand on the lore and shit. But like most of those are
Visual
not
field has
that.
expanded a little. Maybe I've gotten used to this.
Yeah,
I don't know. Like it's kind of just like the whole how do you prefer your side quests to be done? Do you prefer it to just sort of be like do you prefer like the Final Fantasy IV DDS route where it's just like, you know, they're side quests by definition, but just they're not something that's like logged or anything. It's just sort of like it's mostly just like extra, like an extra dungeon or something like that, or an extra part of a dungeon. And then you've got like the checklist type of quests where it's just like, go fetch me my shit.
yeah, I don't like those ones.
Here's the thing: the only time, like the only time that I'm like I've ever really been okay with like the checklist type of quest is in Persona 3 because it kind of makes sense in like the
Yeah.
type of world that you're in. You know, it being a life sim, and basically side quests in real life basically are just like
Are you accepting
tasks on a
request?
checklist.
Oh my, you've already fulfilled.
And also quests are just like really easy to grab and turn in Persona 3.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. I kind of prefer, so like, I've like, having played Final Fantasy IV last year, I really like its approach to side quests in that it's just like, you just go to a place in the world you have no reason to visit, and it's like, hey, there's like a subplot here. And they're all like full subplots that give closure on something in the world, or they give you a new summon, or they always give you something really good.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and there's not that many of them. There's like only like maybe like 12 of them in total.
But they are all worth it.
Very well.
Yeah, that's why, like, I really like that. It's like,
Plus, like the side quests also do like a pretty good job sort of like breaking up the pacing, because like if you don't do any of the side quests in Final Fantasy IV, like the pacing is just like really just like it just keeps moving and does not stop.
yeah.
Welcome to the Velvet Room.
Yeah, I noticed crit rate boost and amp. I mean, they existed in the original, but they were called, like, amp pupil, so, yeah, I like this name.
Oh, apt pupil is still in this game.
Okay.
So apt pupil stacks with both of those.
Okay, that's
Registering
interesting.
personas?
That's very
Will you
interesting.
register it to the compendium? I've completed.
Yeah, and we just
registration.
got,
It's busted.
yeah. Yeah, I like the way Xenoblade 2 handles, like, yeah, Xenoblade 2 doesn't actually have as many, like, pointless, fetch quests as Xenoblade 1 does. And it also has the Blade missions, which are pretty cool, so I kind of like that. 3 does it pretty well, too. Yeah, it's hard for me to say what my favorite game is for handling side quests, but I think Final Fantasy IV... Chrono Trigger does side quests really well, too. There's, like, a couple of side quests in Chrono Trigger that are, like, very late game, and all of them are centered around a party member, and they all get you, like, a really good upgrade, and they have good subplots as well.
What kind of persona do you desire?
Yeah, don't need death. Principality, don't really need star yet. I could go for Hangman, although I don't like giving up Oberon.
Seeing what personas
This would be a wise choice.
And you're still weak to both light and dark. I hate personas that are like that on the
What
protagonist,
do you
but...
wish to inherit?
Okay, do you... Okay, you can still inherit Elect Boost. Oh, by the way, Bubbletea, last stream, I got a skill change on Oberon, and it turned into Elect Boost, which was pretty insane. And then you can take
Oh yeah.
Torrent Shot, and I guess you could take
It
Raccoon.
seems you have been blessed. Well.
I believe I already have, like, a Hangman persona on me. Just wait till you see Siegfried in this game. Siegfried was broken in the original Persona 3. I remember that, because Siegfried had Vorpal Blade, and Vorpal Blade was kind of hilarious because it scaled with your condition, and once you'd max out your stat, there was no reason not to be in great condition all the time by sleeping. So you just have it completely busted. That was pretty good. Oh, Zionga's pretty good too.
Siegfried is also very good in this game as well.
Unfortunately, can't really get much that I haven't already had before out of Inugami, which I don't need. And I guess I can just...
I've been kind of in the mood to replay DDS lately.
I mean,
But-
it's...
It seems
but I kind of have other things that are kind of on the back.
Okay, we're getting an
that I
accident
play.
because we can't skip. Yep. I've already seen this animation,
I did not get a single fusion accident in my playthrough.
Wow, okay. I've already got 2. This animation's...
That like never happens. Man.
Yeah, this is
love
my
that.
favorite accident animation so far in the whole series. Because I love how the cards just slowly float down and then do the fusion anyway. And it's slime,
Oh,
of
you
course.
got a slime.
Yeah, I don't care, because I just did that to get rid of a redundant hangman in my list, so I don't even care what it turned into.
Looks
But-
like it did not turn
I mean,
out the way
Like
we
in
expected.
Nocturne, like pretty much every fusion would turn into a fucking or
Yeah.
every fusion accident would turn into a fucking slime.
Yeah.
Or an ooze or a black ooze.
Yeah, I do know that I think it's in SMT4, there's like, people got really annoyed at Mad Gasser because it's the highest level foul demon, which makes it really common in accidents, but it's only like level 40 or something. So like, you often get it in accidents in the late game, and it just kind of, yeah, ruins your day. I don't really need Valkyrie right now, so... Oh hey, I've been using Pisaka in Persona 5 Strikers recently. I don't think Pisaka was even in the original Persona 3.
You know, now that I think about it, no, I don't think he was.
You have been blessed.
He was
I
in Nocturne.
Yeah, I like how there's a mix of like of both like old and like they gave new HD models to some personas that were in 3 but not in 4 or 5. But at the same time, there's also some new personas here. Like, I was worried they would remove everything that was not in Persona 5 or SMT5, that, like, they didn't need to make new HD assets for. But apparently Susanoo is still in this, and, like, a lot of the other, like, Persona 3 exclusive personas are still in this one. I'm really hoping Nata Taishi is in, but I don't think it is. Oh, Matador. Matador definitely was not in the original P3, I can tell you that.
Nata Taishi, he's in the game, yeah.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah, I like Nata.
At least I think he is. I think I remember. Or am I thinking of my Fest low level run that I still haven't? That I'll get back to one day, but not right now.
All the
Shit. Is Nata Taishi in this game? Am I misremembering?
Yeah, Nata Taishi was in the
Chariots.
trailers for SMT5 Vengeance, which is cool. The reason why Nata Taishi sticks out in my mind so much is that
He's not. I'm misremembering.
Ah, damn it, yeah. So, the reason why I like Nata Taishi so much from the original Persona 3 is because, so Nata Taishi, basically, you could only get him out of one of Elizabeth's dates. And if you did not have Nata Taishi, you couldn't fuse Alice, and without Alice, you couldn't fuse Thanatos. So, it caused this...
Oh, that's probably why they got rid of it.
Yeah, that's why I remember Nata Taishi so much. It was a pretty good persona as well, like in battle, from what I remember. But like, really, the main thing was that whole chain that you could very easily screw up. Pretty sure. No, I don't know if it was an Elizabeth date, but it was definitely a request that unlocked Nata Taishi. And yeah, it was required for Alice. So like, if you missed that request, you couldn't get Alice, and without Alice, you can't get Thanatos. I think you can still get Messiah even without Thanatos, because I think Orpheus and Thanatos is just one of the ways to make Messiah. It's not like totally required.
I think that... No, I'm pretty sure Orpheus and Thanatos is like the only way to get Messiah, at least in the journey. Take a look here. Let's have a look here. Yeah, it's only Orpheus and Thanatos.
So yeah, if you miss Nata Taishi, you start a domino effect that ends with you not getting Messiah. So that's a thing that exists. Yeah, I had a feeling that you were Dark Element. I mean, you were called Dark Element in your name, but still. Yukari heal Mitsuru. Build up my theurgy a little bit. I guess Yukari's theurgy does mean, like, using up, like, you don't need to feel like you're wasting healing, just healing tiny, insignificant amounts of health because it at least builds a theurgy. Let me just check just to confirm. Strengthening himself, so yeah. It kind of is the thing that I thought, that I've been waiting for this, that he has to, like, buff himself first to get his theurgy.
Okay, so that was a translation error. So what actually makes his theurgy fill up faster is if he starts the beginning of his turn with a buff.
With a buff. Okay, so other people buffing him
So other people can buff him too, I think.
Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, I'm sure I've seen a translation error like that before. Where it's like, yeah, it just sort of, there's just something that's like, it's kind of close to what they meant, but it's not quite what they actually meant. Just trying to think off the top of my head whether, because I know I've seen something like that before. Like Pokemon does that a lot, actually.
Over there. So please watch your
Like, there's been a lot of stuff in...
Trend Digital Devil Saga, which isn't anywhere close to what it was supposed to be.
Wait, which one in Digital Devil Saga?
There's a mantra called
Wikipedia.
Hey, it's a rare one.
Okay, this
and
time
that is definitely not what it was supposed to be.
Yeah, that was
might have been,
probably
like, a
intentional.
placeholder? I don't know.
It was either a placeholder or like a joke by one of the developers that got left in. But like I know that there's something like for example Sleep Avoider became Null Sleep.
Oh yeah, Null Sleep.
Which is actually not Null Sleep. It's actually and also Null Critical just makes it criticals have a less chance. It doesn't actually make you immune to criticals. But like, yeah, so like Null Sleep, like personally, I would have called that skill Sleepwalker. Because like it makes it makes you always dodge attacks while you're asleep. Like that's what I would have called that skill personally. But like Null Sleep is definitely wrong. It should not have been Null Sleep.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember auto Mar buffs being really stupid even in the original Persona 3. Like, I remember once I had, like, auto Mataru Thor, the game was just kind of done. Especially because they apply to the all-out attack as well. So once you've got, like, an all-out attack going, it's just everything dies. You're fire. Oh, I have a whole lot of fire gems. So I might as well just throw one of them. I was about to say, like, protagonist...
The party AI is also not able to, at least not without mods. There's a mod that's, like, improving the AI that's, like, already been made and is still being updated already. But, like, the AI on its own is not able to shift to, other party members. You can shift into them, but they will never shift into anyone else.
Oh, okay.
That was excellently.
That is... Yeah, I suppose that kind of makes sense, but it's just... Yeah, and I'm sure there's...
The AI in Persona 5 could baton pass, though. That's the thing.
Huh.
Based on what the mod maker said, looking into the game's code, it seems like they just kind of like removed that part of the code from Reload.
Oh, wow, okay. So it's like potentially could exist, it's just not, they just chose not to put it in. Someone in the comments says that there actually is a skill called Sleepwalker in later games that works the same way as it does in TDS. So I didn't know that skill was in later games. Like, I know they're inconsistent about whether to call, like, the instant death to sleeping enemies, whether they call that, what is it?
Eternal Rest?
Eternal Rest or Calm Death. I much prefer Eternal Rest. Like, Eternal Rest is a way better name for it. But I've seen, speaking of which, in a Nocturne speedrun, I saw someone get hit by Eternal Rest from a succubus, and that was great. On the way back from the Moray Sisters boss, and before he saved. So, like, he was just on his way back to the save point, and he gets a succubus encounter, and they put him to sleep and use Eternal Rest.
What's the plan here?
Oh my god.
Yeah. Nocturne speedruns are kind of hilarious. Like, I've watched one of them and tracked all the different ways that they died. There's a lot of very interesting ways that they've died in those runs. One of them was just encountering, like, 3 Onis, and the Onis just use Rampage and just crit over and over and over again. It was just like Rampage, 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 dead. Apparently heal/support Akechi in P5, like putting Akechi on heal/support, and he just uses Riot Gun. A Pierce boost isn't bad.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah. A funny thing, like
That certainly
Nam's
went
Compendium did a challenge run of Persona 4 where he could not use the protagonist. Like he could only use the characters, and the characters had to be set to the AI to like some sort of tactic. And he could not get Chie to use ice skills against a certain boss. I think it was Shadow Yukiko, without setting her to heal support. And I remember he was just like I already knew the P4 party AI was pretty bad, but like watching his progress, like with him going through that challenge run, like the entire time, he was just ranting to me about how it's so fucking bad, and it's just like, the hell happened?
Okay, it looks like we've got a new mechanic that's being introduced here. So Fuka can also use skills like jamming, which renders you undetectable from foes. Okay, that's see again. I like how they've handled the Navigator in this game, in that like they say it's ineffective against certain enemies, and I'm guessing that means the Reaper. But like in that they like you get to active like the Navigator's SP actually matters. So like you get to jamming 20 SP. I mean we've used one
already used
for
it,
free
yeah.
here, but yeah.
This will be a fight worth our while.
No, Akihiko, you are not getting your ribs broken again. But yeah, like they have skills that you have to choose to use that cost SP.
Doesn't that one look
Like that's
tough?
just I don't see why they haven't done that until now. Like I feel like this is how well they kind of work like this in Persona Q, kind of, but like I feel like this is how Navigators always should have worked. Yeah, I agree. It does feel like Fuka's part of the team now. Like, before, it just felt like the Navigators were just kind of there. They just sort of stood on the sidelines and just said things. Yeah, as for the Nocturne speedrun, that was a successful world record, by the way, that had those deaths in it. Like, Nocturne is such a long speedrun.
Oh yeah, because like with Nocturne speedruns, they like normally with speedruns, if you game over like that, it's usually a reset, at least in something like Kingdom Hearts. But with Nocturne, I think even if you die, they usually will just like try to keep that run.
Yeah, because you die so much, and like, to be honest, like, this is one of the things that I kind of realized about Nocturne when I was playing it, is that, like, Nocturne is a lot more generous with save points than you'd think. Like, the save points are pretty frequent, and the only annoying thing is there's an unskippable animation whenever you use a save point. It's like, one of the things that really bugs me about Nocturne is that, so you can skip the warping animation, but you can't skip the saving animation at terminals. I don't get why you can skip one but not the other. Okay, well that sucks. That means you're getting Mitsuru'd in the face.
I hate to be that guy, but have you also noticed the jiggle physics?
Not yet. I noticed it a lot with... Oh, hey, Frozen. I noticed it a lot with, Haru in Persona 5, because she did jiggle physics every time she used an item or got baton passed to. I have not noticed it with Mitsuru yet.
Oh no, it's a lot more noticeable if you have, like, different costumes on her.
Oh, yeah.
Because you can't get those in this game, like in the original.
Yeah, no, I have other costumes, I think. I've got the... It's just, I like the new C's outfits, and we just got them, so I'm using those. But I do have, I think, I got the winter uniforms from Elizabeth. Yes, your training has made you wait for this. But, yeah, so... Do we really have to notice? I mean, yeah. I will say, I don't think you were here for a previous stream, but I did find out that the Emperor's Shadow has jiggle physics, so that was interesting. I did not realize that.
Yeah.
I didn't realize that in the original. In fact, it probably didn't exist in the original, but, like, I was like, hang on, wait. Wait. I didn't know that thing had breasts until now.
God damn, why are the Empresses so stacked in these games?
It's just like...
They knew exactly what they were doing.
Yeah. Mitsuru's Queen costume? You mean Queen from P5?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, there's a trick.
I was told about that.
Yeah, it is very, it's more noticeable with that.
I like Yukari's casual winter wear. And let's put the tuxedo back on Junpei, and you don't have anything, and I guess you can take winter garb. We've already been through a little bit in the regular C's outfit, so yeah, I like Yukari's regular winter outfit. Actually, no, I kind of prefer her winter uniform, so I'm going to go ahead and equip that on her. I still don't... So
I just like the characters' outfits in AIM in general. Like they drip it.
Yeah, they're all pretty good. Like, I still don't really, like, I have a hard time thinking about how, like, the characters would get away with their school uniforms in, like, a Japanese school setting. Because, like, Yukari clearly wears a pink vest that is not part of the school uniform. And, like, Chie in Persona 4 as well. Like, you just, like, and Kanji as well. Like, it's just, like, I know that it's for the sake of, like, you know, making recognizable characters, so you don't want everyone to be wearing the generic uniform, but it's just, like, I've always wondered how that works from an in-universe standpoint, like, why the school lets them get away with that.
It didn't work?
I mean, maybe they're just a bit less strict on that. I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, I know my schools were always pretty strict about, no, it's not fire, okay. We're always pretty strict about, uniforms, usually. That's
I
not...
never really took much issue with my school uniform. Like, I always thought, like, I always thought it was just fine. Like, I never really saw much of a reason to break the dress code like a lot of other, not a lot of other kids, but some other kids did. I don't know.
Yeah. I had, like, school sergeants at my school who would, like, get mad at people who didn't tuck their shirt in. But, like, it was,
You had a Hidetoshi in your school?
Yeah, no, they weren't a student, that's the thing, they were like, faculty, like, not a student. But the thing was, they only really... Oh, no weaknesses at all, huh? Interesting. Which means I probably should just go for, like, Mudo and see if I can get it. That's kind of what these are for. Or Theurgy, maybe. Yeah, that was kind of to be expected. Just waiting for Akihiko so I can... Or he can just get charmed, and I don't get to use his Theurgy. Okay, then. Oh man, I suppose Mitsuru should Mabufu first. And wow, this song has gone on for... Like, I don't often hear this part of the song. But what I was saying is, like, yeah, there's a... Like, they were only really scary on your, like, first day. And it turned out that guy was, like, really nice. He apologized to me after, and, like, I was one of those who would always have their shirt tucked in from that day on. Most other people didn't really care. Oh yeah, Ryuji's summer uniform is definitely suspect because it says no more rules on it. I think that's the one that says no.
Oh wait, I thought it said homo rules. I'm kidding, that's a mod.
I had trouble figuring out what his striker's shirt said, but I think it says, like, go, and it's like a starting pistol from, like, a race. But, yeah, that took me a while to figure out. Where is my better ice persona? Actually, wait, no, my better ice persona is Mitsuru, so that's why I don't have a good ice persona. Ryuji literally only wears the uniform's pants. And, like, the fact, like, Ryuji is, like, already known to be, like, a rule breaker by nature, so you'd think they wouldn't let him, but...
If there's anything that I've learned from school, is that schools will always be terrible at handling, like, troublemakers and bullies especially.
Well, my school was actually quite good about it. After, like, I did get bullied a little bit in my first year, but, like, I had this incredible principal at my school. Like, he was amazing. And, like, he was so good, I've said this in a previous stream, that, like, on my last year of school, he announced that he was leaving, and the assembly where he announced he was leaving, the whole school just went absolutely dead silent. Like, just completely dead silent. And, because everyone loved that guy, and he, like, knew everybody's names, and he knew, like, most of the, like, he would just, he was just so good. But yeah, my school was pretty good. In fact, it's part of why I'm glad I went to that school specifically, even though it was kind of an expensive private school, is that it was pretty good about bullying. Again, after for some reason, first years always get bullied a little bit, but, like, that's, like, first year middle school, by the way, because schools, like, what America calls middle school and high school usually gets combined in Australia. That's generally how it works. So, like, we go from, like, year 7 to year 12. But it is usually divided into, like, junior and senior. I need fire for that, and I don't have fire on you, so I'm just going to use this. That's fine if people have to go, but yeah, you know, Ryuji bleaches his hair. That's true of, I think, Kanji as well, but for very different reasons. But Haru has inexplicably natural pink hair. I know Futaba is canonically dyed. Oh, that's cool. That's the first time that's happened. Unfortunately, the reinforcements happen to be weak to Mitsuru, so this is not going to be a good day for them. And that other one is weak to Akihiko, so, yeah.
I'll take care of this.
Someone had something put on their old dress code. Yeah, you had to change into your even though it was So wait, you got dress coded and you were forced to change into something that also wasn't in the dress code? That sounds like a Shujin moment. Yusuke randomly has blue hair too. Yeah, a lot of people in, like, Japanese games have weird hair colors. Just don't question it.
Let's keep this momentum up.
I'm sure Akihiko enjoyed beating the crap out of that thing with his bare fists. Well, bare fists that have knuckle dusters on them, but still. Yeah, no, I think Haru probably is canonically, like, light brown hair, and it just kind of looks pink-ish. Mega power band. Sounds like a Featherman thing. Yeah, I've never really seen a uniformless school, but, like, it's always just a thing, like, to somebody who grows up in a country that didn't have uniforms, like, the whole concept of uniforms is weird, and then yet, for people who grew up in uniformless schools, the concept of like, uniforms is weird, so it's just all... It just depends on what you grew up with, really. I mean, yeah, that's sadly true. Shujins are basically everywhere. That was like, was that like 3 character voice clips going off at the same time? I think it was. At least it's not, actually, no. People talk over each other way less in Xenoblade than you'd think. Like, there's all these people who criticize Xenoblade for, like, oh, the characters talk too much in combat, but it's not that bad. I also find it, I mean, I don't know if Bubbletea, I don't think you played any Xenoblade games, right?
Not yet.
Not yet, okay.
I want to at some point.
Yeah, they're really long, they're a big commitment. They are good, but, like, they are a pretty big commitment. Part of the reason why I haven't got my sister and brother-in-law into Persona yet is because I got them into Xenoblade, so they've played through all of 1 and 2 now. I've loaned my brother-in-law Xenoblade 3, so he's gonna play Xenoblade 3 at some point. Oh, and Night Shadow, finally. Those things are pretty cool. But, yeah, so, what was I saying? I was saying that, like, oh yeah, so for some reason, there is this 9 floors me. There's this but in terms of, like, some outlets, there's this weird rivalry between Xenoblade and Persona fans, and I don't really get why. Like, there's a whole lot of people who and it's that kind of stupid rivalry where people will say, like, one of them is, like, too full of anime tropes and the other has, like, no... It's like, Xenoblade is so bad because it's just got, like, anime tropes, and Persona 5 has no anime tropes at all.
No.
It's just like...
Oh my god.
It's just like, seriously?
I fucking hate when people... I fucking hate when people are just like, oh, fucking... This game has anime tropes, and it's just, and then they also play, like, the most anime-ass game. And I'm just like, oh my god, dude. Shut up, man.
Yeah, it's
stupid.
It's just, it's just, like, I've always, in fact, I don't know if I've ever actually asked, like, Bubbletea this on, like, a stream or anything, but, like, so, it was, what was I... Now I've lost my train of thought. It was about... Oh yeah, this is it. So, for some reason, Persona 5 is oddly popular with JRPG haters. Like, Video Game Donkey, who is a known loather of JRPGs, like, he hates all JRPGs on principle, he loves Persona 5. And Yahtzee, who also doesn't like JRPGs, also loves Persona 5. And it's always Persona 5. It's not any of the other Persona games, even though I feel like if you like P5, you would probably like P3 and 4.
Most excellent.
And yet it's always 5 for some reason. It's like, these people is just like, oh, I hate JRPGs, but Persona 5 is fine. What is it about 5, specifically? I've always wondered that.
Honestly, maybe it's just the dungeon crawling in the game is a bit more, like, maybe not action-oriented, but it is, like, a bit more interactive than, like, say, 3 or 4. Or maybe, I don't know, maybe it's the story. I really could not tell you. Like, I don't know. I don't know. Video Game Donkey, I don't know. I got nothing against the guy, but, like, his videos aren't really for me. He's a little bit too much of a provocateur.
Yeah.
Especially when it comes to JRPGs.
Yeah, the thing is, he's one of the few YouTubers I will actually say that, like,
Didn't he give this game a 0 out of 10, or was that just, like, a joke tweet?
It might be a joke, but like, the thing about him is that he's kind of actively encouraged his subscriber base to attack the fan bases of those other games, though. And it's like, he shared a spoiler from Xenoblade 3 on Twitter with no context, just to troll people. But anyway, I don't want to go into that. Someone said Scott the Wars also likes Persona 5, and he's not an RPG guy. It's just, yeah, there's just something about...
Well, here's the thing. Scott the Waz is much more... Scott the Waz is a much more... I don't know. How do I describe it? Like, Scott the Waz is considerably more chill about it.
Yeah, no.
Like, he made one video explaining why he wasn't really into RPGs, and I think that was just that. He didn't make it like an integral part of his online persona or anything like that.
Yeah, that's the thing, and that's fine. Like for example, I suck at, like, first-person shooters. Like, I'm terrible at them, and I don't really have much interest in them.
Me too. I'm bad at anything that isn't... I'm bad at anything that isn't classic Sonic or JRPGs.
It's weird because I'm...
Or Kingdom Hearts.
Yeah,
Kingdom
Hearts is good too, yeah.
But it's... Kingdom Hearts is one of the few action games I'm actually, like, kinda good at.
Alright, I should probably Theurgy. Wait, no, I have access to Jack Bros. Medium or mighty damage, high chance of inflicting down. See, I already got accuracy debuff.
Jack Bros is a lot better in this game than in the original.
Yeah, in the original, I think it was just random chance. No, I have to show it, because this animation's amazing. Although, I hate how a lot of people are acting like this is new. They did this was the original Jack Bros as well. Like, it was a comedy routine in the original game too. Like, it always was. So
yeah.
I don't really get why people are like, oh, it's totally new. I don't want to guard, I want to scan. You are... I thought no weakness. I like how it's a heart shield for Drain. That's actually pretty funny. But yeah, I'm gonna go for this then. Yeah, the only sports games I like are Mario Golf. Mario Golf GameCube. GameCube Mario Golf was my jam as a kid. Like, it's just very... Like, I love that game so much.
Pull the trigger.
But anyway, it's interesting that you talk about classic Sonic, because I've recently got back into Sonic, but I'm more of a modern Sonic guy, specifically Generations.
Oh yeah, something that I kind of learned when playing Colors and Unleashed for the first time is that I'm kinda not really a fan of the boost formula.
Yeah, so I haven't played Frontiers yet, but I've heard that in Frontiers, if you boost into an enemy, you get hurt instead of the enemy. And a lot of people like that. But, like, it encourages you to use boost more strategically, like for speed rather than for killing things. So, like, that sounds interesting. But, like, yeah, the closest thing to a classic Sonic game I've played is Rush, which is still a boost game. So yeah, and 4, but that doesn't count.
I don't know. I kind of prefer, like, maybe it's just me, but I don't know. boost games are just a little too slippery for me personally.
Yeah.
And just the idea of like it kind of just feels like a glorified red light, green light, where it's like you kind of just have to know when not to get too boost happy and when to get boost happy.
Yeah, kind of.
I kind of always just
the better ones.
I kind of just prefer. I always preferred like the 2D, where it's just kind of like, oh, there is like sort of precision platforming, but like if you're good at the game, you can get through it quickly and keep that like speed-oriented spirit that the game is supposed to have.
Yeah. Like, so the thing is, what kind of stops me from getting into the classic games is no ranks. Like, honestly, I think the rank system is entirely what I play Sonic for. And it's partly because, like, it kind of scratches my Advance Wars itch as well. I love going for good ranks in missions in Advance Wars. And it's just like, that's what separates Sonic from other platformers to me, is the rank system. It's just like, you can just try and like optimize the stages and get really good ranks. And it's part of like, colors is iffy for me because like, colors, on the one hand, I like that they encourage, like, that you're scored on things besides time, but I also don't like that, like, the rank system of colors encourages you to stall with the wisps just to rack up point bonuses, especially drill.
Oh, yeah.
Drill in colors is annoying because if you want to get, like, an S rank, if you want to get an S rank in drill stages, you basically just have to, like, just keep drilling or just keep drilling through water for, like, a few minutes to rack up, because you get bonus points every few seconds that you're in drill form, so it just kind of, anyway. Yeah, I know I keep talking about Sonic a lot here, but, I guess I'll stop now, but, what was I saying? Like, it's technically also Sega. Like, this is Atlus's Sega, so it counts.
Yeah, this is Sega. Hey, Sonic is blue, Persona 3 protagonist is blue, this game is blue, alright?
That was bad, okay. But I, maybe salvage this? I think the animation looks cool. But like what I was saying is also, I don't know if Bubbletea, if you know this, but Sonic is canonically a Shin Megami Tensei demon in the mobile game.
Oh yeah, DX2.
Yeah.
DX2.
And one of his passive skills is serial killer, for some reason. I don't...
more like a shadow thing.
Yeah, I don't know how that happened, but yeah. It's pretty great. Yeah. So, like, Sonic can canonically fight Lucifer. So that's something. Yeah. But yeah, Myriad Arrows is definitely a thing. Although, this is still not as good as Myriad Arrows in Persona Q. I mean, I don't know, Bubbletea, have you seen Myriad Arrows in Persona Q? With Aegis or Gear mode?
I've seen Myriad Arrows in both Persona Q and Persona Q2.
Yeah, it's one of my favorite things. Oh yeah, Bayonetta is also in the mobile game. Oh wait, Guts from Berserk is in it? Oh yeah, now I remember he is. And Dante, obviously, but that's a given.
That's a Nocturne thing.
Yeah.
Kind of, sort of.
Yeah, well, Sonic hasn't been a DLC Persona, but Morgana has a Sonic costume as a DLC in Dancing. Annoyingly, not in P3 itself, but in Dancing. And it would be really funny if it was in not P3 itself, P5 itself, because like I imagine that if they had kept the costume conversations, Futaba would probably freak out at Morgana's Sonic costume. Like that would be, I would love to see that. Seems like the best that I can do against this is try and freeze it. Well, speaking of Sonic, you're kind of paraphrasing his Final Smash quote there, Mitsuru. But yeah.
No, I'll shoot you.
I feel like I'm the... No, actually, I think a lot of people prefer... Like, I actually prefer his Brawl voice clips because they're technically worse voice acting, but they're more memorable to me than his Roger Craig Smith later voice clips. He doesn't say "you're too slow" anymore, which is just kind of yeah. In fact, I actually think that his like ultimate voice clips are reused from like his games, whereas the Brawl ones were newly recorded.
Or they're original. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's basically part of why. But like, yeah.
Wait, the guy. The boss's name is Fleet-Footed Cavalry.
Fleet-Footed Cavalry.
But he doesn't have any feet. He doesn't even have any feet. Or no, the knight has feet. The horse does not.
So like a reverse Fire Emblem Awakening, because in Awakening nobody has feet, but the horses do have feet. Although the horses in Awakening look like octopuses. What is this boss fight? We're talking about so many weird things in this boss fight, but it's dead now.
Good job, everyone.
There we go. Yeah. Yeah, I still think it's weird that, like, even though I overall prefer Roger Craig Smith Sonic for, like, the actual games, I prefer Jason Griffith's Shadow. Like, Shadow now has the same voice as Igor.
Uh-huh, new skill, huh?
I will say I recently watched, while we're on the subject of Sonic, I recently watched some episodes of Boom, and I watched the one where Sonic and Eggman swap bodies, and holy crap, Roger Craig Smith, his impression of Mike Pollock is insane. Like, it's probably one of my favorite voice performances, like, I've ever heard now. It's, like, absolutely insane. He just nails Mike Pollock's intonation and voice mannerisms. I feel like they made Corin.
Oh, I really like that. I really like
Wandering around here seem to
I
have
really
varying
like that
levels
with
of strength.
like
So we're
body
thinking-
swapping episodes
Yeah.
where like instead of just switching up the voices, you get to hear like the actors like do impressions of other characters
Yeah.
in their voice.
Yeah.
It's actually
Yeah.
it's
Like,
always fun.
Yeah, it's pretty great. Like, as much as, like, I like Mike Pollock, I don't think Mike Pollock's impression of Sonic is as good. It basically just sounds like Eggman, but nicer. Whereas, like, Roger Craig Smith is just absolutely hilarious as, like, basically imitating Eggman. Like, he does it so perfectly. Like, it's just, like, the only, like, real non-Sonic-ish voices I've heard Roger Craig Smith as is Ezio in Assassin's Creed. So he does have range, but, like, that Sonic Boom episode was, like, where I was like, okay, wow, this guy does have a lot of range. Yeah, I like a lot of, I've seen only a few Boom episodes. The one with Sonic going so fast that he vibrates into another dimension, that one's pretty good too. The Fuzzy Puppies one is pretty good. Yeah. Anyway. The good thing about Boom is that most of the episodes are free on YouTube, so you can just watch them, like, free now, if you want to. I mean, I know most people here probably watch things for free anyway, but, like, I'm a weird, I'm a weird official sources only guy for the most part, unless a game is no longer available legally. So yeah. But
We gotta keep moving.
game companies always ruin their beloved franchises. I think that's a line from Boom, yeah. I think, like from like, the episodes I watched last night, I think my favorite line was when the episode where everyone has conflicting accounts of what happened at one point, and in Knuckles' version of the story, he asks Amy to bandage someone, and she puts the bandage on her leg instead of her arm, and then he says in this most, like, matter-of-fact voice imaginable, "Oh, Amy, you've forgotten what an arm is." That just caught me off guard.
Oh, this is
It's
what
Travis
I'm saying.
Willingham as Knuckles in that show, so you might know him from
They
Critical
also did a parody of Chris Chan.
Oh yeah, it's funny because that parody was so spot on, all the writers on Twitter had to deny that it was Chris Chan. Like, all of them, like...
Guys, it's not Chris Chan. No,
Yeah.
no, we're not. No.
Oh yeah, Roger Craig Smith was Batman in Arkham Origins. Because and then Mark Hamill wasn't the Joker, but then he came back. Yeah, the Knuckles feminism moment is pretty good as well. Yeah. Jan might not work on the Reaper yet. Well, it's funny, we got a Reaper tutorial. That makes me worried that the Reaper might show up. Yeah. I also recently found out, I was watching one of the Sonic Boom, like, they did, like, a live reading of, like, before the show went live, they did a live line read at a convention, and at the line where Sonic is like, "A date? I mean, that's cool, what do I care?" The crowd exploded. Like, the crowd absolutely lost their minds. So that was kind of unexpected, but yeah. Yeah, I miss Laura Bailey voice acting too.
Hey, doesn't that chest look kind of
Oh, Travis Willingham, Roy Mustang, yeah, I remember, I'm pretty sure in that one, Laura Bailey, his wife, voices one of Roy Mustang's main enemies. I think Roy Mustang kills her, actually. So I think someone at a convention asked him, "Hey, Travis, how fun was it to kill Laura Bailey?" Apparently, he like got home. He like texted her after that record session and was like, and it was something like, "Yeah, guess what scene I just got done recording? Ha ha." Yeah.
It's one of those chests.
Oh, it was Troy Baker in Origins. No, it wasn't Troy Baker Robin in those Batman games. I'm confused now. I know Troy Baker was Robin in one of them. But pretty sure Troy Baker was Robin in one of the Batman games. Yeah, Laura was Lust. Yeah, that makes sense.
Shadows fall.
Not really sure how that connected, but anyway.
Time for two enemies.
Oh, of course! You spawn in and immediately use Moodle.
Okay, so what is your opinion on not having multiple weapon types? Because I actually had this whole ass discussion with an Om's Compendium about how, like, it kind of... So, we read some Persona 3 interviews, and, like, the one from, what was it, Persona 3 Official Design Works, they straight up said that you're supposed to relate to, the player is supposed to relate to the protagonist the most. And I think a huge part of that is not just the social links that you choose to hang out with, or the personas that you choose to take on, but also just, like, the clubs you choose, which you can't choose in this version of the game. And also, like, your preferred weapon type is also, like, the weapon you choose in Persona 3 is a surprisingly expressive thing.
Yeah, I
for
agree.
the player, because all the weapons have different sets of animations, and they all kind of exude like a different personality. Like if you really pay attention to the animations.
Yeah.
Because like when the victory animation for the protagonist with a hammer or an axe, he does a hair flip, and then like with a spear, he like swings his spear off to the side, and then he just kind of does like a side look, and kind of just has like a very confident pose, like oh, that fight was nothing. And with the one-handed sword, he has more of like a generic heroic stance.
Yeah.
And the crit animations too, like holy shit, dude. Persona 3's crit animations go hard. And also even just the way that you approach enemies in this game, it's just like in this game you literally just sprint into enemies and get the ambush.
Yeah.
Whereas in Persona 3, you had the option of approaching enemies differently.
Yeah.
You could either hit them at a safe distance with a bow at the cost of like, you know, attack power, or you could have like a higher attack power weapon that's kind of like harder to like get the timing on the field because of stuff like wind up and recovery.
Please don't hit me. Please don't hit me. Please don't hit me. Thank you. Okay. I should have known. Don't ever attempt to. Right. Don't ever attempt to outrun regular shadows. They will outrun you if you don't try and ambush them. But yeah. So on that subject, I was thinking about that. So like yeah, I agree about the expressiveness. The weird thing is that to me, the expressiveness with the weapon choice was always more for gameplay to me than for story. So when I played Persona 3, and you can tell if you've watched my original Persona 3 Let's Play, I gravitate towards one-handed swords, fists and spears. And bows, but I only use bows when ambushing. Did you just buff instead of heal? I actually wanted to heal there, Fuka. Well, that's actually a little bit bad. Right then. But anyway, yeah. I only use bows for ambushing gold shadows. Well, I mean, I suppose like a cadenza to get that heal. So I use bows for ambushing gold shadows, but like, I liked fists because they were fast. It was easy to get preemptive strikes with them because they were so fast. And I liked one-handed swords for a similar reason, and I liked spears because spears had like a good mix of reach and speed on the field for ambushing, and also decent battle stats as well. So like, for me it was mostly about gameplay, and it was more about making ambushes easier. So I kind of swapped between those. I never used hammers or like, you know, axes or hammers or those things because they were just too slow with their ambush animation. So, yeah, for me it was all about gameplay, but I do agree that there was a lot of expressiveness, and I do think, yeah, you do lose a little bit of that when you can only use one type of weapon. At the same time, I feel like one-handed swords are so iconic to the protagonist anyway, the male protagonist, that it's kind of not really... I don't know, like, it doesn't bother me that much. Like, for example, Thanatos, who was kind of like his signature persona in the original, Thanatos learned the hilariously named 1H Swordmaster, or One-Handed Swordmaster, to boost one-handed sword power. So, like, he was kind of always meant to be like a one-handed sword user, but yeah, that's just kind of how I, feel about it. It bothers me less than I thought it would. I do miss... I kind of miss the multiple weapons, but I'm fine with it, really. Well, totally wrong.
When I was working on my low level run, I actually learned that the different weapon types also have, like, there are also, like, a few more hidden properties about them that I didn't know about. Specifically, so the way that randomized effects work on weapon types. So you know how some weapons are strong against certain arcanas?
Yeah.
That's actually tied to what weapon type they are. Like, I think one-handed swords are going to be strong against, like, Emperor and Empress, and then, like, hammers are strong against Fortune and some other arcana. Each weapon type can potentially be strong, effective, or, like, deadly against certain arcana. And knowing that context can make certain weapon types more useful depending on, like, the context of your situation. Like, you know the Reckoning dice, that one boss at the end of Block 5 that's immune to all magic. Like, if you have a hammer that has, like, that's deadly against Fortune, and then you get, like, enraged by the boss, like, as long as you have another character to get rid of the Tetrakarn for you, like, you just wreck them.
Yeah, that's... I do specifically remember that now, because I remember finding a weapon that was, like, deadly versus lovers, and I'm like, huh, okay, that's interesting. But I don't think I really use those as much as I really should have. Like, that's the thing that I like about these games, is there's actually a lot of, like, gameplay systems that sometimes you might miss on your first run. Somebody asked me, what do I think about the neutering of the tactics system, and somebody who didn't really, like, I know Bubbletea is a huge fan of the tactics system. I never really was, so I'm okay with it being neutered, because we have direct commands now. I can see why some people wouldn't like it, but it's like, I think it's, like, fine. Honestly, I think it's one of those issues of, like, okay, so this is gonna sound weird, but to me, it's similar to my thoughts on, like, making Yukari more obviously nice at the start of the game. Because, like, it's a thing of, like, it's something that in the original game was not bad, but everyone, like, a lot of people misunderstood it. So, like, a lot of people misunderstood Yukari because they got a bad first impression, and a lot of people misunderstood the tactics system because they're like, oh, you know, it's AI, everyone's really stupid. They didn't realize that you were meant to choose different tactics, and that the AI is actually pretty good if you can master the tactics system. But it's just a, it's a thing like that. It's like, I feel like it's like changing something so that people don't, like, it's like similar with Junpei as well, like how Junpei is still a little bit weak in the early game, but he's not as obviously getting wrecked by all the early game bosses as he used to be, because, like, Junpei's whole thing in the original game was that, like, all the early game bosses wrecked him, and it was meant to coincide with his character development. Like, once he becomes a better person in the story, he becomes better, like, he becomes more useful in gameplay. But a lot of people in video games, especially these days, are very set on first impressions, and so they'll be like, oh, Junpei sucks, I'm never going to use him for the whole playthrough, and then they don't see him get good. It's kind of similar with tactics, I feel. Like, so, on the one hand, it's kind of bad that we lost, like a lot of the depth to tactics, but on the other hand, if it stops people from misunderstanding, like, the fundamental systems of the game, then I'm kind of down for it, if that makes sense.
Well, here's the thing. Like, if you're going to leave the option for the AI in there, then, like, here's the thing. It kind of sucks that you can't even play, like, you're supposedly supposed to have the option to play the game, like, the old school way, but, like, here's the thing, even if you wanted to, you really can't. Because it's just not going to be as good. And I'm not even really saying that, oh, like, they shouldn't have put direct commands in this game, because, like, I'm fine with the option being there. It's just, I don't know. It feels like they gave up after their first try, when they were already, like, pretty close to having, like, a really great system, because, like, the tactics only had, like, a few hand select hiccups that I would really want to fix. And then it's just like, if there was any game where it kind of like mattered to like perfect that system, it would have been this one. Because like if they had perfected the tactics in this game, I really would not have cared if they just like never included them again in any other game.
Yeah, I think it all just kind of depends on whether or not you, whether you like the tactic system in the original or not. Like, I was always more of a take it or leave it kind of person. Okay, Theurgy still gets weaknesses. Let's do this. So I don't really mind, but like, I know you really like the tactic system, so it's just, it all just kind of depends. Yeah, I do agree with some people saying that, like, they don't like when people look at party members just based on either their first impression or their endgame potential, because like mid-game is a thing too, and I feel like there's some party members in some games, like for example Chie in P4, Chie has a really big mid-game slump that I feel a lot of people kind of ignore. She doesn't really get up.
Oh, it's definitely noticeable.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I just realized, I was just thinking, I was like, oh wait, no, people do talk about that online a lot now I think about it. But like, yeah, she has this mid-game phase where she doesn't really learn many good things, and then people are like, oh yeah, but she gets power charge, so she's automatically better than Kanji. But it's like, she doesn't get power charge until pretty late, and Kanji can have it way earlier with his social link, if people would actually do his social link. But like, and also like Ryuji in I've always felt that Ryuji in P5 was very overrated as a party member, because yes, he gets Mataru Kaja and charge. By the time you get them, it will be the final dungeon. He does not get those until like the 60s.
Early and mid game, he's kind of like in the same spot as Chie. Honestly, like physical party members, I don't think I really used them that much in my P5 playthrough until end game. If I needed a good physical attacker, I would just use the protagonist.
Yeah. I used Yusuke a lot. Like, Yusuke in P5, I think he's amazing. Because, like, Baton Pass, with his Baton Pass boosted skills, like, you don't even all-out attack in that game. You just use Baton Pass to Yusuke, you do, like, 1,000 damage without charge. It's insane just how good Yusuke's Baton Pass skills are. Mostly in Royal. In the original, he's not as good, but I do think that Yusuke is very strong. That's part of why I don't really like... Oh, hi, hand party. I don't really like Ryuji as much, because, like, I feel like Yusuke... Like, Ryuji's a tank, and I never need that in P5, because in P5, I kill most enemies in, like, one turn. So I rarely ever actually take damage in P5. But anyway, that's just the thing. I don't often make my protagonist physical in P5 either. It just, like... Honestly, though, yeah, it's like the weapon thing. I feel like there's a lot of expressiveness in what personas you tend to focus on with the protagonist as well. Like, I often use a lot of defense debuffs on my protagonist, and also a lot of, Nope, I do not have any, dark gems, because otherwise they would have appeared at the start of the list. But yeah, I feel like I use a lot of debuffs.
Sometimes that... Okay, sometimes that's the case, and sometimes it isn't. Sometimes it'll show the items at the top of the list. Sometimes it won't. I think it depends on what the last enemy you attacked is. I don't know.
Thank you.
It can be a little bit, iffy with that.
And yeah, you can get power charge on Yusuke pretty early in P5 as well, if you know what you're doing. So that's kind of, by early I mean like mid-game, because it's Okumura, but still. I think that's all the Garu that I really have. Or I could just shift to Yukari. Yeah, I kind of go mix for my protagonist as well, but like, I often do use a lot of, like, I don't often like physical on my protagonist, unless I get a really good physical persona with like a lot of, with like charge and a lot of buffing skills. But I like physical personas that have no weaknesses, because you're lowering your HP, so you're at more risk anyway. But anyway, slash boost. I think
Slash boost.
yeah, it's not
Oh,
like
that's unfortunate.
yeah. I went for the healing because I just wanted to heal. Okay, Junpei's probably falling behind now. Counter. Yeah, I was talking in an earlier stream about how they nerfed counter in this, which I kind of understand, but I still think it's really funny how they, I kind of want that over dodge slash. Like, I remember in the original, oh, you do get to A. Okay, I knew get to A was on something early. I need to level that thing up now, because get to A, like, once I get, like, so speaking of, like, not using physicals on protagonists, I make an exception for P3, because once I get to A, I always had get to A, for obvious reasons. For those who don't know, get to A is stronger in full moons, and, yeah, most major bosses are fought on full moons, so, yeah.
It's actually, so the way it actually works is that, it doesn't have to be a full moon for you to get a boost. Like, obviously the boost is going to be at its highest on a full moon, but, like, basically, the brighter the moon
Yeah.
phase is, like, the higher the damage bonus is.
Yeah, it's like Eruption in Pokemon, in that it does more damage the higher your HP is, but it's like, you don't need completely full HP to get, like, you get pretty close to max if you're at almost full. It's just like the closer to full you are, the more it does. Yeah, I'm surprised they brought Zun A and Getsu A back. I know that they're very much tied to the moon system in this game, but I always felt that Getsu A was just like, hey look, here's this skill that's really good on full moons. Guess when most of the boss fights happen.
The descriptions of those moves were not very accurate in the original, because, like, if you knew how they actually worked, I feel like I know I definitely would have made more use of them on my first playthrough. Especially if you're the type of person to save Tartarus for just like a couple days before the full moon.
Oh yeah. Otherwise known as your approach to Tartarus was the same as my approach to school homework. But yeah, me doing essays back in the day was always just like, I'm just gonna do it on the last possible day. But yeah, I usually, like, the way that I play P3, I like to go to Tartarus once a week. Here though, I'm kind of knocking out almost all of this block of Tartarus in a single go, but I kind of wanted to do it while I had you guesting because of, like, Mitsuru. But yeah, it's... Yeah, Zun A is weird because I feel like unless you are specifically going to Tartarus during a new moon, it's not really the best. But it's almost like frustration in Pokemon, how it's just like, oh look, here's a move that does more damage if you're not happy, but like, it's so easy to increase happiness in Pokemon, but like, why would you not use the happiness one? Unless it's like, it does that, like, I know frustration has niche uses with, like, on Pokemon that you think a Ditto is going to copy, because, like, but it's because happiness is so easy to raise, you kind of assume that the enemy Ditto will have max happiness. So it's like, okay, I'm going to make my Kangaskhan have minimum happiness so that if they copy me, they get frustration and they do bad damage. But, like, still, most of the time, it's like, why would you ever use frustration? It's kind of similar to me with Getsu A.
Zane.
Zane, yeah. It's almost like, and like, it's different to, like, Nocturne, where, like, Bright Might and Dark... Dude. Okay,
well, yeah, because the moon is like, moon phases in Nocturne are always constantly changing.
Yeah.
It's like, in Persona 3, it's like, on a day-by-day cycle.
Yeah, and it's like, oh, don't have enough SP for you to scan. Okay, I guess I'm just gonna punch the lion in the face, which is something Akihiko would totally want to do in real life. But what was I do like how she says enemy eliminated in almost the same tone she did in the original. I don't think she says it has multiple weaknesses, but she definitely says enemy eliminated in almost the same tone, which is cool. But I was saying about, like, because in Nocturne it's like, you can kind of either go, I think that was only in Portable, Neko Shogun. You can either go, like, New Moon or Full Moon for bosses, and like Bright Might or Dark Might, it doesn't really matter which one, they're both pretty good. But although, here's an embarrassing thing about me playing Nocturne Bubbletea, it took me so long for me to discover that Might, as in like just the regular Might, like skill, just called Might, that increases critical, only applies to normal attacks. The skill description does
Yeah.
say that, but it took me I was like, oh, this raises your critical rate on everything. But no, it's just normal attacks. So that was annoying.
Yeah.
But, okay. Yeah, I remember the Intrepid Knight in the original. Once frustration became weak, you knew your Bunny was about to evolve. That's understandable, yeah. For some reason, I don't know why, Bunny like starts with frustration. So it's just like, oh hey, have this abused rabbit or something. It's weird, but yeah, for some reason it has a low base happiness. Like some Pokemon have different amounts of base happiness. I forget what has high. It's again, it's sort of weird. Okay, someone said that's fair. The wording on might could have been better. I guess it's the same logic as Bright Might and Dark Might, but I just keep thinking like why does the crit skill only increase the crit of your normal attacks and nothing else?
Yeah, kind of weird.
Bunny flat out starts with 0 happiness? Okay. Didn't know it was that bad.
Damn, Eva.
And where, of course, there's a barrier on floor 69. Old document 3. A new institution will launch on the island.
Okay, you don't have to. I would say don't worry too much about Junpei being a little underleveled, because I believe the next full moon boss is Hierophant and Lovers, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and Lovers uses fire anyway, so.
Oh,
so,
yeah,
like,
yeah. Yeah, Junpei should be, like, fine. A new institution will launch on the island. The amount of money being poured into it is unheard of. I've been told to be part of it. I'm worried. I have a bad feeling about this project. It's not like it's gonna turn the school into an eldritch demon location that kills everyone or anything. Yeah, no way. No way that's gonna happen.
Speaking of Pokemon, you know, there are tons of. I've been in the mood for like a lot of games, like DDS, Pokemon, but it's also kind of like, but I still need to play Devil May Cry because it's like, it's just something that's been on my bucket list for a while now.
Yeah, Devil May Cry is like soft bucket list-ish, but like, I have more things on my bucket list. I need to play Nair, regular Nair, the remake. I need to play... I've got a wish list on my Backlog website, so if anyone wants to look at what games I'm interested in playing in the future, that's there. But like, and I mean on my own time, not on the channel, but I could potentially like stream some of them one day, I don't know. Oh, that was just money. Okay. Fusion milestones. I think I might actually wrap this Tartarus up. I'll still stream and do some social linking, but I kind of want to, maybe I think I'll leave Tartarus now. We've done quite a lot, but I also think it's kind of funny that some people are saying about Bunny having 0 happiness. Like, that bunny knows what you'll think of it when it evolves. That makes sense. That makes sense.
Oh yeah, I still have a bunch of games that I need to finish before I even start thinking about playing other games. I think I'm like on chapter 6 of Ghost Trick.
Oh,
Fun little game.
yeah, Ghost Trick's really good.
Tactica, I don't know when I'm gonna finish Tactica. Probably in like a few years or whatever.
Yeah.
Apocalypse, I still need to get back to. If I did like the first dungeon.
Oh god.
And, like, did not come back to.
You didn't even get to the sloth dungeon in If. I've heard horrible things about the sloth dungeon.
Yeah.
I've completed registration.
Like, If is weird, like...
See, Sonic Colors, Generations, I don't really care too much about finishing those. Persona 4 Ultimax, maybe. Colosseum, I kind of want to... I'm already, like, a good chunk into a playthrough right now, but I kind of want to restart my playthrough because I have this idea for a video that's actually not Megaten related. Basically just the advanced generation of Pokemon. So like Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald, Fire Red, Leaf Green, Colosseum, and then XD.
Okay.
But I'm also kind of thinking that I want to do the Game Boy era first, so Gens 1 and 2. So I don't know.
It appears it
Endless
will receive
possibilities.
a
Yeah,
visit from-
so like, okay, so I think like Colosseum and XD are more integral to Gen 3 than a lot of people think, because like the Pokédex in those games, like a lot of people complain about like completing the Pokédex now. In Gen 3, you needed to own like minimum 5 different games just to complete the national Pokédex. Like, it was insane how much stuff was only, of course Matador gets Auto Tsukikaja, but like, it was insane just how much you needed, and like they held back Ditto for like so like you had to wait until Fire Red and Leaf Green came out before you could even breed, practically, because Ditto wasn't a thing until Fire Red and Leaf Green. It was
The Ditto is the breeding machine.
Yeah.
Unless you're trying to get like certain egg moves.
This would be a wise
I just realized I just fused another strength persona, but I also need to keep Rakshasa until it learns Getsu A, so Matador I think is gonna go away now.
Another thing about you technically don't need the GameCube games to finish the Pokédex, but here's the thing.
It seems
If you want to get all 3 Johto starters, it's honestly just easier to have
Yeah.
at least Colosseum. Because like the way you get the Johto starters without the GameCube games is by completing the Hoenn in Emerald, you are given just one Johto starter. And if you want the other Johto starters without playing Colosseum, you gotta complete the Hoenn all over again on a separate copy. Or on a fresh new playthrough of Emerald.
Yeah.
So honestly, at that point, it's just like just buy
Yeah,
Colosseum.
and you need
buy
to-
a fucking,
you
buy,
need to-
buy a link cable.
Yeah, you need to do the same thing for the legendary beasts, Suicune, Raikou, and Entei. You need to do 3 playthroughs of Fire Red and Leaf Green to get all 3, but in Colosseum you get all of them in one playthrough. Ho and Lugia, I mean, you don't need Ho and Lugia because they're considered event Pokemon in Gen 3, but like they're easier to get in Colosseum and XD, and then like a lot of the Safari Zone Pokemon are much easier to get in XD. There's a lot of, but yeah, so
Shall we take a look?
I do actually still need Justice,
Is this acceptable?
because, you
What
know,
do you wish
I
to inherit?
started Chihiro recently. I have not even started Bebe yet, and that kind of worries me. Crit rate boost. I can make you a super physical persona, I guess, with crit rate boost.
Finally
Ooh.
time.
Some Asian makes a good point. Pokemon has always been pay to win.
Yes.
I mean, I guess in this, I guess in the sense of completing the Pokédex, yes, it's always been pay to win. In terms of like in-game content, definitely not. But it's pay to win the Pokédex challenge, I guess.
Yeah.
And people only started complaining about it more recently. I guess just because there are way more Pokemon,
Yeah.
and also like this is also like they also cut the Pokédex too
See,
for
I'm
certain games.
I'm hot take. I don't care that they cut the Pokédex, because like every Shin Megami Tensei game and Persona game, like they don't include all the demons. Like they're not going to include all the demons. And sometimes it's fun seeing which demons are going to be in the next game. It's like, oh hey, that one's bad. Like for example, Turbo Granny. Turbo Granny is going to be in 5 Vengeance, and I'm rejoicing at that because Turbo Granny is amazing. But like, yeah, it's just like, I don't know. So like, yeah. And honestly, I'd rather have DLC expansions with Pokemon than third versions at this point. Like, third versions were basically
yeah.
DLC anyway.
Instead of needing to buy entirely new games like SMT5 Vengeance.
Yeah. I do agree that...
Honestly, I'm kind of glad I didn't play the original SMT5 now, because like
Yeah.
the original SMT5 story is still included in that, right?
It is, yeah.
Yeah, that's the thing that kind of like frustrates me with
Is this
these
acceptable?
Atlas releases, at least for like the mainline Persona and SMT games. It's just kind of like, oh, like most of the time, like with the exception of like the classic SMT games where every version's basically the same,
You'll be summoning this one.
and
Inner
4, which didn't get an enhanced version, it got a sequel. So like, I don't know, like when it comes to Persona, like mainline Persona, you definitely know that when a game comes out, there's going to be like a just a better version of it coming out in a few more years. That's kind of the reason why I chose not to start with Persona 5.
Yeah,
Because, like, I got into
yeah.
Persona around, like, 2017. But it's just kind of like... But then I took a look through, like, the series, like, the games and shit, and I'm just kind of like, wait... Like, I noticed there was a Persona 3 Fest and a Persona 4 Golden, and I was just kind of like... I get the feeling. I get the feeling. And then I was just like, yeah, nah, I'm gonna hold off on 5.
Yeah, that's understandable. So yeah, like,
Is there any Atlas game after Nocturne without a re-release? Digital Devil Saga.
yeah, well, I guess that's definitely a thing. Digital Devil Saga, though, was literally one game sold as 2 games, though, basically. Like, really, DDS is, like... I mean, there's enough content in DDS 1 to stand alone, but, like, as a story, DDS 1 really requires 2. They're not, like, it's not a sequel, it's very much just part 1 and part 2 of the same story.
I would say that, DDS 2 is definitely required to have, like, a full story, but I'd say DDS 2 also has, like, the better mantra system and, like, generally better bosses, in my opinion, but DDS 1, I like the setting and the dungeon design and stuff, and the atmosphere better.
Yeah, no, I like the atmosphere of 1 too, although I will say, like, just disclaimer, I have not actually played DDS 2 yet. Haven't quite got around to it.
Maybe,
okay,
maybe you
now,
should stream that at some point.
Now we have the Yukari Mitsuru animosity arc. But what I was saying was, so I don't know. So the problem with streaming DDS2 is that, like, I own DDS2 on PS3, and I can't. The problem with streaming that is that I don't have lag-free capture cards on PS3. I have to use an old capture card, and that makes it so that I can't really watch live at the same time as, So that might be hard unless I get an emulator. Given that I actually own...
Okay, yeah, I see that.
Yeah, but given that I already own the game, I'm fine, and it's not even available legally anymore anyway. Good time for a spontaneous question. Oh no, we must save Junpei. So far, I believe I've only got 1 class question wrong and 1 question wrong in an exam. So also don't spoil these answers for me. Able to see things for what they really are. Well, I think this is the only one that remotely makes sense. Bright Eyes is a song reference, I think. You have a good eye. Also, Keen Eye is a terrible ability in Pokemon. I think they actually buffed Keen Eye at one point, and it was still bad.
Keen Eye just prevents accuracy loss, right?
Yeah. I always felt that it should make you ignore, like, double team. Like, it make you ignore evasion bonuses. But, I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's not quite as dumb as Big Pecs, which is, like, prevents defense debuffs, which you only see in, like, the very early game and nobody ever uses in competitive. It's just, like, that's a really weird ability. Hello, Rainbow. I need to go to Edogawa as well. I've moved my Tartarus sessions from Saturdays to Sundays because that means I can go to Edogawa the next day, because I found out they changed the way that the medicine works to be the day after Tartarus. Yeah, Compound Eyes is way better. Compound Eyes is... I love Compound Eyes. Like Butterfree, honestly, Butterfree is underrated, because, like, you can get it really early and you have Compound Eyes sleep powder to just sleep everything. Yeah, I can just fast forward this. We're not quite a badass just yet. Oh, we didn't get it there. It would have been great if we got it there. Oh, Keen Eye does ignore... that must have been the buff that they did to it. Like I'm pretty sure they buffed Keen Eye and it still sucked. Just like Oya in Persona 5.
You wanna know how I maxed out my courage in this game? It was from eating a burger.
Oh, I've done a lot of burger eating. Yeah, a lot of burger eating. Also, someone asking in the comments whether Michael... Oh, I haven't even checked in with Stalking Student before. Wait, no, you're not the one. There's the stalk. Where's the stalker? There's the stalker. No, is. Oh, okay. We're getting foreshadowing.
They might be somewhere else in town.
Yeah, they move around town like a lot. But like wait. Paris gets Spore at level 18 in Heart Gold and Soul Silver. That's That's amazing.
That's kind of insane.
But I know that like in Gen 3 Shroomish, you have to keep Shroomish as a Shroomish until like level 60 to get Spore. Which is like, I remember I said back when I did a playthrough of Pokemon XD, I was saying like, okay, technically Breloom can learn Spore in this game, but you need to keep it as a Shroomish until level 60, so yeah. But like someone was saying like, asking like, you know, expressing surprise that Maiko has a cell phone. So, and I only know this through Pokemon Crystal, so it's still relevant to our topic at hand here. But, at this point in time, like 2009, it was way more common for kids to own cell phones in Japan. Like, Japan was very ahead of the cell phone curve. I wonder if Kirijo-senpai is fluent in French. It would be so cool if she is, the way she looks and all. Just imagine giving a goofball, or as Kirijo-senpai would say, La chair de pole. I cannot pronounce French. I know that means like goosebumps is chicken skin in French. I do know that. But yeah. Oh yeah, Spore is perfect accuracy sleep move. It's insane. Spore is like one of the best moves. Oh, foreshadowing of Chidori too. That's cool. But yeah, it's one of the best moves in Pokemon. It's kind of balanced by the fact that most Pokemon that learn Spore aren't really that strong, but like most of them are worth using just for Spore alone. Like, it's that good. Let's meet Hidetoshi, because why not? Yeah, I didn't get my first cell phone until I had a school camp. Because then my mom wanted to... Oh, I forgot you had this music in a social link.
How many times do I have to explain it? It's like I'm talking to a moron.
But
Why
yeah.
would you
God
even
damn,
accuse
bro.
me? The cigarette butt was in the boys' bathroom, right?
Then can you prove it wasn't a girl who brought it and left it there?
Bruh.
With that logic, this is never gonna end. I'm done with this. You're on your own.
Hypnosis got sleep banned in Gen 9 OU. Okay.
Bunch of Neanderthals.
I remember, so like, I remember like the hilarity of Gen 4 where it's like they buffed Hypnosis to 75% accuracy and then they nerfed it back down to 60 in Platinum.
Oh my god.
It's like even it's one of the only times a move got nerfed within its own within the same generation.
Just can't help it.
Because they immediately realized, nope, especially with Bronzong existing, it's like, no. 75% Hypnosis was not a good idea.
Sooner or later, they'll see the light. Then I'll earn their trust, and they'll learn to respect me.
I don't have daddy issues at all.
I don't mean to isolate myself. I'm just remaining detached. Someone always gets hurt in any relationship sooner or later.
Yeah, Breloom was good even in Gen 3 OU. But yeah, Compound Eyes Thunder is why I like Galvantula. Galvantula is actually one of my favorite Pokemon. Oh, 70 accuracy, not 75.
I suppose I've gone on long enough. I apologize.
I did not know Iron Valiant got sleep. That's really terrifying. Hey, we're already halfway through this.
No point in having a meeting today if no one else is here.
I feel like Hidetoshi ranks up fairly quickly, but you can't hang out with him on Sundays, and also, like, his best dialogue choices are very obvious. You just have to act like a lore person. Until later in the social link, at least. Iron Valiant, Hex, Terra Ghost, Hypnosis. Yeah, that does sound horrifying. Hey, Fuka. What you got to say? I like to talk to everyone in the dorms, by the way.
Oh, I do too.
Yeah.
I got OCD. I can't leave dialogue unread.
I'll just mention, I literally have OCD, and that's not how it works, but, like, I'm not, you know, knocking you for that or anything. Like, anyway, it's something you really would not wish on yourself. It basically makes you have bad thoughts almost all the time that are really hard to get rid of. But yeah, I only discovered it when I was like, I wish I had gone to a therapist and found out I had it while I was at uni, because I think I would have been a lot happier. I only found out after uni, and I was like, oh, that explains so much. But yeah. Junpei getting on that voice actor debate.
So you mentioned before that Charizard was like one of your favorite Pokemon.
Yep.
So I'm a bit of a basic Pokemon fan as well, and Charizard is also definitely my favorite starter. Because like in terms of favorite Pokemon, it kind of like for me, I like to split it into different categories, like favorite starter, Charizard, and then like there's also like other categories like cute, and then like cool or like legendary. I don't know, because like Larvitar is definitely like one of my favorites purely just because of its design. It's got that little emo boy look.
Yeah. I've never really been into a lot of the low forms like of Pokemon, but like Larvitar has a bit of a special place for me because I remember how hard it was to get in Gold and Silver, and when I finally got one, I put it on like my main team. Just because I just like, enjoy it so much. And I have so much money that I don't really want to even do part-time job now. I kind of want to just eat burgers. But like, it's the thing. I like Charizard. I don't think I'd say Charizard is my favorite starter anymore. I think I would say my favorite starter is probably either Chestnut or Empoleon. And Chestnut is like one of the very few grass types starters I actually like. Actually, ever since Gen 6, I've liked almost all the grass type starters, but like before then, it was always fire and water for me, the whole way. Do you have revival items?
Does he sell Band-Aids?
Yes, he does.
Yeah, there it is, Band-Aids.
I could spend all my money. No, let's not do that. I'm gonna get 10 of these, because I have a lot of money.
You got everything you need? Hey.
Yeah, it's hard for me to really go into like categories. A long time ago, I did, and it might still be up on my Tumblr, if anyone still cares about that. A long time ago, I did, I think you need 3 of these for an Elizabeth request later. Oh, wait, no, it's Ganesha. Let's just keep doing this. A long time ago, I did my favorite Pokemon of each type, and it hasn't really changed that much since then. I know that, like, I think Staraptor is my favorite flying type, and, like, Gardevoir might be my favorite psychic type. Not for internet reasons, but because I just like it. I just think its stats are good. And then, yeah, so there's I've got a few things, but, like, yeah, I like Lucario a lot, because, like, Lucario is so versatile, but yeah, so, like, Chestnut is something I like a lot, and I used it in competitive once. I used it with Quick Guard, because at that time, everybody was using Talonflame, and they're all like, aha, it's 4 times weak to wind. Not wind, sorry, I'm in a Persona mindset. Flying. It's weak to flying, I'm gonna use Brave Bird with Talonflame priority. And then I'm like, haha, Quick Guard. And they waste their turn, and then I kill it with Rock Slide with my partner. So, a lot of people got fooled by that. Like, cause yeah, Quick Guard and Wide Guard are really cool moves. They, like, because unlike Protect, they actually protect your whole team at once. And so, yeah, if anyone tries to use priority or an area attack, then it gets immediately blocked. And Chestnut, I think, learns both of them.
It's so... Okay, what was I gonna say first? Oh, yeah. Like, the Crane game, the song, is actually the Satome Tadashi pharmacy theme from Persona 1 and 2.
Oh, that's cool.
I know you haven't played those
yeah,
yet,
that's just like how the Crane game in P5 is the Junes theme. So they always do references with the Crane game, I guess.
And another, sort of rolling back to Pokemon.
Yeah.
I find it so interesting how, for, like, Charizard has such, like, it's a move pool. A lot of it is kind of physical oriented. Like, obviously it's got really good special moves nowadays, but, like, it's just very, like, in terms of, like, it has good special moves, but, like, in terms of, like, having good coverage, it's very easy to sort of build Charizard towards, like, physical moves.
Yeah, I used Belly Drum Charizard back in Gen 3, which was its best set back then. Like, Belly Drum Charizard is really fun. For a while, it was, like, the best Belly Drum Pokemon. Yeah, I like Bulletproof on Chestnut as well. That's really fun as well. What was something else I was going to say, but yeah, I don't know. Sceptile, though. Sceptile was not made with the physical special split in mind, because, like, after that, like, almost its entire move pool became physical. It just doesn't really get much good special moves now, because it used to rely on Leaf Blade and Dragon Claw, but those are both physical now. I remember back when I played, like, Persona, oh yeah, you need, like, Academics 2 to translate the French for Bebe, but anyway, back when I actually played that was a long time ago, like, nobody was watching me back then, I played Pokemon, like, Alpha Sapphire on my channel, and I had one commenter who was just constantly pressuring me to make my Sceptile a physical attacker, and I was just like, no, I want to go special. But, yeah, let's start Bebe. Let's start Bebe now, because nobody else is ready to rank up.
Yeah, there's a typo with the economics room where it says you need rank 3 academics, but you actually only need rank 2.
Okay, yeah. Better leave
I think
him
the
alone.
Gen 3 set. I think the Gen 3 meta for Charizard has changed a lot, and I think Beat Up is actually like the new set for Charizard apparently.
Yeah, Beat Up is
is normally like a shitty move.
Yeah, Beat Up is so weird in earlier gens. Like, it does its damage based on the base attack stat and base defense stat of like the user and the target instead of their actual stats. And also, if you're using it in multiplayer, you have to nickname your whole party, because otherwise using Beat Up spoils your whole team. Yeah, in later gen, starting with Gen 5, I think, it doesn't say, like it just says hit X times, but in earlier gens, it named every Pokemon in your party that was attacking with Beat Up, so it would spoil your whole team if they weren't nicknamed.
What a pleasant surprise. I am so happy to see you.
But yeah, the Beat Up is such a weird move, like, it's just, and it works, I think, weirdly with buffs as well, like, it's anyway. But I just noticed that Bebe said Dono earlier, so I think obligatory mention of the fact that, in the Japanese version, Bebe's, like, weebness was represented by him speaking in very archaic Japanese, which implies that he learned his Japanese from samurai movies.
Training in the art of sewing.
Yeah, like, I don't know. I don't know. I might do Pokemon again someday, but I don't know. I for a while I wanted to do something with Sword and Shield, because I actually like Sword and Shield way more than most people do.
I am in this fashion club in order to own my sewing craft. Would you like to join me? It is Tenoshi. Very fun.
It's like, Bebe is like the one time where I find like this kind of weeb Japanese actually endearing rather than annoying.
If I may be so bold, would you sign up for my club? Honto? Really? Kataji Kanai, many thanks. I am thrilled to have a new member. I am here on Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. But it may be closed when we have exams.
Yeah, that's always a pain.
I have not made any good Tomodachi friends, so it is very sabishi, very lonely. Maybe it is because I do not fit in. But now you are here. The divine fates have brought us together.
I don't know if you've seen this in my earlier streams, but I've said, Bubbletea, that I like this version of the Thou Art I speech more than P5's.
Hast established a new bond.
I
No.
always skip this.
Oh yeah.
Not gonna lie.
I let it go. I skipped it for Nozomi because he deserves it, but yeah. Bebe's R sounds legit. I mean, Bebe obviously sounds legit because his voice actor is actually French, which is really cool. If we could romance the same gender, Bebe would be #1 on my list. I still don't get why Bebe is not a romance for the female protagonist in Portable.
Oh, look at the time. Well then, au revoir. Oh, that's right.
On New Fangirl, your comment in the chat, I believe nicknaming a Pokemon the same name as a different Pokemon gets you banned from, like, live tournaments.
I was wondering, what is the best way to say bye?
Oh,
to a
here we
friend?
go.
As in, what is the most culturally acceptable?
I remember this one. Yeah, I have to choose this.
understand perfectly. I'll be back.
Yes.
Oh my god.
It's voice acted. I love it. Like, this is all. I think this is better than the F-Stake voice acting in Marie's Social Link.
The F-Stake?
The F-Stake, yeah. Yeah. Because that one's exclusive to a dialogue. Like, you have to choose the right dialogue option to get her to say that, so people might miss that one, just like this. But yeah. I hope Iger still says Hasta la Vista. I've watched Terminator 1 and 2. I think they're really good films. I haven't watched any further. I've heard really bad things about every single other Terminator film, but 1 and 2 are good.
Welcome back. With that, we have all the second years present.
Okay, we got... What's happening here?
So, what exactly are we all here for?
I had planned to give Yamagishi a tour of the dorm, but I realized I never actually showed it properly to any of you since you moved in.
It's like, at this point, you might not have explored the whole dorm by now.
I apologize for that. I'd like to take this opportunity to make it up to you all.
A little late for that. Yeah, that's my fault thinking.
You've kind of been living here all this time. I think we get the picture by now.
If any one of us needs it, it's you. You do realize if you screw around and break something, you'll get us all in trouble, right?
Oh, come on! I'm getting by just fine. In fact, I know the place so well, I could give you a tour myself.
Don't say that. That's just gonna make everyone be like, oh yes, Junpei, thank you for volunteering.
You'll make a great assistant then.
Well, kind of.
Humor me a bit, won't you? With the increase in members, I'd like to expand our access to facilities.
Wait, new stuff? Sweet!
I wonder if this is the cooking.
So what, we gonna get like hot springs? Or maybe a casino?
You are so stupid.
We'll just have to see now, won't we? With that, let's begin. Yamagishi, follow me.
Mitsuru probably has the budget to install a hot spring or casino, though. Let's be honest.
Oh, okay. Thank you for setting this up for me.
This is the communal kitchen.
Oh, looks so clean now. I didn't realize the kitchen was so big.
A few days from now, Mitsuru is going to regret horribly showing Fuka this place.
I was planning to do this earlier, but with April's shadow attack and ensuing investigation, I just couldn't find time. It should be far more accessible now. You're free to use any of the kitchenware here.
Do you all cook your own meals?
I've seen Akihiko in here from time to time.
What a
As for
concept.
myself, I can't say I do. We used to have someone who cooked with some frequency, but...
Is this a reference to Mitsuru's maid from Arena Ultimax? Maybe it is. I kind of wish she showed up in more games.
I thought... I thought
Oh.
it was a reference to something else.
Oh, I think I know. No, I know what you mean.
If you care about eating a balanced diet, there's no better way than to cook it yourself. But it's not as cheap as they make it out to be. It's hard to use everything up before it goes bad.
Wow, Yukari-chan.
Yeah,
Does that mean
my
you know
milk
how to
goes
cook?
bad, like, very quickly.
Yeah, I had a few days ago, I got some basil, and it went bad after like a day.
Huh? Oh, I mean, I can do it, I guess, but I'm no chef.
Okay, so to someone who's back, we just got through the whole block of Tartarus, and we just started Bear Bear Social Link.
It's been a while, and I've had my fair share of embarrassments. But with a kitchen this big, I think a couple people could work together in here.
Like, regarding embarrassments, my sister did set fire to a croissant in home economics class once at her school.
We can have the work, but double the flavor, you know? I should try it next time.
Wah, wah, wah.
Moving right along then.
I mean, half the work maybe, double the flavor yes, but the flavor will be poison if Fuka is involved.
Here's where we all hang.
This is the lounge. Well, I suppose it requires no further explanation.
Also, I have banned the playing of video games here since everyone started bashing Junpei for breaking everyone's minds at fighting games.
Wait, is that a DVD player? When did that get here?
That's mine. I brought it with me from home. It's a bit of an old
Okay,
model,
just,
though.
so, kind of a small little headcanon that I have. So, you know that one line where what was it? Junpei says something along the lines of, "Oh yeah, I like games," and then Yukari follows up with, "Yeah, video games." Like, my little headcanon is that like Yukari is like kind of initially sort of like judgmental like towards like video games or people who play video games, but until she just happens to see Junpei, just happens to catch him like playing Kirby or something like really pink and cute, and then she's just like, "Wait, Junpei, what is that?" And then she's just like, oh yeah, it's Kirby. You want to give it a shot?" And then she just like binges the entire game.
Yeah, I can see her being really good at Kirby. My headcanon is that Junpei plays fighting games, Akihiko sucks at fighting games, and Aigis can play, but she would destroy the controller with her finger speed, so they don't let her.
Dude,
I took it to my room.
like Aigis would be like
watching alone on
the
my
actual
I hope you all
living,
might make better use
speaking,
of it.
tool-assisted speedrun.
And
Yeah.
besides, I like the colors more when I watch on a CRT.
Oh wow, Fuka knows what's out. Like a lot of people have nostalgia for CRTs now because like they are, and like a lot of speedrunners use them and like fighting game tournaments use them because they have less lag than modern TVs.
The sofas here are
And
pretty
like
comfy. It'd be a perfect place to sit
and
back
like a
and
lot of
watch.
older games are made with like a
Maybe this would
CRT
be a
in
good
mind.
place.
Like especially the original Persona 3. The original Persona 3, all the FMV
There are some
cutscenes are
movies I've been
interlaced.
wanting to
Ah.
see,
So it's like,
but
yeah, it's
I'd rather
definitely
not watch
definitely
them
meant
all.
for a CRT.
What's this? Is Yucatan afraid to watch horror flicks? It's quite a shocker to see your soft side. Hard to imagine you're even the same person.
And what exactly is that supposed to mean?
Headcanon, Junpei is secretly terrified of horror flicks even more than Yukari is.
Wait, what did I say? I take it back. I didn't mean anything by it, I swear.
I remember
Some nerve,
like
Junpei.
they made it a
You
thing
better watch
in
your back next time
what was
we go
it?
to Tartarus.
It was Persona 3 Portable, the female route, and also
Ari-chan,
Persona Q, where
Kind of scaring me.
they also made Mitsuru afraid of like horror flicks.
Oh yeah. Although it actually has kind of dark reasons behind it in Q, because in Q the horror dungeon turns into a hospital, and let's just say Mitsuru kinda has, it reminds her of Kirijo Research Labs, I think. Like she kinda has a reason for not liking it.
Oh no.
Yeah,
Oh.
so there's
That wraps
deeper
up the
lore
first
behind that.
floor. Let's move up to the next.
Like, as far as like, oh yes,
Oh,
here
by the way,
is the
can we
greatest
just
part of the dorm,
unpack?
the vending machine.
Are we allowed to borrow those books on the shelf in the back?
Of course.
Have you been stocking up on Mad Bulls? They
Yep.
restore 5
Those
SP.
books were
It's
donated
literally
by
just like
residents
the tap
I
sodas.
peruse
Yeah.
them from time to time myself.
I feel like they're not
Before.
as useful in this game as they were to me in P5. But this Tartarus is more generous with SP items in 3.
This area is pretty sweet. Nice and quiet.
I saw this
And let me tell
funny
you, those chairs
funny
are
post on Twitter where it's like, I just gave Ken 26 Mad Bulls to restore his SP. Kid's gonna die of heart failure. and then like someone quote retweeted that with like some
I
funny
prefer
fan
the
art
respectable
of
form literature.
Ken surrounded by a bunch of
Maybe I'll
empty
try reading
Mad
here as
Bull
well.
cans and just puking out rainbows.
Also, this line right here is relatable to a lot of people, I'm pretty sure.
People are always coming and going from the lounge, so I could see this place being less distracting.
Okay, reading's a
Please
thing now.
utilize it however you'd like. Any piece of literature is a means of broadening one's horizons.
Yes, any piece of literature. We will quote you on that when...
Yes, any
Yes,
piece of literature,
yes. When-
including.
Yeah.
Have you ever gotten the You've played Final Fantasy IV, but have you ever gotten the that one item?
Yes, that one, yeah.
The lustful lollyho.
Yes. Yeah, you need to do that to get one of the augments, so yeah. But like, I'm gonna say, so, like, Mitsuru, we will quote you on this when Junpei gets caught with a bunch of hentai.
Just one
It's like,
thing,
technically
Yuri.
Mitsuru approved. Like, it'd just be amazing to tell Ikutsuki, like, technically Mitsuru approved this.
When you finish a manga, put it
I feel
back
like
on the shelf.
Ikutsuki
I don't want to see
wouldn't
them
be too
piled up
hard on
tables
him
and
for
chairs.
that, because Ikutsuki kind of like, he's hardly ever here, and I feel like he just kind of doesn't give a shit.
Keep an eye
Yeah.
on Junpei so
He would probably say
not
something along the
disappoint.
lines of, oh, you know, he's young. Sometimes you just get in one of those moods.
Let's keep moving on then.
That's literally what he says at a certain point in the story.
We'd been keeping the rooftop off limits, but recently decided to open it up.
Yes, recently we decided to get in on the great vegetables.
The chairman wanted to start a small garden here.
Wow, I had no
Oh,
idea there was
like,
something like this up here.
tomatoes in this
Is it for
game
growing
are
vegetables?
are also
boy, I can
a
hear
good
it
way to
now.
get some
Eat your veggies.
like cheap SP items.
Yeah, I kind of figured. Also, I believe he literally said this exact line.
That sounds about right. With a terrible smirk plastered on his face.
I hear you're the one taking care of it. Looks like it's shaping up quite nicely. The chairman was right to put you in charge.
If you mistreat these plants, I will execute you.
You okay doing this all on your own?
You're in charge now. I want to see what happens if I say this.
What, me?
Yeah, Junpei, you finally get to be in charge of something.
I tried to grow morning glories for a project in elementary school. Not a single one lived.
The deepest Junpei lore.
But hey, maybe this is my chance to give it another shot. I can help out.
Yeah, I think when I was like in kindergarten, we had a project where we had to put sunflower seeds in cotton wool and then see how differently they grew when one was in like darkness and one was in sunlight.
The more time and care you put into this kind of work, the better the results.
Or we literally just wait a week because that's how it works.
Cooperating with someone on this may be worth your time.
I might be a bit interested as well.
No, Fuka, no, Fuka, don't touch them, don't touch them. I feel like the plants would just burst into flames if Fuka tried touching them.
That wraps up this area. Let's head back down. And that concludes the tour.
Being shown around kind of makes me feel more motivated to make use of those places.
Yes, I feel like this should have been done earlier in the game, though.
Did you get all that? Anything you're still unclear about?
Someone saying the day my kindergarten class did.
I mean, oh sorry.
Yeah, plant stuff.
You
I
were
was in the
reading-
hospital with a broken arm. That happened to a lot of students in my classes.
What, breaking their arms?
Yeah, for some reason, when I was like in like elementary school, every time like there'd be like a show and tell after a weekend, like someone would always come in and be like, I went skiing and broke my arm. It's just, I don't know.
As long as all of us remain considerate, the dorm will continue to be a comfortable living space for
But
all.
what were you gonna say?
If there's anything you'd like to do, you may want to invite the
I think I
others to
forgot.
join you.
Shit.
Yeah, we're all living under the same roof after all. Better make.
I've never really done anything like this before, so I'm a little nervous. I'll try my best to enjoy myself here with you all.
Yeah, I agree that Fuka would be good with plants themselves. It's just the moment she tries to do anything with the fruit that they just implode.
This may be coming a little late for most of you, but welcome to the dorm.
Some Asian, that sums it up quite a lot. I don't want to jinx it, but I have not broken a bone either. Oh, right, I bought stuff from Tanaka. I forgot I did that. Oh, yeah, it's the watch. And, okay, what? Oh! Why is there a smiley face over Yukara? Oh, there's a smile. Oh, that must mean cooking, I guess.
You can immediately start doing dorm activities as soon as they're introduced. Okay, so do you want me to sort of explain the benefits of it?
Do they use time?
They do use time, but here's the thing though, if you do a certain... Every character has like 2 preferred dorm activities. If you do a certain activity with them 3 times, they will gain like sort of like a what were they called in Persona 5? Like, they will gain like a persona trait, and then if you do it, if you do it 3 times with one activity, they'll gain the tier 1 for that trait, and then if you do it 3 times with their other preferred activity, they'll get the tier 2.
Okay,
for that
so
trait.
I've heard Yukari's traits are very broken. So I'm gonna do something.
Oh
with
yeah,
Yukari.
they cut healing costs.
Yeah.
And considering the amount, like considering how much they cost without, per trait, it's definitely worth it. Especially those ailment healing, ailment healing spells. They're expensive in this game.
Okay, so Yukari wants to watch a DVD. Now, if you'll excuse me 1 second, you need to go and get some water because it is incredibly hot where I am right now. So I'm just gonna take a little break.
Alrighty. And in the meantime, I will keep the chat company. Yukari literally becomes best party member with this? She becomes the best healer, that's for sure. I wouldn't say she's best party member. Best party member is someone else. Junpei's completely broken. Once you get his personality trait, like I think it's crit boost, and then it gets upgraded crit amp. Have a good night, Anastasia. I don't know how to pronounce that. Oh, thank you for subscribing to me, Jared Punch, even though you just met me. John Norris, if you want to know more about my channel, I make video essay type content. They're kind of like in-depth game analyses. Yeah, they take a lot of time and effort to make. Oh, Ken does have a... Ken's trait, I forgot what it does. I think it's like if he's below half SP, his 3G gauge fills faster or something like that. Favorite Persona protagonist? Could just be my personal bias, but yeah, Persona 3 protag for sure.
Whoa, that teaser was so dramatic. It's like the stuff from overseas.
And I'm back, by the way.
This series
Welcome
is
back.
known for having
These
a
are
strong
fully
female
voiced, by the way.
Yeah, I can kind of tell.
The series is known for having a strong female protagonist. Damn, imagine a Persona game with a female protagonist.
Like, I mean, I actually, oh, this is obviously meant to be a reference to Buffy the Vampire Slayer, which I think is also referenced in Tokyo Mirage Sessions, funnily enough, with a character who's kind of similar to Yukari, so that's interesting. Your responses don't matter here, do they?
Wait, really?
No,
You're
they don't.
totally fine with that stuff?
Yeah, I would say that I like Yu Narukami a lot but only because of the anime.
That's actually perfect. I'll try to push through then. Oh wait, it's starting. Man, the tension is palpable.
I feel like I've heard this song
really made me
before.
want to know what
Or
happens
something.
next.
Yeah, no, I know that song's in something else as well. Like, I think it's definitely part of like something in one of the Persona games.
The main girl was just an ordinary person, but she stood so strong in the face of adversity. I love that. I feel like I was able to focus on the story thanks to you. I'll let you know when I borrow the next one.
Implying Yukari doesn't often focus on the story when she watches movies. And she canonically grows up to be an actress, so okay. I mean, mostly a stunt actress from what I remember, but still.
I mean, to be fair, like,
Oh,
when
it's
the
Catherine
characters
music.
Are...
Yeah.
Oh, I knew I heard it from somewhere. But anyways, what was I saying?
Yeah.
I know that when the characters are out of costume, at least for like the Sentai, not sure about Power Rangers, but like at least for Sentai, a lot of the out of costume stunts, like when they're not morphed into their ranger forms, those stunts are, at least a good amount of them are done by the actual actors. I could be wrong though.
Yeah, I mean, and of course, like, with what she has in Tartarus, Yukari could definitely do her own stunts. Especially now with the Theurgy. But yeah, no, I do agree that Joker hit a bit of a sweet spot of having enough of their own character, but also being enough of a blank slate. Like, I think, I mean, to me, none of the Persona protagonists are really blank slates. But still, I do think Joker was quite good, but I'm biased. I like Joker because I like Sly Cooper. So, yeah, and I kind of headcanon him being very similar in personality. Also, Mr. Edogawa is amazing. Wait, somebody here doesn't like the Estelle and Joshua pairing in Trails? I feel like everyone does. It's one of the, like, admittedly, it's like the only time I'm okay with an adoptive siblings romance in anything. Because it's clear that they've only known each other for, like, after puberty, and also that, yeah, it's all a lot better than most. But anyway. Yeah, Bubbletea, my headcanon is that Mr. Edogawa is actually Philemon in human form.
Oh, well, that would explain why he knows so much of this shit.
Yeah, he just, like, and in Persona 4, he just happens to lecture you about Izanami. It's just like, I've always just thought, like, it's always been my headcanon that he's Philemon.
He's pushing you in the right direction. You know, I should tell one of my friends about this. Like, they're a huge like Persona, like old Persona fan. I should bring this theory up to them.
Yeah, because, like, it's always, I'm surprised that it's not a more common theory, because it would explain a lot.
That's just Christian propaganda.
Yep, Persona 3
I didn't realize.
Yeah, Persona 3 quotes.
I didn't realize we suddenly moved to America.
Yes, America. Yep. I feel so bad for, anyway, don't want to, I always feel bad bashing America because I'm not American, but, like, there's a lot of things about America that I don't like. Anyway.
It's okay. Me too.
Yeah, I mean, whenever most people, I sort of agree. I have a story, and I don't like getting political on my channel, and this is only going to be mildly political, but I don't want to go much further than this. But, like, so my dad was doing, like, a play, and some of the people in it was, like, about George Bush and stuff, and then, like, one of them was wearing a shirt that had, like, an anti-George Bush, like, slogan on it, and they ran into some American tourists, and they said, "Hey, what's that on your shirt? We agree." Like, they were just kind of terrified that, like, they were gonna start an argument, and then it's like, nope. I mean, yeah, I feel like most people know this by now.
Okay, then.
Funny thing about Afterlife being pleasant. Okay. Well, we can cheat and use the log, can't we? I just realized that we can cheat and use the log. Shamanism is important to the animism, totemism falls into this category. Last one is important to the origin. Okay, so it will be shamanism.
Cool.
I answered correctly by cheating and using my mind powers. Hey, there we go, 4 charm.
Ooh, nice.
Yeah, now a smooth, dang it, I forgot the others.
Smooth, I forgot what rank 5 courage was. Lionhearted, or was that Persona
No,
4?
that's Persona 4 or 5, I think. Where am I? Oh, those are tactics. Where are my social stats?
I think you'd go into protagonist stats.
Oh, yeah.
The stats, and then protagonist, and then you press down
Oh, yeah, there you go.
on the D-pad.
Yeah, so we are a smooth, fearless, average person. But yeah, so, okay, so they said that the art club is opening, which is a little annoying because I personally always liked, I don't have Priestess though. Because I always liked, oh, I'm actually not max courage yet.
By the way,
Yeah.
I prefer... In terms of clubs, I always preferred Kendo and photography.
Yeah, I went with Kendo in photography too.
Hey, let's go.
Yeah. I said, like, earlier that, like, in the playthrough that, like, swimming is, like, kind of underrated, but the reason why I didn't choose swimming is I didn't want to be looking at shirtless people for the entire social link. But, like, yeah, so... Art club... See, I forget if that... I don't think it leads directly into Fuka, but I know I need max courage for Fuka, and I don't quite have max courage, because I think there's 6 ranks of courage, of, like, of everything. So, yeah. Oh, Yuko's available too. She's not often available, but I probably do want to do art club. But I did prefer, because I feel like photography makes sense for that character.
Photography makes sense?
For, like,
yeah.
the Fortune character. Like, they always felt like they made the most sense for in photography. So this might be my first time seeing art. But I guess I'll do this.
Yeah, you see, I actually did run track and cross country in high school, but here's the thing. I went to, like, a small Catholic school, so our team was small, and, like, we had a...
You're not a member of this club, are
We had a team full of, like, really... We had a team full of, like, really good runners, and comparatively speaking, I just, like, was the slowest guy, at least. And, I don't know, like, when it comes to, like, running especially, it's like, nobody wants to be the slowest, right? Like, even if you are faster than, like, 90% of average people, like, it's like being the slowest one on the team. It's just not a good look, and I don't know, like, I kinda try to, like, disassociate myself with that now, which is why I don't really pick track when I play this game.
Yeah.
I'm really happy you decided to stop by on your own.
But now
Like, I still enjoy, like, I still enjoy jogging, like, on my own time, just as a hobby, but, like, I never cared about the competitive aspect of it.
Okay. Because I kind of envy you for that, because I'm not good at any kind... I walk, but I'm not good at, like, any kind of running or any kind of athletics at all.
He should be the one introducing himself to you.
The one thing I will say about
You're the club leader.
the one thing I will say that I liked about the about track and cross country was at least the training regimen was really good and just got me into shape. I'm not nearly as in shape as I was back then, but, like, I don't know. I've maintained, like, a little bit of that endurance.
Don't you have entrance exams coming up?
No,
So, who voices Keisuke?
don't worry about that.
Good question.
Hey, do you have an eye for art?
Keisuke Kiraga.
Then maybe we'll get to learn a thing or two from you.
Griffin Burns.
Meeting you like
Oh,
this can't be
oh,
just a
Griffin
coincidence.
Burns, okay.
It must be
Ah,
fate.
yeah, he's... off the top of my head, I feel like that name rings a bell, and I've heard him in something recently, but I forget what.
Let's get you signed up, shall we?
Oh yeah, I
He
have
definitely
asthma.
He definitely sounds like something, he definitely sounds like someone who's named Griffin Burns. I don't know,
if that makes any fucking sense, but he sounds like a Griffin Burns.
He's Cyril? Oh, in Fire Emblem Three Houses? That's actually kind of weird. Cyril's a very different character to this.
Just so you know, only club members are allowed to enter this room.
Oh, but I can hear it now. I can hear it now that you mention it, Cyril.
So don't forget.
Oh, he's Ada from Advance Wars. Okay, that's also very different. And Julius from Fire Emblem Heroes, that's also different.
But we don't meet on the days
And
we
that would
have
mean
to
that
present.
he's Wazi
We
in
should be studying
Trails?
then
Because I think Wazi and Ada... Yeah, he is Wazi, okay.
You don't have to come every day, so just try to show
Yeah.
up every now and
Because
then.
I haven't played Reverie yet, which is the first time Wazi is voiced in English.
Who would have thought we'd end up in the same club?
Yes, who would have thought? It's still not as funny as the original Persona 3, where Yukari is like, I think Fuka is in one of these 3 clubs, and Fuka is always in the club that you choose.
Okay, I'll get this all processed. Looking forward to painting with you.
Oh, is he Fred in Neo The World Ends With You? That's cool. Fred's an underrated character, I feel. Sounds like Cyril if he actually liked people. One of my biggest Three Houses hot takes is I like Cyril a lot more than most people do. I think he's a better portrayal of a foreigner than Petra is. In terms of his vocal mannerisms and the way that's all done. Like, it's not really cartoonishly exaggerated, but you can kind of tell that he doesn't have, like, the country's native language as his first language. Oh yeah, now I am picturing Keisuke going, Sidewinder! And painting, like, some crazy blood splatter.
By the way,
Oh yes, I am totally not online friends with a teacher in it who's flirting with me. That's not anything that's happening at all.
No, absolutely not.
Oh boy,
Ain't no way.
Fuga talking about how the internet is good for people meeting each other when I have a guest on, that's actually kind of funny. Yes, Fuka is in every club at the same time.
Yes.
It's Schrodinger's Fuka. Her state is not determined until you examine her.
I mean, that's kind of true for, like Keisuke and Kazushi and
Yeah.
Mamoru as well.
Oh, maybe.
Yeah, it's like, I still think it's, the funniest thing I find is Shu in, oh hey, first time catching one of these streams live, that's cool. Shu in Persona 4, so the Tower social link, his rank 9 happens on his birthday, so you basically get to choose when his birthday is, because, yeah, you, just, it's whatever date you do rank 9 of his social link on. Oh, wow. Okay, there's gonna be a meet and greet with the Featherman. That would be kind of funny if that was a real thing. Yeah. I mean, I don't want to get into Three Houses discourse, but I will say that Dedu, I believe, mentions Dimitri in supports way more than Cyril mentions Rhea.
Oh, right.
But, yeah. There are 3 Fukas, but we'll never know which is the real Fuka. I want to get courage up, though.
I see.
Let me just check. How, like, you can do the dorm events, like, later on in the year when you have nothing to do in terms of social stats, right?
Yeah,
Okay.
you can.
Yeah. Because, like, later on you have, like, nothing to do with nighttime, like, really. Like, nothing to do at nighttime. Wednesday, no, I think it's Tuesday is the main day for, I want to check if, I keep forgetting when the horror game is at the arcade. But yeah, someone in the chat says they're comfy with a heater. I'm the exact opposite. I'm in an absolute sauna right now without a heater because Australian summer is bizarre. Well, I mean, we need academics a lot, but like, no, I'm not going to go for it just yet. Let's see if sometimes Wild Duck isn't even open. Yeah, I don't think the dorm events are do this now or die. I think that is the link events. I don't think I have any link events. So,
Well, those aren't the link episodes. They're basically just the equivalent of any other type of night activity, just with character dialogue.
Hey, there we go, we got Badass! Yep, we got it! We literally got it right before Fuka became available, I think. So, yeah,
You are now a smooth, badass, average individual.
An average smooth badass. Why is someone calling me?
Good morning. This is Elizabeth.
What?
There is
Just-
something I wish to discuss with you.
Okay.
So please come.
Oh, that's
inside
probably a new
with
form of
post
fusion.
haste.
Maybe.
I believe
We'll see.
this matter is of great import.
Oh, unless it's a Elizabeth hangout. It probably is. Let's see. But yes, we finally... The sad thing is, this means no more karaoke and no more burgers. But, I was gonna ask Bubbletea, like, what do you think about, like, the new songs, like, the new nighttime theme? Because, like, to me, Color Your Night sounds like it was always in Persona 3. Like, I feel like it, like, just fits in so well.
Yeah, I like the new song. I like the music in this game, like, in general. It's kind of like a... It's kind of like a coin toss, like, which ones I prefer over others.
Yeah.
Which ones I prefer over the original soundtrack. But, yeah, this is good. This is good.
So, is this a hangout?
I've been waiting for you.
Oh, what? Okay. Are the rescue people from... Are Portables rescue people from Tartarus Quest back? I did not know that. That's cool.
Rescue missions are back. That's why I leave, Tartarus for, like, the last second.
Well, I mean, this is at least gives me an excuse to go back to Tartarus. Oh, the bulletin board in the police station. That's cool. So, like, Bunkichi... Does Bunkichi still go missing?
Yeah. Social links can still go missing.
So, okay, I'm kind of glad these are back, honestly. But, like, it is kind of, like, scary because I think some of the social links can actually die if you don't rescue them.
I'm looking forward to it.
I believe this is the amazing one with donations.
I'm looking for.
So, wait, did I just choose the... Wait, no. It's Ask Elizabeth out. There we go.
I've been waiting for you.
And I think these are fully voiced now. And they don't take up time, which is good.
Oh my, an encounter with one of your world's exquisite treasures, right out of the blue. So this is the fountain. It makes sport of water, a precious resource and the very foundation of life. Such a sinful form of art.
Oh yeah, Maikor does go missing as well, doesn't she?
I've heard of its mystical powers, wherein those who offer coin may have their wishes granted. Then I must try my hand at this.
Oh, Bunkichi goes missing in the drama CD.
Fortunately, I anticipated this and brought a hefty sum of coins.
Apparently these were fully voiced in Portable too. That's cool.
2,000 of your 500 yen coins to be exact.
Oh god, I can't do maths. How much yen is this? That's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 zeros. So that would be I'm not good at maths at all. It's
I shall make an
Oh,
opening bid of 1 million yen.
I think these were voiced in FES as well, though. Now I think about it, I think they were voiced in FES.
Oh! I was so caught up in the excitement that I started tossing coins without giving my wish any thought. This won't do. I shall give it more careful consideration before I return here in the near future.
Speaking of Pokemon, Elizabeth probably got that out of a Goldengo somehow. Goldengo is one of my favorite Gen 5 Pokemon. 5, wow, 9. Oh, her portrait's Elizabeth's portrait's covering it now, but like I like how there's like a realistic human photo there.
I see there's a gentleman inside with quite the stern face.
Yes, that's just Liam O'Brien.
And these photographs displayed so prominently.
He's just stern that he's not voicing Akihiko anymore.
Most wanted. Reward Would it be correct to presume that these are your version of my subjugation requests?
Yeah, this line is weird because Elizabeth doesn't really do subjugation quests as much anymore. Also, there's just a guy with apathy syndrome here, just randomly.
I see. So the target must be captured alive. I shall keep that in mind.
Spoilers for vanilla, I think, are allowed. Well, not really big plot spoilers.
This edifice over here, is this what you call a club? Dancers dictated by the sway of one's inner passions. A subterranean garden flourishing with uninhibited desires.
They always want to put you in a trance.
Oh no! It's closed right now?
You'll have to buy the dancing game if you want to see Elizabeth dancing.
Oh, what a pity. I had hoped to become part of the scene.
Yes, in my opinion, Elizabeth is the best Velvet attendant, and these scenes are why.
Woo!
Oh wait, no, she does still dance.
Well, that was quite satisfying.
Seeing her in this outfit made me realize I actually have an Elizabeth figure, like, on my desk as I'm streaming this.
But I'm overwhelmed. Everything looks so new and inviting. Everywhere I look, something catches the eye.
Theodore's pretty good too.
If you don't mind, could you perhaps recommend our next activity? Karaoke. Could it be? It appears the time has come to demonstrate my hidden talents.
Yes.
One may even challenge professional singers at the touch of a button at this karaoke.
Elizabeth singing Baka Mitai, do it.
Excuse me, would you mind waiting for a moment? I hadn't noticed there was a fountain on this side as well.
Yeah, I think one of my favorite comments on this is like the TV tropes page just saying, and then she realizes there's another fountain.
Yet another fountain on the opposite side.
The thing I don't like about Theodore is that, like, well, one, his voice actor keeps changing, but two, he, in the Q games, just exists to be abused by his siblings.
I see. So this place plays host to a trinity of fountain spirits. I apologize for the wait. Let us continue.
Really, why am I thinking about Sonic again? Because the first thing that came to mind when she said there's a trinity of fountain spirits, I was like, they're the spirits of speed, power, and flight.
Now then, I shall perform a song of exultation for my master. Sing along if you will. La la la. Oh my. You've never heard this song before? Thank you for the invaluable experiences you've shared with me today.
Sadly, her singing Baka Mitai was off-screen.
I consider this mission a complete success. This may sound forward, but I'd like for you to accompany me again sometime.
Theodore, I don't think Theodore's canonically the weakest assistant. He's still a super boss in Portable, but he's the support character in the trio boss fight in Q.
Are you accepting a request? Wonderful. A shame.
Well, that will come true one day. We now know that.
I mean, technically every Velvet attendant can just 9999 Meggy Dolon.
Yeah.
So it kind of makes me wonder what would a fight between the Velvet attendants look like? Like them just spamming 9,999 damage like over and over and over again.
Yeah, that would be something. I feel like they'd have to hold back to make it a little bit more interesting. But also it seems like the ability to fuse Waffle is locked behind the Elizabeth dates. It's a running joke with me because in the answer, I don't know if you remember this, but I guess summoning Huapo, it sounds like she's saying waffle.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
It's just... So I've always just called
Very
that
well.
persona waffle. So, question. Has Fuka become available now? Can't see Fuka there. Hasotobi versus Megadolon. Well, I believe one of the Velvet Attendants does actually use Hasotobi.
Margaret uses both.
Yeah. If you take too long in like one of those fights, you will actually see Hasotobi, like charge Hasotobi. Yeah,
that's what happens when you yeah, like so the first half of the Margaret fight, she'll like end off her cycle with a mind charge Megidolon, not the insta kill Megidolon, but like a normal Megidolon.
Yeah.
And then with the second half of her fight, so after she heals and then you get her back down to half again, she'll start using power charge Hasotobi.
Yeah. I've seen like most people beat her by that point, but yeah, do I even have any priestess? Oh, I do have priestess personas, so I'll take these.
So you'll be
Just in
summoning
preparation.
This way? May it be your inner strength. Very well.
I do like how Theo uses different personas than like Elizabeth, even though functionally they're the same fight. Like if I remember right, like Elizabeth just uses kind of a mix of everything. And Theo uses almost entirely biblical personas, and then the twins use like...
Yeah, she uses archangels and, archangels, Lilith, and then Beelzebub.
Yeah, it's all biblical with him. And then Margaret uses like Bishonen, so that's why she has Yoshitsune. And then like the twins use like weak-looking personas, like cute ones.
Bugs.
Yeah, and like low level, like slime and stuff. I forget what Lavenza uses.
Elizabeth uses like all the quote unquote iconic ones.
The
like
iconic
Jack
ones,
Frost, Thor, Cert.
Yeah.
Kuholin, Metatron, Alice.
Yeah. Yeah, I like how they
Masakado. Neperos is a questionable choice, but hey.
Yeah. They had to have something for ailments. Like, there wasn't really a... I mean, Beelzebub probably would have been more iconic than Neberos for ailments, but still. Magician or Chariot? Kinda sucks to do a non-rank up, but, like, I sort of want to get them up... Oh, Chihiro is also available. I'm kind of interested to see what Chihiro's social link is like now, because I keep saying, in the original, her social link was, like, half romance, so, like, the platonic route's going to be really interesting. But pretty sure I still have Justice. Yeah, Principality. Oh, crap. I don't think our bomb will grow any stronger even if I smell it. That sucks. Well, let's see if any of the others are more likely to rank up. I'm just... Yeah, I might have been choosing bad, like, dialogue responses for a lot of these, and I'm kind of worried, but I think it's a little more lenient on maxing out... I mean, I guess Neberos... Sorry, to change topic, but I guess Neberos is iconic due to his association with Alice. Mekamata, no, he's not ready to he's going to need more than one spend time. Wow, none of these are going to rank up next. Okay, that's really annoying. I think even with, like, optimal responses, you still need 1 or 2 spend times. Yeah, Keisuke can, but I just started Keisuke. And... Do I even have Fortune? I mean, I can easily get Fortune. It's like one of those people could call on the weekend and maybe offer to hang out, so that could happen. Oh, the won't get any stronger message just means it doesn't rank up. Okay. Huh. Well, I guess I suppose I'll go for... I mean, I sort of want to get Kenji maxed out as fast as possible, though. Because... I also think Thor's kind of low level as well. You know, I'm just going to go Kenji. I don't think our bomb will go any stronger even if I have to spend more time, okay. Yeah, I think it just means it's not a rank up, okay. yeah, I guess the line is sort of misleading, but yeah, it's I can see the idea behind that line.
I see you're back.
So I am now maxed on courage, which means now I can probably finally start doing academics. And I don't need max charm for a while now, because Yukari's not until after the island. So that's gonna take a bit, so maybe I should actually finally start working on academics. Doesn't look like there are any dorm events today, though, it seems. Oh no, there's still a smiley face. So maybe I could do a dorm, but I still feel like it's probably better if I go for, more... I'm guessing Fuka's the only one available for a dorm event, yeah. What do you want to do?
Hi.
Read books. Near future sci-fi series. If this raises academics... Oh, okay. I can do that and get a hangout with Fuka. Yeah, I think I'll do that.
Alright.
So I do like that you got a bit of killing two birds with one stone here.
Do you read a lot of science fiction novels like this?
I read everything.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, there is a fortune teller.
I guess it's good that I invited you today, then.
Yeah, the shrine fortunes can raise some, like, social link points, but that takes up the day.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt while you were reading. If you don't mind, can you let me know your thoughts once you finish it?
We're gonna be that guy who ends up hating her favorite book.
I didn't notice the time. How far did you get? Wow, you've read that much already?
Gary Stu's secret is he doesn't need the speed reading book. He has the ability to speed read naturally.
Huh? I made a lot of progress too. Was I more focused than usual, or...?
I know there was a conversation in the original game about the difference between hard sci-fi and soft sci-fi.
If you don't mind, do you think we could read here again sometime? I used to think reading was only a solo activity.
Yeah, this actually kind of sums up why I don't really like reading in real life, because it just feels very isolating. It just feels like you're not really interacting with anybody else. You're just sort of there closing yourself off. Like, at least with games or watching a movie, other people in the room can see that.
But now, I think reading with someone helps me immerse myself deeper into the fictional world.
Fuka, don't get isekai'd, please.
I'm here whenever I can spare the time, so come by if you can. I'd be happy to have you. Alright, that's enough for today.
I guess I'd like to get into Gundam. I saw, like, one Gundam episode, the one with, like, Unicorn in it, because I have the Gunpla model of Gundam Unicorn.
Oh, hello. Oh, I'm so sorry. Say.
Yeah, I wonder if Fuka's available yet. No, Luna Amethyst.
I think she becomes available after you join our club. Like, theoretically.
Yeah, it says Fuka here. And for some reason, Hidetoshi is going to rank up. But yeah, it says Fuka, so it must be just the date. But, so Luna Amethyst saying if Akihiko and Mitsuru become Ken's adoptive parents? No. After the Arena games and the Q games, my headcanon is that Kanji and Naoto adopt Ken, like, as a sibling. Because, like, Ken clearly gets along with Kanji way better than anybody he ever does in any of the other Persona games. And, like, that was always just kind of my headcanon after playing the spin-offs. I don't think the nighttime hangouts raise social points. Could you do me a favor? I was hoping you could taste the lunch I made. Now, normally, this would not be a terrifying thing, but it turns out this is what you need max courage for. I remember, like, I relished in when I first uploaded Persona 3 to YouTube, I relished in revealing to my commenters that, like, the reason we have been doing karaoke every night to max our courage getting tired in Tartarus to drink medicine. It was all just to eat Fuka's cooking. I believe this requires max courage. Oh yeah, because every party member female is a max stat. Yukari's max charm, Mitsuru is max academics. Oh, they actually do raise social points if you have the social link.
Sorry, I know you probably aren't very hungry at this hour.
Didn't this take place on the roof in the original? I think this was on the roof in the original.
But,
Yeah.
I'd be happy if
This is
you'd
outside.
maybe give
This
it a
is
taste, if that's okay.
right next to the persimmon
Yeah, it's near
tree
the
now.
persimmon tree, yeah. I can't believe I remember that, but yeah, this was definitely on the roof before.
But it wouldn't really... There's also a part with, like, a cat, right? So it wouldn't really make sense for the cat to be
I
on the
used
roof.
vinegar as a base for relieving fatigue, and then added a bunch of citrus. You know, just some simple, light flavors. I want your honest opinion, okay? How was it?
I usually just like to tell her that it's terrible, like, just be upfront with her.
Yeah. Not bad for a beginner, I guess.
I thought you might say that.
The truth is, you've killed me. I only have 5 minutes to live. Congratulations, you've doomed C's.
Thank you, though, for being honest. Actually,
I like how he looks away
you
there.
don't look so well, leader.
Oh, because he's sick. Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Oh no! What do I do? I'll go get some water. Wait right here.
Water will make it worse.
I'm sorry I made you taste test my cooking. I just figured that I could count on you for an honest opinion. Well, thank you for your time today.
The thing that I do like about Fuka and her cooking, though, is it's, like, I admit Mystery Food X can be funny, but, like, Fuka's bad cooking is not cartoonishly exaggerated. It's, like, just bad, and she does just improve. It's like, it's inexperience, rather than, like, she has some kind of curse that makes her cooking just an abomination, like Chie and Yukiko do.
I'm going to keep at it. I should focus on making it edible first, though.
I mean, I've never personally tried cooking, like, without a recipe, so... I mean, technically I do, but it's just, like, just chicken with, like, nothing else in it, so there's not really much way I can screw it up other than overcooking it. Apologies for skipping that spiel there. Also, yes, I love my favorite brand of bottled water. Water! Mitsuru's executions are definitely worse than Fuka's cooking, I would say.
Welcome back.
Yeah, that is the thing, like it does kind of bother me where it's like, haha, yeah, it's funny because women are bad at cooking and women should be good at cooking. I mean, admittedly, I like the fact that Naoto is, like, the only good cook of the women in Persona 4, and she's the least feminine. Like, I always thought that was kind of nice, but apart from that, yeah. No, I don't season my chicken at all. I have very plain food. If I do season it, I do afterwards. Like, everything is just... I don't know, I don't know. Or I buy it pre-seasoned. I'm not confident enough to, like... I guess I could do it one day. Yeah, I get that Chie and Yukiko's cooking is kind of a karma for Yosuke at times. Yeah, this game's schedule is a bit more tight than Fest because of added cuts. I mean, I guess because of the you know, the party member link events, I suppose. So, okay, we have just got to check to see if more academics is available. I forget when the academics meals are available on the strip mall. Yeah, we don't... I personally like it when you don't know what Mitsuru's execution is. I think it's better when you don't know. Oh, hey, Junpei's here. Oh, this line! For some reason, I don't know why, this line always stuck out in my mind.
Right.
What do I do with chicken if I don't season it? I just have it with rice or in a sandwich. like in a sandwich with cheese. We got here... Oh, I don't need House... Sadly, no more references. No more House of the Deceased. Okay, so I'm guessing Yukari is just charm. Everyone here's saying unseasoned chicken sounds like mouth torture. Like, I'm fine with it. I never even...
It's not bad. It's not bad. It's just kind of plain.
I never even knew that was a weird thing until I've had salt with it sometimes. What is cooking with her not going to raise any social stats? Does this count as a different activity, so this won't contribute to her skill?
It counts as a different activity.
Okay.
You can make progress with both, but just keep in mind that you'll only get the trait for like completing one of them at a time.
Okay. And what do we got on the computer here? We've got charm. Let's. Interesting. I can't raise academics there. I've got a game for charm. Just want to check if the academics food is available. Yeah, cooking gets you items.
What's the what is the exclamation point for Polonium Mall? Is that a quest?
I think it's Elizabeth quests. I'll check.
Oh, it might be the Elizabeth Day. No, you already did.
No, I already did that. Yeah.
Okay.
Marvelous.
Huh. Or maybe
it's just Twilight Fragments. I don't know.
Are
Let's
you
see.
accepting a
no.
request?
It definitely means that there's something there. Maybe there's a certain NPC that you need to talk to advance a certain
Very well.
quest.
Yeah, maybe Tanaka's here. No, he's usually more obvious.
It might be for the fashionable item, because I do think you can buy a platinum brooch in Club Escapade.
Oh, that might be it. Okay, yeah, I'll check the club. But I can buy a muscle drink here, and Elizabeth needs that.
Done already? Thanks.
Yeah, fashionable item in Club Escapade. That makes sense. Yeah, it's just like, so, like, I think it's an autism thing. I like bland food, for the most part. I never have, like, I have completely no sauce pasta as well. Like, it's just, and that horrifies a lot of people. Oh, yeah, there is the exclamation mark. There we go. Oh.
Alright, his stuff is kind of expensive.
Oh, black quartz.
Okay, black quartz. I think you have a black quartz.
We got some fun.
Only 10,000 yen. Yeah, that's fine.
Alright. Yep.
Why, thank you.
I usually bake the chicken. I sometimes grill it.
Welcome.
Oh yeah, here we go. I remember these.
I
Yeah.
usually... Yeah. Don't buy the platinum brooch, that's useless.
Alright, that's good to know. Just realized I probably should have done a fortune before I went to Tartarus last time. It's fine.
I always forgot about the fortunes.
Yeah.
Good day. Here are my requests. Let's
Yeah, I
hear
can-
the results.
Elizabeth with fashionable glasses. Please tell me they...
Yes! These glasses are quite fashionable.
Yes,
I
they
wonder
actually
if-
made a I almost said sprite, an art, like actual portrait of it. I was really hoping they'd do that. See, this is why
Glasses. Imagine an entire team of Persona users wearing glasses. Nah, that'd probably never happen.
Yeah. No old monk yet. I forget when he's available.
That just made me think of something. So, if C's got new outfits, for Reload, are they gonna do anything for the Persona 4 remake? Like, instead of glasses, they just have like fucking goggles or just straight up gas masks
Yeah, like
because of the fog.
Elizabeth having like them actually giving an actual portrait for that, like, oh yeah,
Just
glasses
for that one line of dialogue.
Yeah, and like I know that Fire Emblem Three Houses did that. Oh yeah, it was Petra where they did that. It was a support where one character with glasses lends her his glasses, and they actually have a portrait for him without glasses and her with glasses just for those lines. So I like it when games do that. Okay, as a fellow autistic person, I also like my food bland. That's good. I also really love this part of the song. Limited set meal. I think that's academics. I'm not. Okay, I don't want to get into arguing about this. I'm not sure it's possible to be partially autistic, but it's like a spectrum. You're, yeah, generally either on it or you're not. But this song is so good. Now, I believe this is academics.
Yep.
So yeah, I can finally start working on this, because I'm just like, I'm already pretty high on charm. Yeah, the investigation team getting big detective coats would be cool. Oh yeah, I do need to talk to Akihiko and get the protein quest. That's, yeah, easy. Like, some people have said that Color Your Night is the first time Lotus Juice actually sings rather than rapping, but I'm sure that's not true.
No, I think he... for the Persona 3 movies, I think he sings in some of the tracks.
Yeah, Naoto with a cape, maybe, I don't know. But yeah, like, I can picture the investigation team getting, like, detective coats. Well, something's happening.
Do you have a moment? I was just told that the chairman will be stopping by this evening.
Oh, is this the scene?
When you get back, make sure to come to
Oh, this might be the scene where we find out the Kirijo backstory.
Oh, okay then.
Oh, yeah.
I'll see you all later.
Yeah, and it has one of my favorite jokes that I made during my original playthrough as well.
Talk about short notice. Maybe he wants to tell us a new joke.
Who knows? But I am a little curious. Guess I'll head straight back today.
Someone's saying they're less picky with sweets. I don't have sweets at all, basically.
Koro-chan, shake.
Oh, it's this! Okay.
Oh my god.
And they have a portrait of, like, non-clothed Koro-chan. Yeah, it's the boy.
We did it. What a smart dog. Oh, welcome back.
Literally best boy.
Hey there.
Yes, can I pet him? All the pets.
Sure. Go on, Koro-chan.
And yes, this game did make it onto the Can You Pet the Dog Twitter account.
Oh, that's amazing. And this is why Koromaru is the best mascot, because he is an actual real dog, and that's cuter than any cartoon can be.
His name's Koromaru. I've seen him sitting by the steps of the shrine.
Oh, this dog still goes on walks all by himself?
I mean, pretty self-maintenance
He
dog,
used to
all
belong
things
to the
considered.
priest at the Naganaki Shrine. Every afternoon, the two of them went this way for a walk.
So that's what he was doing here.
That is, until the priest
So does that
passed
mean
away.
Koromaru is just kind of a stray?
Sort of. It's a very blatant reference to the Hachiko legend, that, like, a dog just keeps waiting for his master even after his master's died.
Passed away?
Oh, you haven't heard the story? I think it was about 6 months ago. The priest was hit by a car while walking his dog. He didn't survive.
Seriously, another Persona NPC who died by being hit by a car? Why is it that everybody gets hit by cars in Persona?
Ever since then,
I
that
mean,
dog
to
has
be
continued to go
fair,
on
death
walks,
by car is
always stopping to sit
probably
by
one
the
of the
site
more
the
common
accident.
death occurrences.
Yeah.
IRL.
But he refuses to let anyone take him in. Why, just the other day, my son...
Yeah, I was looking up when Koromaru joins. I don't think it's until after Aigis, which is a shame.
Oh my goodness, look at the time. I must be going. My son will be home soon.
Yeah, he is based on real life. I think
my son will be home soon, and if I don't have dinner ready for him, it'll be like that one Chef Boyardee commercial where the kid's so hungry he turns into like a weird fucking CGI monster.
Huh? What's wrong?
I like how Fuka could like sense it
Yeah.
as early as like here.
More
She's just kind of like, wait.
Chairman coming today? We should
And
probably
this
go
also,
get ready.
this also kind of confirms that, like, yeah, like, persona powers can work in the real world. At least in the case of C's.
Hello, everyone.
Yeah, here we go. This is probably that
I
scene.
gathered you all here because I wanted to let you know how my research has been going. It concerns the shadows that have been appearing during full moons. Now, I want you to listen closely. It might be hard to follow. Shadows can be divided into 12 categories, according to their characteristics.
Oh yeah, you never fight any Shadows of Arcana's past Hangman, and like, don't you?
This we've known for a while. We can think of it
At least
like
in
their
Persona
class
3 and 4.
Yeah.
I've classified the special shadows we've seen so far.
Honestly, kind of a missed opportunity, because, like, Persona 4, they could have added more Persona Arcanas, or Shadow Arcanas.
Why are you so excited about it?
There are also no fool no
Oh, yeah.
personas. There are no fool shadows.
Because Fool's number 0 technically, so.
Right.
But boy, that would have been like a concept for like some DLC. Am I right?
They may have looked different than the more common ones, but the classification scheme still applies.
I still like how Portable has like harder rematches with the Full Moon Shadows.
And that's something we should be
Uh,
excited about?
Yeah, but honestly, I didn't find them to be that great. They're very damage
Okay.
spongy.
And 8 we haven't seen yet.
Yeah, it just bothers me with I don't like it when bosses are just damage sponges.
That's exactly right, Yamagishi-kun.
Especially Hanged Man. Like, Hanged Man is like...
Oh, okay, but what are they after?
Oh man, you actually have to be like really high level to get through that fight at like a decent time, and like a decent amount of time. Because that guy's got a lot of HP.
They feed on their minds. Now, it could be considered predation, but is it really? Is there actually an underlying intent behind their behavior? The purpose of the shadows as a whole.
I just noticed someone came up with an isekai title for Koromaru's old master. I'm a priest reincarnated in another world, but I miss dog.
This is interesting. But no matter what their intent, we still have to beat the rest of them.
I agree.
No, I don't. No, Azathoth is not World Arcana. I'm pretty sure Azathoth is Counselor.
That's about all we can do.
Yeah.
Hangman rematch has more HP than the final boss. Really?
8 more, huh?
I would really like, in future Persona games, that they have the main cast cover some of the more underutilized Arcana, like maybe a Temperance party member.
Yeah. I was actually just saying that in the previous stream that I'd really like to see like Temperance, Tower, Devil, those Arcanas on party members.
We'll manage. We've got plenty of time.
I know they've done Judgment in Persona 1 with Erika, but I think they should do it again.
Yeah. Yeah, because like Persona 1...
I know in Persona 2 Eternal Punishment, they had like... Who was it? Ulala was the star, what was Baofu?
Baofu was
Baofu?
Hangman, I want to say, or Devil. I know that he's by proxy the tower specialist because he's the only one who doesn't have negative affinity with the tower.
Hanged man, yeah, he's hanged man.
Yeah, I thought so. Okay, so that wasn't the cutscene that I thought it was. I mean, there's a Hierophant party member in this game. Huh. I wonder what the divorce rate was like in 2009 and whether it's got even worse now. Yeah, this whole idea of shadows going after people, like, I don't feel like a lot of the later games just don't really expand on that much. It's just like, oh yeah, shadows just go after people sometimes.
Oh, shadows just kind of exist in their own little world.
Adam Cadmon is still counselor, I think.
Animal mascot for P6? I don't really care. In fact, like, I'll be honest, I don't really give too much of a shit about mascots. In fact, when I played Persona 1 and 2, it didn't even cross my mind that there wasn't any, like, mascot character. I was just kind of like, oh yeah, you know, just playing Persona, because it's Persona.
Yeah, after Koromaru, I always wanted a cat Persona user, and then Morgana happened, and it was like, eh. Okay, so, like, to stress, I actually don't hate Morgana. I'm one of the rare people who's fine with Morgana. He's not, like, my favorite, but, like, I don't, like, hate him either, but I still would have preferred an actual cat. Oh, my guess is that's courage, yeah. I don't need courage right now.
Yep. Unfortunate.
Oh, planters, okay. Result in a more plentiful harvest. Okay, that's cool.
Okay. Do you wanna know what each character's like? Wait, I already told you Yukari's perk. Do you care if I tell you what the other characters' perks are? Or their traits?
I
do you want to just sort of figure it out?
I think I might want to see them myself. Because I know Yukari's, but I don't really know anyone else's. But yeah, I can see that's... I mean, Akihiko is not a social stat either. You know what, let's... do I go for Junpei now, or do I go for more social stats? So the kind of thing is I sort of feel like I need social stats right now.
Yeah, here's the thing. Once you max out your social stats, you'll have plenty of time for whatever you want.
Yeah,
at night.
there's like
I wouldn't worry about it too much.
Yeah, like yeah. Yeah, I guess Valkyria Chronicles 1 does have a pig mascot. Pigs are weird animals, though. They're terrifying because they like are omnivorous and they can actually eat corpses. Okay, that's just a regular platter. I wish there was a better way to check what games were available at the arcade without having to go all the way over there every night.
What day is it today?
Saturday.
It's a Saturday, so I think that means it's the quiz game?
Yeah, it's the quiz game, okay. I presume... Yeah, I presume this is a bigger... Oh yeah, I had a feeling Junpei's would give him at pupil. But people in the chat, please don't tell me, because I don't really want to know right now.
I think the arcade is a bigger boost than the,
yeah, I'd
the
expect
platters.
so.
Like, even though it only shows, like, 2 music notes,
yeah, because it costs
I think
more.
the arcade is still more.
Text message. It's Chihiro. She was not ready to rank up, so if I hang out with her today, she might be ready to rank up next time. So maybe I should go Chihiro or Hermit. We'll see. Also there is...
The thing about Hermit is that, like, it's been changed so that, like, you can only do it on Sundays instead of just, like, days off in general.
Ah, okay. So that means Hermit has... Oh, she's not going to rank up, though. Nozomi's available on Sundays because I guess because he has no friends.
He's available, like... Are there any days where he's not available?
Yeah, I'm not even that sure.
I don't even
Not done vending machine. Okay, let's go and get more Mad Bulls. But I just need to do Featherman, and then I need to decide whether I go for Maya or whether I go Chihiro. Yeah, it is kind of interesting.
I'm glad you can just. I'm glad you can just buy all the sodas at once instead of needing to get them one by one like in 4.
I guess I'll take this.
Oh, you definitely want to pay attention to these Tanaka sales because I think at least one of them. I think exactly one of them actually is kind of needed for an Elizabeth quest.
Oh, okay,
at least like they'll make or they'll at least make them like easier.
Okay, yeah. On the next episode of Phoenix Ranger Featherman R, episode 18, Death of a Condor. Get your tissue. Oh, it's hankies this time. Get your hankies ready, kids. That's my favorite Featherman episode title. Because there really were anime that did that. Like, I think there's a Dragon Ball episode called, like, Goku's Death or something. So, like I remember there really were anime episodes that did that.
Okay, so the funny thing is that there actually is an episode of the Sentai that Featherman is based on that had a title like that. Like the Death of Condor or something.
Oh, okay, so yeah, it must be referencing that, but yeah. Apparently Nozomi is free like all the time, even during exam week. That makes sense, because again, nobody wants to hang out with that guy. I don't know, I'll get more of these just so I can maybe grow those at some point. Rapidly cures ailments. I probably want like more like SP stuff. Oh, there's apparently a Yu-Gi-Oh episode name about Joey dying. That would make sense. Yes, damn you, Neo Featherman. You spoiled everything. Featherman is based on Jetman. Yeah, I've heard that.
Jetman is pretty good. I recently, like, last year I rewatched it for myself, but it was his first time watching it. Jetman's pretty good. If you ever want to get into Sentai, Jetman's a pretty good place to start.
Yeah, I haven't seen any Sentai, so yeah, I've seen a couple of meme videos, but that's kind of all. There was a video just showing like all the explosions, like in like where, like for some reason whenever a villain just falls over, they just explode.
Yeah.
So some some people are talking about like death titles in like anime and stuff. Sometimes like it's kind of cool when either it's a little bit subversive or like it happens in a way that you don't expect. There's one like game chapter title like that, but I probably shouldn't spoil what it is. But like there's some others where what is it? It's like how do I describe this? It's like they don't reveal the title until the end. And then, like, it's like, oh, okay, that's what that episode is, yeah. Also, sometimes it's like a subversion, like, apparently there's a, Japanese Spider-Man sounds amazing. Probably do want to do this, actually. But, like, yeah, so, there's, like, a One Piece episode called, like, Complete Defeat, and you eventually find out that it is, it's actually referring to, the villains, not to the heroes. But, yeah, there's a few things like that. I'll just say that the game chapter that I was referring to is, there's a chapter in something that's called The Trial and Execution of Spoilers. And the twist is that the main character, like the trial, they prove themselves innocent and they don't get executed, but they still get killed anyway. Oh, we can't even go to Tartarus tonight. Well, okay then.
Hey! Why, certainly. Right?
Yeah, I guess. Do other stuff then. I was gonna go to Tartarus, so I need to save the person who's dying, but I'm pretty sure they don't die until like the 7th. Also, yeah, sorry, I kind of mashed through that. Yeah, that line about, like, Emissary of Hell Spider-Man, I feel like that's a cultural thing that maybe doesn't localize really well, because the Jigoku term that he used, I don't think is quite the same implication as the Christian hell. I think it's more like just underworld. But it's still weird, I'll give you that. It's still very weird. Yeah, apparently they kind of falsely advertised him being in Across the Spider-Verse, but he's not really in Across the Spider-Verse. What the heck is Japanese Spider-Man? Look it up. You will not be disappointed. It is one of the best things ever. Okay, we do have the full course seafood. I think on Sundays, the arcade is just stat boosts, from what I remember checking. Some of the plots of those episodes are super dark. I know there's a... Oh, there we go. We are now an above average smooth badass. But, like, I remember there being one episode that... Yeah, it's weird. They don't die until after the full moon, okay. Oh, they announced JP Spider-Man before the films got split in two. That makes sense.
Hey, so...
I mean, there are 12 enemies that we have to beat, and we've already beaten 4 of them. So I guess it's simple to me. Also, JP Spider-Man would ironically break the plot of Across in half. Oh boy, this looks like something I would suck at because I do not like trigonometry or like whatever, or like calculus, these kind of graph maths.
I don't even remember the answer to this one.
More commonly known by another name. Yeah, I'm probably gonna fail this. We're even talking about math anymore. I think that's a reference. So I want to say it's either of these two, but I'm gonna guess this one. Oh, okay, it is that one. Okay, that's not a reference. It's real. Okay, so now I've failed 2 class questions. Mistranslation, that's great. It's like a Neko Shogun only exists because of a mistranslation. We have failed Junpei. I mean, technically I could... You know what? If there's any time to use rewind, it's failing Junpei. So let's actually use a rewind. Let's see. I think it's in system. Classroom lounge. That would be like now, I think. So I believe I'd need to do the academics thing again. Yes, I thought it was a reference, but it was actually the real answer all along. I don't think I ever actually failed calculus, but I didn't like it. Like, I liked it back in high school when it was purely about equations, and then at university it became all about graphs and visuals, and I did not like it anymore. Bros before honesty. Bros before the time-space continuum. Bros before the integrity of the universe. Well, we don't even have Orpheus anymore, but still. So that guy in the chat who I told about, who hadn't seen Japanese Spider-Man before, it looks like he just looked it up. Yep, he does have a mech. Yeah, I only know about Japanese Spider-Man because of Honest trailers, because they did an Honest trailer for it, and they're like, okay, nobody asked for this, but we're gonna do it anyway. Now I know it is the witch. And it's all the same. Still 2 more ranks to go of charm. We are halfway to academics. Okay, now we can finally actually think about, I like how Fuka's is colored green. So, Kaz, Hidetoshi, let's see. Fuka goes up, Hidetoshi goes up, Kaz does not, Nozomi's available. Oh, Hangman's available too, but she... is Hangman available during exams? This is something that I would like to ask about because...
Yeah.
Because she's out of your school, so it makes sense, yeah. Japanese Spider-Man inspired the Megazord? That's cool to know. But okay, I think I'll go for another Fuka. The problem with this is that, now my responses actually matter. And I kind of forget... See, I don't remember a lot of Fuka's social link apart from the very end and the very start. So this is going to be a bit tricky for me.
I made another bento. Would you mind trying some of it?
Time to die again.
I think this one should taste better. Or at the very least, it can't be any worse than last time, right?
It looks like she's improved, but looks and taste don't always correlate. Oh, I think I do remember this one.
A kitty cat! Aw, he's so cute! I did hear there were lots of strays around here.
There were a lot of stray cats at my university.
He's looking at the bento box. I wonder if he's hungry.
There were deer at my university.
Oh, wow. That's, on the one hand, that's cool. On the other hand, deer scare me somewhat. When I was in Japan, on Miyajima, I saw, once we were, like, walking in, like, the mountain woods, and there was a gigantic stag sitting with, like, its babies, and it had, like, massive antlers, and I was just being like, I was looking at it like, okay, probably not a good, like, that's, like, the biggest, like, do not approach ever. Like, don't even, like, huge antlers, and it had its babies nearby. Like, yeah. But, like, most of the deer that are around tourists, I think, had their antlers clipped.
Maybe I should give him some food. What do you think?
Don't do it. I wonder if that's better. I don't know.
Oh, right. There might be things in here cats can't eat.
Yeah, that is definitely true.
But then again, if it's just flavored rice, I think it'll be okay.
Oh, Fuka, you are now about to be responsible for cat murder.
Here you go, kitty.
Someone in the chat says their school has squirrels, crow, fungi, rabbits, and now someone found a raccoon.
Huh?
And cat murder.
What happened?
Yes, she fooked up.
Not again.
Again.
It does have some bitterness, I guess. And I thought I struck a good nutritional balance, though. I know nutrition's not the issue here. Sorry. I can't let you eat this. I don't want to put you in the hospital.
Maybe we can use it in battle. I mean, that's a Q thing, but... I don't know if this is a case of, like... I forget which of these is, like, the better one. I'll try this.
No! I'll figure out what to do with this later.
Someone said their school has a class action lawsuit. On the one hand, I would kind of like to know. On the other hand, maybe no.
I'm so hopeless. I just wanted to do something to help everyone outside of battle.
And insert Baka Mitai here.
There aren't many chances to eat homemade food when you live in the dorm.
We just got access to the... I feel like this was written with the original game in mind.
So I thought it would be nice to cook for everyone. I'm sorry. I'll keep trying to get better, though.
Okay, didn't get any music notes that time. That's probably really bad. I think later on I'll probably start, like, reloading for these.
It's kind of hard for me to say this, considering what just happened, but I hope you'll be willing to taste test my cooking again. I don't think I can do this alone. Can I count on you to help?
Oh, here we go. Hey, we got 3 missing notes. Actually, Bubbletea, if you're still here, something I want to ask. In Persona 5, there was an audio indicator and visual indicator for if you unlock the next rank with the music notes. Like, the music notes sparkled and sounded different. Is there anything like that in this game?
I'm going to keep working at it.
Not that I've noticed.
Yeah. Because it admittedly took me a while to notice for 5, but like in 5, the music notes sparkle and make a slightly different sound if you have enough points for the next rank.
I didn't realize it was so late.
Interesting.
I need to buy more ingredients, so I should get going.
Yeah, I haven't really heard Alex Lee in much until like recently, but he's really good as the protagonist and apparently as Luke in Street Fighter. And if he is Vivia Twilight in Raincode, that's really good, because Vivia's like my favorite character in that game.
Oh yeah, he's got really nice, like, he like, for the few lines that he does have, they're mostly in battle, but, like, they're pretty good, especially, like, the finishing attacks. Like,
yeah.
Like, before the, result screen.
An unexplained explosion near our school 10 years ago. That's not suspicious at all. But yeah, like, I said in an earlier stream that I actually, even though I like Yuri Lowenthal normally, I don't really like Yuri Lowenthal as the Persona 3 protagonist in the original game. Just because he's like, he sounds just too generic Yuri Lowenthal to me. He's better in Q when he has to differentiate himself from Yosuke, so he makes him sound, like, more tired. Like, that I find more interesting. But, like, I was never a huge fan of Yuri Lowenthal's take on the Persona 3 protagonist originally. Well, that's a way to turn on the news. Pretty
Yeah,
typical.
I'd agree.
And now, someone who went to our high school just got murdered. Again, not suspicious at all.
Yes.
Oh, Mitsuru's available. Join her for tea. As much as many people would jump at that opportunity, I kind of think that I need to... There was something that I needed to do at least. There was something that I needed to... Oh yeah, check the recording room, which doesn't use up time, but still. Oh, Junpei's available to hang out with too. Wait, you haven't heard him as Yosuke? He's pretty good at... Like, Yosuke again is pretty much generic Yuri Lowenthal, but it fits Yosuke a lot. Also, yeah, see you some Asian. I'm probably only going to go for another, like, 30 minutes, maybe. Because I usually don't really go for more than 5 hours, so I'll probably be stopping things soon. Next time we'll be seeing the next full moon, I think, hopefully. But there's a new recording, and I think I know which one this is. Yes, what was your first clue that this was Junpei's room? I still like that basketball hoop over the bin, though.
This way, officer.
Yeah, I love this one.
This way, officer.
Yep.
Iconic screen cap.
Like this. I've left the place untouched as you requested.
Whose room is this?
Junpei Iori, a second-year student.
Yeah, I do like that Fuka's aware her cooking is bad and tries to improve, unlike the P4 girls.
I've been trying to reach him on his cell phone, but he hasn't responded in the last half hour. It was careless of me to let my guard down. The storm was attacked once in the past.
No, that's not Rise.
Perhaps Iori himself is at fault here. However, if harm has fallen upon him as head of seas, I am accountable.
I hate to say it, Kirijo-san, but he most likely...
Huh? Kirijo-senpai? What the hell? Kurosawa-san? What's going on here?
Iori? Where were you? I've been trying to get a hold of you.
Huh? Oh, it was hot, and the AC was busted, so I went to the manga cafe. But I fell asleep.
Well, I'm just glad you're safe.
Yeah, I'm not sure if Junpei did have that electric guitar originally. So, yeah, that would be kind of interesting if he did that.
So if it wasn't an attack, then it must have been theft. Why would the burglar target this room?
I also just realized I think Junpei has one of those mascots from the police station too.
Burglar?
What else could it be? Someone clearly ransacked the place looking for something. Vandalizing a school dorm. When I find out who did this, I'll see to it that they face a swift execution.
Well, son, sounds like you've got a death sentence. How about it, Iori? Was this room really vandalized?
Well, this is how my room always looks?
What? But, I mean, you can't possibly live like this, can you?
Damn, you live like this?
Oh, that? I was just airing the place out while I was gone. No one we don't know ever comes around, so...
Oh, there was a guitar in the original version. That's cool.
I think this case is closed. May I get back to my duties now, young lady?
Oh, yes.
I just realized there's a totally not Xbox down there below that TV.
I'm sorry you had to witness something so
In fact, it looks like it's a Z, so it's like a Z box.
Did we mention that this game is on Xbox?
I really hate how there was an exclusivity marketing deal with Microsoft, because a lot of people got really confused by those trailers. They were like, wait, is this coming to other systems? And people were like, it is. There's just this dumb exclusivity deal. Like, marketing-wise.
I apologize for all this. It seems I grew up more sheltered than I realized.
Someone said this is better with I'm pretty sure these recordings were always voiced.
Yeah.
And I mostly know because Fuka's. I remember very clearly a certain voice clip in Fuka's.
Yell at me? And what's the deal with calling the cops over a messy room anyway? What the hell did I do to deserve this? Hey, wait. I drew that worst luck fortune on the way back.
Does Junpei ever draw anything but worse luck fortunes, though? But, yeah. That, I kind of feel called out by that, because I have a very messy house, too. I'm not, well, I don't know, it's just a thing about, like, yeah. Anyway, don't want to fully get into that, but, like, I did do a big clean of my room recently. And I still can't sleep in it because I need to get, anyway, mold inspectors in because I'm still getting asthma in my room even after I cleaned it. But I'm fine recording in it. But anyway, Junpei's available. It's a Monday. Gotta just check if the quiz is available.
I think the quiz is Monday and Saturday.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, I forgot about the fortune too. If I'll be brutally honest, I actually think that worst luck fortune is a pretty weak punchline to that whole thing. I think they could have come up with something better. No, it's charm today, which I do still technically need.
Oopsie doopsies.
But there is more of an academics boost though. So I could go for a bigger academics boost maybe, but I kind of want to mix things up and do charm this time. Yeah, this is about the point in the original Max Social Link guide when we'd be having coffee every single day to raise charm. Oh, yeah, I'm having a good time. I've been enjoying getting into streaming. Oh, are we about... is this... Sorry, I know that I'm often wrong about this, but I want to say this is Strager's first appearance. I'm pretty sure this is Strager's first appearance. Oh, are the recordings not voiced in Audible?
How did I...
And this is definitely Strager's...
No, they should still be.
Okay.
Whoa! What the heck is this?
Good evening.
Yeah, now I am looking forward to this because, like, in the original, most of Strager just had reused voice actors from, like, everyone else, but, here we go.
Are you surprised? Truth be told, we all visit this world every night.
What are you saying? Who the hell are you?
I'm the guy who knows nothing about gun safety. Like, seriously, people love to mock the fact that he keeps his revolver in his belt like that.
Didn't Mommy teach you any manners? You haven't even introduced yourself.
And it's Chris Hackney time, let's go! So, yeah. This right here, I'm looking forward to the most, because in the original, he was voiced by Grant George, who barely sounded any different from Shinjiro. So, I am looking forward to actually having a distinct Jin.
Come on, take a look. Name, address, age, etc. This is you, right?
Huh? Where did you get this?
Somebody's got a grudge against you. And they asked us to get revenge.
Revenge? What kind of bullshit is this? Who put you up to this?
Can't tell you. We're professionals.
Yeah, apparently that is Chris Hackney. He sounds nothing like any of his Fire Emblem roles.
Professionals? Oh shit. Those rumors online. You're saying they're true? For real?
Shall we get this over with now?
Hey, wait! I haven't done anything! Why me? What'd I do?
That is not our concern. Your notion of right and wrong is irrelevant. My client's wishes are all that matter. People hear what they choose to hear, and believe what they want to believe.
Okay, are you sure you're not from Persona 4?
No! Stay away! Get away from me!
You squeal most magnificently. Such raw emotion.
It is implied that he got shot.
He's not dead.
He didn't die, Dylan. Don't worry, he's not dead.
We held up our end of the bargain. Besides, tomorrow this will just seem like some random crime.
Well, if there's nothing else.
Oh yeah, Jin does look like an older version of Max from the Pokemon anime with that green outfit and glasses.
I'm feeling rather
no.
I never saw any of the Gen 3 anime, so I don't really... Apparently people really hate Max, but I don't really know why. Or at least he's not, like, that popular. No, I think Takaya is the perfect P3 antagonist, but we'll get into why much later. Final Fantasy VII Rebirth? I was excited for a Persona... Not Persona... I was excited for a Persona 3 remake, but that's beside the point. I was excited for a Final Fantasy VII remake for a long time, and then I found out it wasn't turn-based, and it was like a full-on action RPG, and I was just like, I don't know. And then I found out that they're deviating from the plot, and I was even less interested. I've heard it's good, and I've seen, like, clips of Aerith, and she seems amazing, but I don't really... I'm not really hugely interested at the moment. I mean, I might play it one day. Seriously? Give me the murder URL. I want to kill someone. Max has great sibling chemistry with May, apparently, yeah. Apparently May had a pretty unique arc for a female, companion in Pokemon. In that, like, Ash was more of a mentor to her, which is interesting.
Oh yeah, I have been rewatching the advanced anime with someone. We're about halfway through Advanced Challenge, I think. We just watched the, what was it? Ash just fought Norman, I think.
Okay.
And yeah, like, I do think May is a kind of an interesting character. More interesting than I gave her credit for as a small child.
Yeah, it's, okay, like, I'm not, I should say, just back to the Final Fantasy VII thing, I'm not against it deviating from the original plot, but, like, the main thing is, I wanted a full-on remake, because I never played the original Final Fantasy VII, and its translation was, like, terrible, so I couldn't really enjoy the story. I wanted to get the original story experience. At the same time, though, apparently they're going to dial back the changes now, and because of fan feedback, and that just makes me really worried, because They should just pick a direction from the start and stick to it and say screw what the fans think, because just pandering to, like, what the fans want from, like, everything... I don't have a fortune persona, do I? Never ends well, in my opinion. I do not have fortune. Like, it's my hot take that pandering to fans ruined the Star Wars sequel trilogy. I know they have their other issues, but, like... Last Jedi is basically just, Rise of Skywalker is just, hey, let's fix everything fans complained about Last Jedi, and not even think about making a good standalone movie. But anyway.
Some people might, I mean, some people argue that, you know, that the Persona series is already starting to sort of fall down that slippery slope.
Kind of. I mean, if I'm going for fortune, I might as well do the special fusion. But...
fusion, is it?
Yeah, no, I think the problem as well... I really don't want to even get into sequel, because my thoughts on the sequel trilogy are pretty hot-takey compared to a lot of people. But I'm also not a Star Wars fan, I think that's why. Like, I just do not care about the characters or story of Star Wars at all. And that's part of why my thoughts are the way they are. But, like... I sum it up as a comment on the Honest trailer, which is just like, it's the equivalent of a high school project, collaborative group project, where the members of the group don't tell each other what they want to, but they don't make a plan in advance. They just do their own thing independently, and then present together as a group without any coordination. But anyway. Yeah, see, comments like ones that I'm seeing in the chat right now, these are the reasons why I don't like talking about thoughts on the sequel trilogy. Because people have very violent opinions on them, and I'd rather stay out of that. It's kind of like talking about modern Pokemon these days. I mean, honestly, I'm more okay talking about modern Pokemon than I am talking about Star Wars sequel trilogy.
And I just don't really care about Pokemon past, I don't even really care much about Gen 6, like, I did, like, Gen 6 is, like, okay, I guess.
Yeah, I don't like Gen 6. I like Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire, but I don't like X and Y at all.
Yeah, I still have yet to do a full playthrough of Gen 7, but I think after that I'm just kinda... I'm not really too interested in, like,
Gen 7 is weird, in my opinion. Like, there's a lot I like about Gen 7. Its story is the second best next to Gen 5, and it's got some really good characters. The boss fights are excellent. Like, it wasn't until, like, Team Star that they had better boss fights. Like, the boss fights are, like, almost SMT quality boss fights. But, like, the island, like, the actual roots of Gen 7 I always found really boring, like, to explore.
Oh, so you think Hawaii is boring?
No,
I'm kidding.
I think their take on Hawaii, like, it's a thing, it's like, it should be more interesting than it actually is. There's a lot of routes that you think, oh, this is like this big path that leads to a volcano. This should be really cool, right? And it's just somehow not. It's hard for me to describe. Like, Akala Island is meant to be, like, the biggest island, and yet you spend so much of that on buses that you never actually get to fully explore the island. It's weird.
Let's wrap up for today.
Yeah, Gen 7 looks... At the very least, it looks a lot more interesting than 6.
Yeah, it's... In my opinion, it's better than 6. I've never played Ultra Sun and Moon, though, and I've heard the Ultra games are controversial. Essentially, they completely ruined the villain in the Ultra games, and, yeah, it's weird.
Alright, let's clean up and go home.
Which one do I have on my computer? Do I have, Sun or Moon? I think I have Sun. Yeah, I have Sun and Ultra Sun because I think I wanted Ice Ninetales.
Oh yeah, Ice Ninetales is amazing. Yeah. Sun and Moon have good Pokemon too. I'm not a huge fan of the starters, but other than that, I think they're...
I think Rowlet. I think Rowlet's. Rowlet's probably the most appealing to me.
Rowlet's cool. I wish they weren't also slow. Like I should mention, I basically don't care about design for Pokemon at all. For me, it's all about gameplay, like stats and move pool.
I see.
Yeah. It's fine if people aren't fans of Gen 7. Like, honestly, Gen 7's kind of a conflicting one, and you can be fans of anything, really. Like, a lot of people like Diamond and Pearl. Like, I hate Diamond and Pearl. They are my least favorite Pokemon games, even now.
Does it feel like your head is in a vice?
Oh boy.
There's no club choice anymore. They canonized Art Club. I used to prefer photography.
Yamagishi-san won't be going anywhere for a while. If someone isn't feeling well, he always tries to figure out
Like,
what's
yeah,
wrong.
people say that Gen 7 has pacing issues with its early tutorials. I never really minded that.
And it doesn't matter when or where. Once he starts, it takes forever. Keisuke-senpai's dad's the director of a big hospital, and he's an only child. I guess he just can't stand to see people suffer. I bet he'll end up going to medical school.
Yeah, Keisuke's arc is interesting, but I'll give my full thoughts on it way later. Some people could probably... I feel like a lot of people these days are going to actually criticize Keisuke's arc, but I think it's kind of fine.
So the pain's originating from the back of your head?
So kind of
please?
going back to Pokemon, starters is like a very weird topic for me. I kind of stopped caring about starters after Gen 4, because like I don't really like the Gen 5 starters.
Oh yeah, I don't
really
like
like
them
the Gen 6 starters either.
I love the Gen
And
6 starters, though.
Gen 7, it's like they're not bad. They're not bad, I guess, but it's not really like I'm super attached to them either. It's not like, here's the thing, I'm like neutral towards the Gen 7 starters, because like in Gens 5 and 6, I would literally just box my starter. Like in X and Y, I catch a Fletchling, and then it's like, okay, Fletchling, you're my real starter now. And then like I just put the starter in the box for the rest of the game. And then like in Black, or at least the recent playthrough of Black, I chose Tepig, and then I was just kind of like, yeah.
She seems like the well-adjusted type. I bet you're a great cook. Do you take care of the laundry? Is living alone hard?
And now he is...
Keisuke asks a lot of questions.
Yeah, now he is scrutinizing every aspect of our lives.
Oh, sorry, Yamagishi-san. I forgot about your condition.
Isn't this...
I know it's close, but I don't think you should be walking home. Why don't I
Is
call
this the
you a
part where
taxi?
where he asks her to take her
No,
shirt
a
off?
bumpy taxi ride might make your headache worse. Maybe
Did I miss
limousine
that
would be
part?
better.
That's okay. I'm fine.
I was gonna say like she can afford a limousine, but considering our Tartarus earnings and Mitsuru existing, we probably could afford limousines. And more plot.
Hi, how are you today? Just one?
I'll have what
You know, something I've noticed about these scenes is that they're definitely... In Reload, they're definitely a bit more on the nose with these scenes, because I like how in the original, like...
Don't you get sick of eating the same thing all the time?
Like, I could sort of see how people view these scenes as, like, sort of exposition, but I personally never really saw it as, like, any sort of real, like, incriminatingly heavy exposition. Like, I always felt like these scenes were just vague enough to, like, intrigue me, but also sort of, like, I think it's just kind of very normal foreshadowing. But
Yeah.
Reload's definitely a lot more on the nose with these scenes.
Okay. But yeah, this is the line that, for some reason, the people who wrote the spin-offs only noticed and, like, nothing else. I do think, though, like, yeah, Akihiko in the spin-offs is bad, but I hate how people act like that ruins the spin-offs entirely. Like, I still think that the Q games are worth playing, even if the characters are a little exaggerated.
You know, surprisingly,
Here you go. What
surprisingly,
happened?
like,
Be careful.
Shinjiro has only ever been, like, his character, like, all of this, supplemental,
You still haven't made up your mind?
all of these, like, supplemental material, like the spin-offs and, like, Portable, have only really helped his character,
Four new members this year.
in my opinion.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah. I think I agree. I think Shinjiro is very good in spin-offs. In particular, like Q, you definitely see more of a dynamic between him and Akihiko there. Like, them growing up at the same orphanage, kind of spoilers for this game, but like, they pretty much are brothers, and they sort of consider each other brothers, and you get that dynamic a lot better in Q, I think, than you do in the main games.
Things have changed quite a bit since you left. We're more aggressive now. I'm not interested.
Because, yeah, like here, most of the interactions between Akihiko and Shinjiro are all very exposition-based. Like, hey, you should come back to Seas. You should join us. Whereas, like, you get to see them actually, like, just casually hanging out more in Q.
Think about it, Shinji. Don't let your power go to waste.
My power ain't worth shit.
Shinji.
I'm not sure. I don't know. I have a hard time calling this like hard exposition. Like maybe in hindsight, yeah, but like when you first play the game, it's just kind of like, how much are they actually telling you?
Yeah. I don't think this doesn't feel like hard exposition to me, because it's like, this just feels like the kind of conversation that these two people would naturally have at this point, like, in their lives. It just...
Yeah, because obviously Akihiko wants him to come back!
Yeah.
Face it, you're no different than me.
I like how the seats swivel.
Hey, Shinji!
I forget what Shinji's, like, gameplay is like in Q2, but, like, he's interesting in Q1.
So, in both Q games, like, having no weaknesses is pretty huge.
Mm.
And...
Oh, it's you.
I think he has, like, the highest strength... No. Maybe not the highest strength. Or no, yeah. He has the highest strength out of, the party members. I'm not sure if it's in both games, but definitely in Q1, highest strength. So honestly, pairing him with any strong physical persona is a good idea. And also just, again, having a party slot with no weaknesses is pretty invaluable. He kind of just seems like a no-brainer for the Q games, because physical is king, and he has no weaknesses.
Yeah.
And he's just, like, built for that shit.
Best friend betrayed her? I was like, what?
Betrayal in a Persona story?
Being backstabbed by the one person you trusted most is just horrible. What would you do if that happened to you?
It's not like that's gonna happen to us one day, maybe. I guess P3 protagonist would probably say air.
You're not bothered by anything, huh? But that's just something special about you.
I almost feel like
she basically just said, like, wow, you don't give a shit about anything, but I like that about you.
Yeah. I
think that's attractive.
Yeah, like, that's what I'm getting at here, is, like, I feel like I'm seeing personality in the protagonist in these interactions way more than I did in anything in the original game.
I find it quite difficult to think like that.
I find it quite difficult to not give a crap about anything.
It wasn't really a betrayal, but I was reminded of a time a girl I was close to.
But I find that attractive about you.
Yes. I am very much attracted to your I don't care attitude. But like, yeah, it's just, like, I don't know, see, it kind of just goes into something, there's something in one of the Trails games like this too. I like it when the romance options in a quasi-self-insert game have, like, actual reasons for falling for the protagonist, because oftentimes it can feel like they only do because the player chose to romance them, but, like I just like it when it feels like they have kind of some agency and there's, like, something in the protagonist that actually, besides, like, oh, you're a hero and you're amazing, because they use that excuse in a lot of them as well. But yeah.
Oh shoot, it's starting! It's so fast-paced, we really need to pay attention.
Yeah, this conversation with Yukari, though, sadly, like, literally all of my elementary school friends did this to me. Like, they would just, like, that thing about, yeah, you'd be friends with them one day, and then they'd be like, oh, no, you're not cool anymore, I'm not gonna hang out with you.
God damn.
Yeah.
Aw, no way! It's just gonna end like that?
Oh my god, is Yukari gonna... Are we watching one of those series that got cancelled before, like, it really ended? That would be amazing.
Ugh, it happens every time, but they're so good at leaving you hanging.
Oh my... Oh... That would be hilarious if I just ended the stream here. That would be so... That would be evil, but I would... Oh my god. Okay, I'm only gonna go for, like, another... I've almost 5 hours in. I'm gonna stop soon.
I need to know how it ends. Let's watch more next time, okay?
Oh my god, I want to end the stream now. This would be like, okay, oh my god, I'm so tempted to just end stream now, but I wouldn't be able to, like, I'd miss the intro to school next day. Okay. Officially, this is the end of the stream. I'll do, like, tomorrow's daytime. But, like, yeah, officially, this is if it weren't for the fact that we would miss the going to school next day and we'd skip stuff, it would just be, damn it, I wish I could end the stream there. But, yeah. Just because of when you're allowed to save and stuff. Because, yeah, you'd miss this, you'd miss... Watch there be... Oh, no, there is something here. I mean, yeah. But she's been acting weird in 2 ways. 1, she's totally attracted to Gary Stu. And 2, she's a bit weird around Mitsuru.
Wait, seriously?
Yeah, she has, but we're more concerned about the fact that she's also totally into us right now. But yeah, now we're allowed to save. Work-related. Gary Stu Donald. I think I'll do, like, just... Unless there's another plot thing. I think I might do, like, 1 more day, and then I'll call it for this stream. But it's been good having you on. Okay, a lot of people can rank up today. Nozomi, but we don't care. I mean, oh, Michael's available at other times, though, so I probably should focus more on the school ones. Keisuke, Bebe, Hidetoshi. There is Bebe, but, like... Weirdly, I almost want to go for Hidetoshi just because his seems kind of easy, and, what do I like more, Armor Knights or Cliffhangers? That's a very hard decision to make.
Oh, I thought you said Armor Knight, but... Like,
no, not the Pokemon. Armor Knights, the class in Fire Emblem, which suck in most of the games, but I like them.
I used to really like using the fossil Pokemon in the original Red and Blue, because, like, the fossils, you would get them at, like, level 30? Or 40?
Yeah, they started at a pretty good level.
I see the way they look at me. Anyway, it's that cigarette butt in the boys' bathroom. Been trying to narrow down my potential suspects. So
you're gonna have a hard time narrowing it down if you keep accusing everyone.
Yeah. Well, okay, this actually reminds me, though, that, like, in my high school, at my high school, like, formal, which is, like, the kind of, I mean, like American prom, except not a big deal at all. Like, absolutely not a big deal, just, like, a dinner at the end of the year. But, like, I was really surprised to find out how many of my classmates smoked. Like, I like, on the balcony after dinner, it was just, like, everyone smoking.
You're probably busy all the time, too. Try taking a break once.
I remember I was kind of like genuinely upset when one of my close friends in high school picked up smoking. Like, I was genuinely, like, kind of disappointed. I mean, he's not like a, he's not like a,
as he struggles through life.
I don't know, he's kind of more of a social smoker now, I think. Like, he doesn't, like, actually regularly smoke, but...
Well, TV anchor woman was injured on the job while reporting on a story. The TV station executives deemed it an unfortunate accident. But when a magazine caught wind that they were hiding something, the execs threw the writer under the bus.
I don't remember this.
They said it was the writer who covered up the truth. They turned
I remember this, but I think it was worded differently or not as clear.
That man is blacklisted from the TV industry. His life's calling. Same man who taught me the meaning of sincerity. In today's society, the weak are preyed upon by the strong. You can't survive on sincerity alone.
And now you sound like a Persona 5 character.
As for me, I want to lead an organization that fosters strength. And to do that, order is essential if I want to keep those with power in check.
Oh, it's keeping those in power in check, but like, wow, this guy really is an SMT lore character. Kind of. That would be 6, right? Yep, that's 6.
Well, seems like a good spot to call it a day. Shall we head out together?
Well, another prophetic line. Even the characters are telling me I should end the stream soon. But yeah, I think I'll end things like about now.
Welcome back.
How was your day? Well, we found out Hidetoshi's backstory. Oh, the crops already. Oh, I suppose I'll get them before I end things. Sea hares.
Sea hares. Let me look those up actually. Sea hare.
No, he doesn't.
Sea hares, also known as Anaspidia.
Okay.
Medium-sized to very large opisthrobranch gastropod mollusks with a soft internal shell made of protein.
Made of protein.
These are marine gastropod mollusks in the superfamilies fucking marine biology terms. You know, I'll just send you.
Yeah.
I'll just send you pictures.
Hey.
There, that's a freaking sea hare.
I will check and let me see. Oh wow, that is not what I expected. Okay. Yeah, it's like a flat. Yeah. That's okay. That is weird. But yeah, on
and they come in different colors.
Oh, Gastrodon in Pokemon is based on them? That makes sense. Yeah, that's definitely Gastrodon. So, on that note,
you know, when I ask Google, when I ask you what a sea hare is, I just want I don't want the scientific answer. I just
Yep.
Just tell me what it is. Give me the short version.
Yeah. Just quickly checking to see if anything is. Nope, nothing major's available tonight. So, we've gone for we just crossed the 5-hour mark. So I just as always, I'm gonna go over my social link progress here. Full is still 3. I don't think Full ranked up at all this stream. Magician is 5, Priestess is new and 2, Emperor is 6, Hierophant is 8, Chariot is 6, Justice is up to 3, Hermit is 5, Fortune is 2, Strength has not ranked up, got Hangman up 1, Creepy Boy is still 1, Temperance has just started, and we haven't touched Moon. So, yeah, we also got through basically a whole block of Tartarus, but we need to go back in because of saving someone who's about to die. And did Elizabeth's first date. We did quite a lot this time, and I think next time we should be doing the next full moon. So, thank you to Bubbletea for being on for this episode.
Thank you for having me. It's always good to hang out with you, buddy.
Yep, and you can always check out Bubbletea's channel if you want some more SMT Persona content. He does a lot of good things on the Persona games, and we'll probably be doing stuff on this game at some point in the future. And, yeah, so, good night, everybody, and I will see you on the next stream, which is gonna be the Love Hotel full moon. That'll be interesting. Okay, see you all then.
See you.